sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome on into the stream, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the continuation here for the Pinnacle Cup 25th year anniversary. There's been some hype games so far, and hopefully we're going to get some more hype games for you guys today as well. Always looking forward to some more dotes, more crazy action, and hopefully the teams, they are ready to play some serious games and provide us that big entertainment that we are all here for. Fingers crossed. That is going to be the outcome for today. Nobody likes a sweep. Everyone likes it to go to the full 3 games. And we will see, obviously, the schedule of today. First up, we do have Cyber Team versus MarsBet. After that, will be followed by Virtus.pro against Boom Esports. Alliance versus Keystars will be the 3rd series of the day. And then we're going to end it all off with Navi versus MoneyMakers. One thing I will say about this first match we have coming up, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first match for both of these teams in the tournament. I do believe they are the only teams in this tournament yet to still play, which is pretty damn crazy this late into the tournament. So, this is the 4th day, 4th or 5th day. So we'll see how these guys are actually going to be able to perform. Obviously coming through, going through like the Kuala Lumpur qualifiers that are happening as well. So we have a small amount of information to work off of. So it'll be very, very interesting to see what they can pull out. We'll have a look at the group stages as well, just to see how they have all ended up. Which I imagine it's all been pretty damn tight. It has been quite a lot of close games. Generally, we see a lot of just standard 2-0s, but have not been getting at this time around, which is very thankful to see. As we can see here, Team Tickles, top of the points, getting their series in a nice clean 2-0. So they are happy about that one. Meanwhile, Navi Juniors, KZ Team, and Bait pretty much all running up there 1-1 apiece themselves. But poor old Level Up, not exactly having the best time themselves right now. Playing 2 of their series, losing both of them. So hopefully they can recover. Meanwhile, going on in Group B, we have Team Falcons taking both of their series in a very clean 2-0. Super, super strong showing. They are just sort of showcasing why these guys have qualified for the upcoming ESL tournament, so 100% performing out of their minds. MoneyMakers up in 2nd place, 1-for-1 piece. Yellow Submarines also haven't actually played a game. I did get you wrong, guys. It isn't just Cyber Team and Mars, but they haven't played Yellow Submarine as well. Navi, though, 1 apiece. And they are at last place there of Atlantis Burden. We are in Group C. We have Team Klee at the top right now. 1-1 is a piece. Still time for exactly the same points as Virtus.pro, who has 1 series down. So technically, you could say Virtus.pro maybe in a slightly better position there. Obviously, then followed up by Cyber Team and MarsBet, the other 2 teams that still haven't played yet in this tournament. So obviously, we'll see one of those teams push themselves forwards here. And then Boom Esports on the last. And on the final group, Group D, we got Alliance taking their series in 2-0 fashion. Very, very dominant showing, followed closely by the Dudley boys. Also winning both their series, but they were actually on a 2-1 showing one of their games, I do believe, which is why they haven't got the same points. And then follow up Namiga on third. Keat Stars and Clemsani are both tailing behind by a large margin. -3 and -4 points apiece. Not going to be easy at all to recover from that one. They have to start really coming out swinging, destroy all of their next games to really have a strong chance of getting themselves forward to the next stage, which is not easy. It is not easy at all. But as I mentioned earlier, guys, Cyber Team and MarsBet are going to be the first series coming on up. And yeah, as I mentioned before, not played a single game in this tournament so far, so there's not a vast amount of information to work off of. You know, MarsBet, their previous games, as I was mentioning when they were going through the ESL qualifiers, they were having quite a nice showing until they came up against Team Secret where they got 2-0'd. But apart from that, every other series these guys have been playing have been pretty damn strong, so I'm expecting to see some good things coming up from MarsBet in this series. We'll have to see what Cyber Team have in store for them, which is who we are looking at right now. Nesfear, Erase, Class Come to, Emptiness, and Rain is the 5-man roster. Could be some fantastic dotes coming up from them. And obviously, MarsBet, we've got Otaker, Fleshblick, Mr. Luck, Velenor, and LeBron Doa. I have no idea if I pronounce his Volespnik's name correctly. I could be completely wrong. Might need somebody else to actually let me know on that front. But obviously, Otaker, LeBron Doa, as well as Mr. Luck are 3 quite well-known players. So yeah, expecting some very, very big things from them. But I do believe we have the draft just absolutely flying through this day, ladies and gentlemen. And we will kick off game number 1 between these two teams and see how this draft goes. Wraith King, Dazzle, Mueta, all being removed. All 3 of these heroes did actually receive a very slight nerf in the recent patch, but I mean, this recent patch was basically non-existent, let's be honest now. It had very, very minor changes. Dazzle, he can't now get rid of that 3-second damage cooldown on Blink Dagger. Who gives a crap about that? It means absolutely nothing. The cooling from Mueta is probably the biggest nerf here. Like, the duration is less and the slow is less as well by like a couple of seconds and a few percentage. So that one can actually be quite impactful. And yeah, kind of interesting that it warrant the ban. Seems how the cooling really was the only reason this hero was picked up, in my opinion. You know, it had the flex to go either carry or a support on the 4, and the only reason you could play with 4 because the cooling was good. Now the cooling's not as good. I don't know. I'm not quite sure how completely viable it is, but you know, we'll see. Maybe we might see Mueta come out today or tomorrow or whenever, and see just how well it actually does perform. But the other bans from MarsBet were the Magnus as well as the Kunkka. Obviously taking away those big beefy frontlining boys. Kunkka as well also did receive a lot of nerfs. Like, literally everything. I believe every single one of his skills that were highly prioritized was nerfed, so it's quite interesting to see that he is still, you know, prioritized first ban. I mean, even though the torrent doesn't last as long, like all the torrent storm, what the hell it's called, it's still quite annoying in Team Fight, let's be honest, so I guess it does still warrant the ban. Spirit Breaker, though, that is going to be the first pick from Cyber Team, and in all honesty, that hero was not touched as much as I would expect from the last patch. Like, his damage multiplier against creeps, I think it was, that's all it was reduced a bit. But I believe still in like the later parts of the game, you could one-hit the creep wave, so it's not really impacted him all too much. And the Charge of Darkness cooldown was increased by like 1 second. Again, not really sure how much of a large impact that is going to make. Obviously, all the seconds can add up. There are going to be some niche situations where that 1 second can make all the difference. But you're just a lot less likely to actually see that play a big impact in the games. Meanwhile, MarsBet do start off with the Centaur Warrunner, which, you know, always feels pretty damn strong. Good beefy frontline, especially the later parts of the game, once you get your shard going. And you can just have like 8, 9, 10,000 K HP in the middle of a team fight. And people are like, what the hell can we do against this guy? Absolutely nothing. But that being said, it is still a very interesting first phase pick, you know? Generally you see some of the more prioritized supports coming on out, but, you know, they're just picking up now. So let's see the Grim... Okay, never mind. I was literally about to say, I'm so yet to see the Grimstroke be touched on, banned or picked, but he is now going to get grabbed. Again, you know, I'm sure everybody else has discussed this patch to great lengths, but I'm kind of surprised the Grimstroke wasn't affected more by this patch. The lifesteal against creeps was reduced, but that wasn't really the big impact on this hero. You know, it still has really good stun duration, still has the purge and everything, still has a heal against heroes, which is really the main factor. So yeah, quite interesting to see he wasn't really touched on at all. But, you know, Marswell will gladly pick him up, but I can't fault him for that one. Grim and Centaur lane can be very, very devastating. Meanwhile, Cyb team, they do go in for the Nature's Prophet. You can't really go wrong. Strong position 4 or 5. I think a lot of teams do prioritise on the 5 role, as long as if you have a self-sustaining carry. And you just go around, you gank, you kill people, you have a good time. You know? Well, how can you have much of a better time as a support than that? Actually getting action done, killing people, feels real damn good. But we'll see what they are going to pick up as their third hero right now, whether if it's going to be their follow-up support perhaps. 2 lane with this Spirit Breaker as the offlaner. I mean, if this Spirit Breaker even is going to be an offlaner, like there is still the potential that it can flex to a few different roles. Could even be the position for itself if Cyb team really want it to actually, you know, end up in that position. One thing I want to touch on as well is that I've always pronounced it Cyb team. Some people pronounce it Sibe team. I have absolutely no idea. I'm going to call it Cyb team, guys. If you people at home think I am saying the completely wrong name there, do let me know. Drop some messages in the chat. Go like, mate, change how you pronounce this team. It makes no sense. And I will do so. But it was Chikiro, the hero of choice there from Cyb team. Which, you know, is pretty much guaranteed to be the 5. It's very, very rare you see this hero end up in any other role. There was a brief moment in recent Dota history where people were trying to play it as an offlaner, but it wasn't really that successful. So I'm sure it is just going to stay in that pretty standard position 5 role, in which case the Natures will be the 4. But again, there is still that possibility for some flex. They might put the Spirit Breakers the 4. Maybe the Natures could be a core in one of those positions and try and really abuse that global presence. We will just have to wait and see how the draft goes, but it feels very open from the Cyb team right now. We are Marsbet looking for their third hero, and it's actually going to be the Faceless Void. Alright, they got some good control, picked up with the Ancient Apparition as well. So pretty much guaranteed to land the Ice Blast onto 1/2 heroes in several of these team fights can be the really big deciding factor. AA, again, was nerfed very slightly in the recent patch. The Ice Vortex damage a second was dropped by like 4 or 2 or something like that. Not a massive number, but again, these sort of things can add up. And also the actual Ice Blast duration doesn't scale anymore, if I'm remembering correctly. I think it's just a flat 10 seconds rather than going up to 12 at max level, which, you know, again, can make all the difference. But yeah, feels like pretty good combination there later on. Not a massive amount of lane combination there from the side of Mars, but in the safe lane, Faceless Void and AA not really going to be able to go aggressive at all, so they have to try and play quite defensively in their own lane. But Cyb team, they actually decide to pick up the Puck right now, which is going to be their mid laner for sure. So leaving their carry as the final pick for themselves, meanwhile Marsbet leaving their mid as their own final pick. And obviously where Marsbet did have second pick, so they will have the final pick overall. Let's see what hero they want to go for right now. Obviously a few more bans coming through. Dragon Knight being the hero of choice there from Cyb team. Which, you know, it doesn't really have much combination with the Chronosphere coming out from the Faceless Void. You know, I guess once you've got like high end on your ultimate, you can chuck in some right clicks, which can help, but it feels like they get rid of it just to remove some of those crazy frontliners. Because imagine if you have a late game Dragon Knight and a Centaur both running at your face. It's like, what the hell can you really do to survive against that? It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of tank. So it kind of makes sense they want to get rid of it. And it's a hero which doesn't really care about Puck, in all honesty. Like, you're sure you're going to get harassed a little bit, but you just tank for it. You just keep hitting creeps. You don't mind. you don't mind at all. Naga Siren, though, gets taken out there from Marsbet. Maybe they just want to remove heroes, which maybe Faceless Void can struggle to deal with in those later parts of the game. Not quite sure who else they're thinking about trying to take out. And it will be the Chaos Knight, so removing some of those illusion-based cores. Obviously, if they think that is going to be the route Cyber Team goes, there are still things like the PL or the TB. Can't really remember the last time I saw a pro TB get played, though. That hero just... Not TB, sorry, PL. But the hero's just completely fallen off. Maybe he might get touched in a patch soon by Ice Frog. We might start seeing Phantom Lancer appearing again on our screens. Who knows? Sometimes it's fun until he gets played to death, then he's just dead boring. We shall see. Final pick from Cyber Team, though. 20 seconds, 17 on reserve. So they've got a fair bit of time right now to really think about what they want their carry matchup to be against this Faceless Void. It also has to be someone who can lane relatively effectively versus a Grimstroke and Centaur Warrunner lane. Like, that ain't easy. You got double stun and double burst damage from the double edge as well as the Stroke of Fate. It can be pretty brutal. So maybe in that regard, you just don't want to get near the Centaur. Maybe go for some sort of range-based carry. Okay, actually, they decided to go for the Lifestealer route. You know, once you get a few points into your feast, you can stand toe-to-toe against the Centaur, trying to lifesteal against through that retaliate damage coming through. But we could see Marsbet get aggressive in the early levels. Like, nobody takes Rage on Lifestealer until, at the very least, level 3, level 4 most likely, and that's if they absolutely have to. But most of the time, carries want to skip that skill entirely for a longer portion. So we'll see how effective this Lifestealer is actually going to be in the lane. Meanwhile, Marsbet, they do go for the Zeus, so that is going to be their mid matchup versus the Puck. And, you know, it should actually lane quite effectively. Maybe might suffer in CS a small amount, or just general harassment as the Puck's always going to keep poking and prodding. But they do have that guaranteed damage throw-in on the Chronosphere. So whoever gets caught, if it is the Puck, super squishy, probably just going to die. You know, you get a Bolt of Lightning, you get a Thunder God's Wrath, you get a Nimbus Cloud on top of you as well, and you're pretty much just guaranteed dead. Nothing you can do about it. So, yeah, might have to be quite cautious on the positioning from the Puck in this game. Let's have a look at all the player cams. Rainman, he was in a very dark room. I used to be like that, no lights, just a complete cave to play in. Sometimes you can focus, but it ends up really mashing up your eyes. Mr. Luck there, that is complete opposite. Pure bright. You can see everything. Absolutely everything. These guys are all ready. As I was mentioning earlier, guys, this is the first game for both of these teams here in the Pinnacle Cup 25th anniversary show. So they're looking to start it off strong, get a couple of early points on the board, and really set themselves up for a successful tournament. Because at the moment, there hasn't really been a dominant team so far in this group stage. Team Klee obviously at the top with just 1 win, 1 loss, followed up by VP, 1 win, no losses. So it's not really been a huge amount of games in this group played thus far. So yeah, if you can get a couple of early wins, set yourself up nicely, give you that confidence boost to go forwards and try and, you know, push out those other teams as well. So we'll see how well they're going to be able to do. But we are now in the game, ladies and gentlemen, or we will be once the the pause finishes. So we're going to jump back to my lovely face. But yeah, I've not actually touched on whose draft I think better. I think I'm just going to go for Marsbet in this game. They got some clear combination, obviously, with the Chrono and the Faceless Void. Got good front liner of the Centaur. Obviously, the lane combo of the Grim Centaur as well can be pretty devastating to play against. And Lifestealer is... he's not exactly the most potent of carries. So, you know, we'll see how well he's going to be able to perform. But we're going to jump back into the game as we are resuming. And let's see if we can get any sort of potential early first blood. Always love to see a good fight for level 1. It looks like we might actually get it. 5-man smoke move here from Marsbet. It's going to break there for Mr. Luck. A ward actually gets placed though from the side of Civilized. They see it. And now it's going to be a 5-on-5 clash. Mr. Luck running in deep. Has to be careful he doesn't get caught too far out of position. O-Taker as well in pretty damn far himself. Has to just time walk away. Blood Grenade connects onto 3 heroes. Going to be some decent damage. Mr. Luck trying to turn around. Gets the stun on towards 2. But he is going to be the first one to fall. And this is a disaster right now for Marsbet. They're all trying to run away. Blushbig also falls. LeBron is going to die off to the side as well. Velor will be able to get himself away. But that is not the first fight that they were looking for on the side of MarsBet. A solid 1k gold lead already for Cybe Team. 3-0, and that is absolutely massive. We'll see if they can also get a bounty rune advantage as well. If they can, this could be looking at nearly a 2,000 gold lead at the very start of the game. And yeah, it looks like they will be able to get 3 of them. Might not hit that actual 2k number, no it won't. But even still, what a very dominant showing here from Cybe. And maybe that is going to be enough to, you know, upset this sort of slight laning advantage, I'd say. I mean, it's not like every lane has an advantage. MarsBet's off lane is good, but their safe lane might suffer a bit when you're going up against the Spirit Breaker and Nature's Prophet. Like, I don't really foresee many kills happening out of lane. If anyone, it's either going to be the A or the Natures. Put out the Faceless Void and the Spirit Breaker should be A-okay. And in this mid, we'll see who's actually able to come out on top. Zeus versus the Puck right now. Obviously, at the moment, it is the Zeus. Only missing one, but it's still early days. We'll see how that changes. And I'm wondering when MarsBet's off lane here is going to start getting aggressive. Whether they're going to wait for that level 2, or maybe they might try and wait for level 3. The only thing about waiting till your level 3 is that there's a possibility Nesfear could get an earlier point into Rage and completely get your kill combo. So maybe they level 2, if they've done enough poke damage onto the lifesteal, they might just send it. I mean, already is low enough to attempt to kill if they do get that level 2. So we could be seeing a retaliation kill, at least with MarsBet up there. Yeah, this mid is pretty much bang on even. 7-1 against 6-0. Hardly any difference at all. And as the levels start piling on, I don't really foresee this changing all too much. Like the Zeus, probably not going to be focusing much of his mana on harassing the Puck to secure kills, but talk about securing kills! Down goes LeBron Dota there at this bot lane. Kill going over towards Class Nakruto. They'll take that one, and as I said, it's either going to be the AA or the Natures, and the AA does end up falling down. But that is just the nature of the hero, right? If any of you guys in the chat are a support player, and you play Ancient Apparition, you know you're just going to die. The hero is slow as crap, he's squishy as hell. This just feels like you're going to feed a lot. Just got to be careful he doesn't turn into like an Ice Blast bot. It feels real rough when you get those sort of games. Really, really rough.
Under attack.
It looks like at the very least down there, the Faceless Void isn't getting too pressured on CS. Still doing fine. 9-2, especially compared to the 5-1 there of Krasnokruto. Doing A-okay. Gonna be able to get the pull off as well. Nothing the Natures can do to stop that one. So we'll be able to get the lane into a decent spot for the Faceless Void yet again. They were like farming in front of the enemy tier 1. Meanwhile, at the mid, Veshbek getting very aggressive right now on towards the Puck, and he just gets a solo kill. In comes the Nature's Prophet. Gonna start right-clicking down onto the Zeus. He does a decent amount of damage, needs a couple more, and there it is. He does manage to get the counter kill. But at the same time, you know, I think the Zeus is gonna be happy with that. He gets a solo against the Puck. And now, at the very least, he will be able to come back into lane full HP, full mana. Not really going to miss out on too much there. We'll see if Cyber Team's going to be able to use this little power spike for the Natures, though. I think he's already level 3 as a result of that. So if he can come into this lane, start using that power to like pull the out Toronto or something, could be pretty damn nice. Krasnokruto already doing nicely in 1 versus 2. Charges on both, gets a lucky bash. God damn it, Spirit Breaker is stupid if you get lucky with bashes. You can absolutely devastate him. So it's actually level 3 now for MarsBet's off lane. Doesn't look like they've attempted a single play. Mr. Luck is still on 100% mana right now, so not cast a single hoof stomp in this lane. I don't know if Nesfear's actually leveled up his rage yet. Be interesting to know. Definitely feels like Rain can go down though for sure. If they can catch this Jakiro out of position, he's gonna get, you know, absolutely dismantled for sure. Once again, we just see the Zeus just constantly running at this Puck, man. He can't get anywhere near this lane. Oh, it does a lot of burst. Can't finish the kill. Once again, in comes the Nature's Prophet. Maybe try and turn this one around. A lot of damage comes to Zeus. Will jump down to the side, gets the kill. Can the Puck get the counter one? But he won't be able to with the appearance of the Water Rune. Veshbek will be able to secure that one. Not going to be able to go for the second Water Rune though, as the Puck will secure it in front of him. So, you know, he attempts a solo kill. Not the kill he wants, but it is something at the very least. He'll take that any day of the week. Not a huge amount of mana and HP to work with, though. Yeah, there is a level already there for Nesfir into the Rage. We'll have to use it and back off. Yeah, just in case, but it is quite a long cooldown these early levels. And you can see he isn't getting anywhere near the creeps whilst this ability is on cooldown. He knows he could just get stopped into an Ink Swell, and most likely he will just be dying without that Rage. So it's a really strong heads-up play to not just run into the creeps and try and get any ones you can. Both carries though, pretty much at similar CS, 21 to 10 against 21 4. Obviously a lot more denies for Otaker. But Cluster Cruto is still finding CS at the same time, so he's not really being hindered all too much. Meanwhile up top, Velor will end up going down. Looks like we saw another rotation coming from the Nature's Prophet to secure that one. So leading in kills so far here from the Cyber team. 3 for 6, 1k goal lead still, but that was there from minute 0, so they're not really furthering their lead in this game, but they are holding on to it. Cluster Cruto already rotated to this mid, very interesting to see from a level 4 offlaner, but doing so will be able to secure the regen rune. You make sure that doesn't fall into the hands of the Zeus. So I guess it's worth it. And you know, it's Spitbreaker. He could always just charge straight back to the lane. He doesn't care. No time wasted whatsoever. He is gone. The Otaker is having a fine time though. Level 5, happily hitting creeps. And, you know, going for the standard Mask of Madness build. Sometimes people like to go a bit more greedy, go for like a Hand of Midas or something like that. But Otaker looking like he wants to at least have the ability to farm and get involved in any kills that they could find early on. The question is what he builds after the Mask of Madness, whether he goes for like the Maelstrom, or maybe if he feels he needs to go for like an early BKB perhaps? Which might not be too far out the question, because you have the Silence and the Dream Call that you can sort of negate from the puck, which could be really, really impactful. Avoid the Ice Blast, the magic damage coming up from the Chikiro as well, but at the same time, the Spirit Breaker doesn't really care. Lifestealer doesn't care. Nature's Prophet again doesn't really care either. So I don't know. It's kind of an awkward situation. Maybe it's worth just going for a Manta. It all depends on how much he prioritizes the silence from the puck. You know, if he dies a few times from it, we might see him actually itemize to cancel that one out. Looks like Nesfir though. He himself is just having a-okay time up here. Second in place on net worth. Center Wall Runner isn't even in this lane anymore, having to actually farm up the triangle area. Just not really touched whatsoever. I mean, it's kind of hard for a Zeus to come and gank this lane as well. Rage just completely negates all the damage, so there's nothing really Fleshbenick can do. Again, guys, I have absolutely no idea if I pronounced that name correctly. I hope I am. I really do. It's a long, confusing name. Oh. Oh, used there from the Spirit Breaker, coming in from the puck as well. They got the control. And Otaker, absolutely nothing he can do. Nether Strike comes on in. The initial control and all the follow-up in the world. That is just a free kill onto the Faceless Void. Huge pickup there for Cyber Team, which will just help further this rift between the carries. And as we can see, it's pretty much now 1,000 gold difference between this Lifestealer and Faceless Void. And if they can keep that gap growing more and more,
Radiant's bottom tower is
pretty
under
damn good.
attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I feel like Mars Bet are going to be quite reliant on this Zeus for a fair amount of time.
Dire's middle
He's the
tower
real
is
person
under
that's actually
attack.
going to have to do all the damage at the start until the Faceless Void can actually get a few items. Because it takes a while for him to come online. Centaur as well. He's going to be a body, he's going to be a distraction, but he's not really going to be pumping out much DPS himself. So we'll see what sort of build the Zeus goes. Where if it is going to be like a fast Axe perhaps, get that Nimbus Cloud going for a bit of extra global presence, or maybe go for the Kaya. Yeah, it actually looks like he's got a Sanj Kaya queued up. So wants to just go for like the general DPS rather than getting that extra ability through, which you know, can't fault. It will work out nicely. Move on the mid. There is going to be the ult. The puck's able to survive, walks it off. Virtus.pro making the space. In comes Rain, trying to get this counter kill onto LeBron. Looks like they will be able to find it. No, they won't. The Stampede is there from the Centaur to give him the space, and he will survive. The charge as well for Classic Cruto gets countered out from the old Lightning. But the Nature's Prophet looks like he's coming in from the back. A might still be in danger. Depends if they want to go for the Zeus instead. They will find the Nature's. Can he kill LeBron before he dies? Well, he won't. He gets caught out, but it doesn't matter. He still ticks down to the Sprout damage. So it's a trade, but obviously no one gets the experience there for LeBron. So he's fine with that. So Lifestealer looking like he's pretty close to having his armlet online, which will just make killing this guy even damn harder. But I'm not really sure if there's much Marsbeck can do against him unless all 5 heroes come on over, they land Chrono, they get Ice Blast, all the damage is Zeus, and then probably we'll see the Nesfir go down. But it's not easy at all. We do see now a smoke move coming out here from Marsbeck. AA plus Zeus. Heading on down to this bot lane, so maybe we want to try and find a free kill on towards Classic Cruto. And actually, they're going to start things off right now. Is there Ice Blast coming through? Will barely be able to connect right now. Otek is still with the counter charging forwards. They've got good damage. Eventually, will they be able to kill the Spirit Break? He will actually finally tick out before he does a lot of damage over towards the face of the Void. Nature's Prophet as well. Call out position will fall. Now Otaker just going to start bullying down the Jakiro, and in comes the Zeus to get the finishing touch on the double kill. So it's a 3-for-1 exchange there, favouring Marsbeck. Huge rotation, big play to make. I'm very happy with that one. It looked a little bit awkward to start. It felt like the Chronosphere was quite early on, but literally, if it was a few milliseconds sooner, I feel like the Ice Blast wouldn't have connected, and that whole situation would have been completely different. So yeah, they played on the edge, played it to the max, and this time round it does work out for themselves. So as a result, pretty much neutralized the net worth lead now, only less than 1k gold, 7-9 is the scoreline. The game feels like it's pretty much down to an even standing towards the end game. So the big thing for Cyber Team though is the fact that Chronosphere is on cooldown. Like, can they try and make a play whilst this is going on? But talk about plays. They're going to make a move here, Cyber Team. They found the Zeus. Ice Blast will land on towards the puck, but it's a null factor, makes no difference. And actually, jumping forwards, thinking about trying to find LeBron as well. But the AA just a tiny bit too far away, won't be able to survive. So free kill onto the Zeus, it's a big one. Actually, slow it down yet. They found the puck, trying to control him up. And the big combo, Centaur and Grim finding a free kill. I'm assuming that was a Blink Dagger reveal from Mr. Luck, because I feel like there's no way he should be able to catch a puck without that. And yeah, he does have the Blink. So a huge reveal there from himself, being able to pick that one up. Now also with the Vanguard completed, he's going to be able to start sitting in front of these towers, or just continuously looking for kills to see which one he prioritizes. But talking about looking for kills yet again, Leshpnik headed down to the bot. Maybe trying to find Glass. Charge gets cancelled from the strike, and that's just a free kill. Even tips him there. And an insult to injury. Hey, that was quite an ambitious charge, I am not going to lie. Like, charging right in front of a Zeus, who has easy counter to it. Yeah, a little bit odd. Maybe you could have just ran through the trees a bit more, but, you know, it's one of those situations where you've got to make a tough decision. He thought that'd keep him alive, but he just ends up dying. So as a result, we still see the Zeus comfortably top of net worth, even now picking up a Kaya. So a bit more damage to come on through. Chronosphere is also back off of cooldown here for Otaker. So we'll see maybe if Marsbeck want to try and use this, look for another kill opportunity. I feel like trying to find this lifesteal would be an absolutely massive target right now. Try and slow down this game, because Nesfir is still just finding free farm. 900 gold ahead of the Faceless Void at this stage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Actually coming down to the bot, got another smoke from the Puck and Jakiro both. They know Otaker is here. Can They get the initial
Dire's middle
jump
tower
to find this kill. Oh, take it. He manages to get the jump. He actually dodges the Dream Core. Isn't going to be enough, though. He still gets silenced. Charge comes on through, and he will die. Counterplay coming in now from Marsbet, trying to get some sort of counterplay going. Classic Cruto will fall. Soulbind on towards 2. Good amount of doubling of the Zeus spells, but even still, LeBron Dota falling into the backlines with Nature's Prophet, but it will just be an even trade as he falls down. 2 for 2 for now. With this DD on the puck, they want to maybe try and find the Zeus, but the big jump in there from the Centaur gets the stun. They kill down Rain. And the puck maybe thinking of continuing the aggression, even though he's on his own. Well, technically he's not on his own. He does have the Lifesteal in him. Looking for an opportunity to jump, and they're not going to be able to get it. So as a result, ends up being not a bad fight for Marsbet. It's a 3 for 2, but they lose their carry at the same time. But I still feel like in these early days, that does mean that they are going to have the net worth advantage there, just ever so slightly. Maybe still. Quite a good entertaining fight. 12 for 12 basically is back down to an even game. Yeah, still is the Zeus obviously at the top there. Sorry, I'm sorry. That's why I had that moment of silence, guys. Rain Breeds. Ice Blast won't land, but it doesn't even matter. Chronosphere actually does get the connection on towards the puck as well. Do they have the burst to kill him? The bash comes through from Motaker before the puck can get the jump, and that is another 2 kills there for Marsbet. Going to be able to take down this tier 1 as well. So opening up a bit of space on the map. And there is the beauty of using this Chronosphere to fantastic effect, killing the enemy mid laner. And as I mentioned before, if the puck gets caught in the Chrono, they're pretty much dead. There's literally nothing they could do. They will just die. I don't think the Ice Blast even landed onto the puck there either, but didn't even matter. You don't need it. Enough damage for everybody else. Meanwhile, a lot of Midas is getting picked up. One was just grabbed from the Nature's Prophet there on the side of the side team. Supports. Oh no, we'll just get easily picked off under his tier 1. But yeah, Nature's Prophet's got one, as well as the Ancient Apparition having his own Midas picked up now. Even though the Midas did receive a very slight nerf in the last patch, I think the cooldown was increased, or the charge time increased by 10 seconds, I believe. Which, you know, doesn't sound like a huge amount, but it can all add up at the end of the day. Meanwhile, all the stun jump not actually going to fully connect with the Ice Blast will. There's going to be enough space for the puck to disengage, and Stampede having to be used to try and run away right now. Missalot getting caught, just go for the TP out. He's like, guys, you've used all of your stuns. See you later. Huge heads-up play to just back on out of that one. So it's a failed gank, but at the same time, it did force pretty much a lot of rotations there from side teams, so I don't know, both teams just wasting a little bit of their time. Stampede used being maybe the largest factor there. This Zeus man feels so comfortable. Still full resources, has a shield rune activated as well. So there's nothing really Cyber Team could do against him for a fair amount of time. Just gonna keep chilling. Pelon as well, also having a Hound of Midas queued. So both supports on Marsbet really are committing for this very, very greedy item. They are expecting this game to go the distance and get as much value out of it as possible. You know, one thing I will say, you know, about the 10 seconds increase on the charge timer is that it can all add up. You know, if you have 10 usages of the Hound of Midas, that's a whole extra charge that you don't end up getting, which is something to note. But whilst I'm talking about that, Classic Cruto will go down. That was a preemptive tip as well there from the Zeus. He is really not holding back, trying to tilt out this Spirit Break as much as possible. And to be honest, it's not a bad strategy. Winning through tilt is a classic Dota strat. You can't go wrong. Arguably one of the reasons why OG was able to do so well 2 TIs in a row, man. Monkey business Dota. You make people rage, you make people tilt. Feels real damn good. Still 2k gold lead right now here for the side of Marsbet. Just bit by bit growing their lead. Zeus also coming up towards the top. So probably going to see this tier 1 tower going down momentarily unless Cyber Team want to commit heroes to defend it, but doesn't look like they will at this stage. They're just going to let that one go. They just want to make sure everybody else is finding farm wherever they can.
Radiant's middle tower
We
is
actually
under
see
attack.
now as well, all 3 cores on the side of MilesBet, top of net worth.
Dire's
Yeah,
top
there was a
tower
large
is under
portion
attack.
where the Life Stealer was like 1,000 gold ahead of the Faceless Void, but not anymore. Has been usurped, taking that
Dire's
position
top
away.
tower has fallen.
Now it's all down to Cyber Team to try and recover this net worth differential, which is now up to 3,000 gold, bit by bit, losing their lead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
You want this to look? Jumps into secure room, but it ends up spawning top
Radiant's
anyway.
bottom tower is under attack.
But this guy's just way too
Dire's
tanky to be
top
threatened
tower is under
whatsoever. Even
attack.
the Zeus, the goddamn Zeus, has 2,500 HP. He is mad tanky. He's going to be a hard kill to find just on his own. Obviously got Phylactery, got Kaya Sanj, going in for the Ags, which he'll have up in about 2,300 gold, so not long at all. Going to be very, very impactful. At the same time, their Nesfear on this Lifestealer has now just picked up a Radiance. So, you know, it's not like there's a huge amount of illusions to burn or anything like that, but the big thing probably is the fact that even if you get caught inside the Chrono, you will be getting that constant mischance against the Faceless Void. So, you know, you might miss 1 or 2 right clicks, which can make all the difference. It allows Nesfear to get his Infest off onto a teammate when the Chrono ends, and he could survive. You know, these small little things can make all the difference in a game like Dota 2. As well as obviously the fact that it increases farming speed, you know. That's always a good point to make. MilesBet going to be able to take down their own Tormentor, who gets the shards.
Radiant's
They're
top
going to go over
tower
towards
is
the
under
Rondo.
attack.
Oh, that is so damn nice. Oh, every time I play at AA position 5, I'm like, please, get me the shard. But it never happens, man. I'm so
Radiant's
unlucky. It
top
always
tower
goes to other
has been
people.
denied.
But yeah, getting a free shard for the AA is absolutely huge, getting that AoE stun. So we'll see if that is going to be able to take effect in this game. Obviously, in combination with the Faceless Void ulti, if the Ice Blast lands just as the Chrono is ending, you get that whole extra like second of stun where it's like a couple more right clicks can come through. All adds up, ladies and gentlemen. All adds up. We've probably entered the calmest stage in this entire game so far. no one's died in a few minutes, which is very, very surprising. Before, it's been fights and ganks happening non-stop, but as I say that, MilesBet, they're like, yeah, you're right. We need some kills. We need some action. They're going to go for a smoke move.
Radiant
Who do they
are
find, though?
scanning.
That is the big question. They think Roche is going on, but the scan does not connect. So maybe they might just run into lane, and they will run into the Lifestealer by the look, which could be a huge target to find. Chrono, not quite there in time for Rotaker. He's going to keep chase, though. Another time walk up in just a second. Nesfear try and run away. With the good use of the Thunder God's Wrath to get the vision, absolutely nothing Nesfear can do. He is just a goner. And that's like over 800 gold as well, distributed amongst MilesBet. Big kill to find. Should also be able to take down this tier 1 at the same time. But actually,
Radiant's middle
it looks like
tower
they're
is
going to
under
prioritize
attack.
Roche. Get that big upgrade, get the Aegis. Which I'm assuming they'll put into the hands of the Faceless Void. It would either be him or the Zeus, but in all honesty, Zeus is a lot tankier than the Faceless Void is at this stage of the game.
Radiant's middle tower
Well,
is
yeah, 100%
under attack.
O-Take is probably going to end up taking this one.
Falling to the Radiant.
One saving grace though for Cyber Team is like the first minute and a bit of this Aegis is really going to get used to full effect, as there is no Chrono, no Thunder God's Wrath, anything like that. And as it looks like Cyber Team are going to start trying to get aggressive themselves.
Dire's bottom
4-man
tower is
smoke,
under
they're going to
attack.
go for the Infest Bomb as well. Lifestealer inside the Space Cow for maximum delivery. In comes the rest of the squad. Smoke breaks. So actually jumping from the Centaur because caught by the stun too damn soon. Ice Blast off on the land. Meanwhile, jump into the back lines. The Grimstroke is just dead. O-Taker's already used his BKB. Just goes to the straight TP out. The Never Strike is there. And that is why people do not like a BKB when you're against a Spirit Breaker. It just feels so brutal. And he just gets chain stun, controlled, and he is gone. And that is the first BKB usage and Aegis removed immediately. So Cyber Team bouncing back hard, just negating that advantage straight away. And once again, we are down to a less than 1,000 gold lead between these two teams. Just when you think an advantage is building, nope, not happening. Back to the even standard point. So far, yeah, this Lifestealer pick is actually working out quite nicely. Obviously, if you can actually pop your rage and stick on targets in the team fights, there's nothing the Zeus could do. You just end up doing a lot of damage. Obviously, you have the Spirit Breaker charge delivery as well. It's just so damn useful. We'll see on the replay here. The Centaur thinking he was doing something cute. Unfortunately, he gets just completely negated. And everyone just ends up losing their lives. Absolutely devastating.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, maybe the Faceless Void thought as well that
Dire's middle tower is under
the Never
attack.
Strike was just on cooldown or something like that, going for the BKB play, TP out. It's a hard choice in those situations, but you know, he does get punished for it in the end. But the Zeus survived. That's probably the big factor there for Marsbet, because it does feel like Veleshbenik, again I hope I'm saying that right, is really the main source of damage right now for Marsbet. Like, if Cyber Team can find him, remove him from the fight, even if the chrono comes off, I feel like they're going to be a-okay. Like, they shouldn't really be too threatened by it whatsoever. Moving up top, speaking of being threatened, Bruto looks like he has 3 heroes on top of him. Trying to run away, he's a speedy boy, charging down towards the set, but he runs straight through the Nimbus! Oh no! If ever there was a time for the Zeus to tip the Spirit Breaker, it would have been right then. That it just charges to his own death. Oh, that feels awkward. But yeah, that was brutal. Even still though, you know, it's time spent there from Marsbet ganking the Spirit Breaker. So it's space for the Lifestealer, sorry, to resume his own farm. You make him use Nimbus and Stampede and Thunder God's Wrath. So maybe Classic Cruto isn't too sad about that exchange. At the same time as well, Centaur Warrunner has now just picked up the Heart of Tarask.
Dire's
So
top
even an
tower
extra
is under
tanky,
attack.
beefy boy. But in all honesty, do Cyber Team care about this Centaur? I feel like their objective is just to ignore him. Ignore him for as long as possible. Kill the Faceless Void, kill the Zeus, and you're going to win the fight. Even if Mr. Luck is full HP, full mana, if the rest of his team is dead, he's just going to get kited, slowed, brought down. Not too easy. And we saw in the last fight as well, even if he gets a jump in himself, it's just too easy to count this guy out. You know, the stomp just takes too damn long to cast. Too many things can get in the way. It ain't easy. Oh. Nimbus Cloud has found Rain Prince hiding up here at the top. Nothing you can do. Chain stun to death. Down goes the dragon. Still only a less than 1k gold lead though. It's just so back and forth this game. Both teams get a couple of kills, then the other team gets a couple of kills, then the other one gets a couple of kills, then the other team gets a couple of kills.
Radiant's middle
Just a
tower
continuous
is under
trade.
attack.
I mean, everyone from Marsbet may be considering pushing that top tier 2. Still a long, long time before second Roshan could even potentially be respawning, which I kind of feel is the next main objective for both of these teams right now.
Dire's
Like,
top
just hold
tower
off,
is under attack.
wait for the Roshan to come back on up, and then try and make another play after that. Meanwhile, Natus Prophet has been found, and probably will end up falling down here. Doing a lot of damage onto LeBron before he falls, but even still will get traded. But, you know, he doesn't care. He was able to steal the Wisdom Rune before he falls down, so it's definitely a worthy trade of his life. Get another bit of extra XP boost to the rest of his team.
Radiant's bottom tower
All it needs to do is just
under
make sure they
attack.
pick up their own Wisdom Rune on their own side of the map. Meanwhile, Centaur has found a jump on towards Rain Prince coming on through. Stampede used to get the kill and disengage. So both supports dead here from Cyber Team. It's a smaller window of opportunity, but the creeps are just not in a position for Marsbet to do anything with. So can't find a kill, can't do anything with it. Just have to keep on hitting creeps
Radiant's
at the same time.
bottom tower is under attack.
Armlet, Manta, and Radiance here for Nesvis still. So, you know, the Manta's quite
Dire's
nice.
middle tower is under attack.
Not like hugely impactful, but it's still a nice little upgrade.
Radiant are scanning.
Puck now also completed his Ags. There's extra tool for extra bit of control going on. I believe there was also a blink picked up from the Grimstroke as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Velhor.
attack.
which would be very, very nice to sort of follow the initiations coming in from the Centaur Wall Runner. We'll also just get those easy connections onto the Soulbind as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack by scanning.
Yeah, both teams just chilling. Just waiting. It literally is just both teams waiting for this Roche. I mean, it could very well be on the Radiant side. Minute in, even if it's maximum respawn time 4 minutes, it will respawn on the Radiant side no matter what. But there will be like a 40-second window at the very least to go for it. Meanwhile, Natus Profit has been found, and will be another free kill going over towards Otaker, which he will gladly take to bump up his farm. Meanwhile, Refresher now completed for the Zeus. So you got double Wrath, double Nimbus, with the Kai'Sun's damage amp coming through as well. It's going to be hurting real damn bad. Feels like maybe Cyber Team just have to try and find this Spirit Breaker every single time. Like, he is public enemy #1. Well, Zeus not but yeah, like Crastakuto with Nesfer inside him. As soon as you see that Zeus, you charge, you try and kill him. And yeah, now that the Spirit Breaker also has his BKB up, he should be able to, you know, guarantee that charge rather than getting cancelled every damn time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Otaker as well actually went for the
Radiant's
Lincoln
middle
Sphere.
tower has fallen.
So yeah, it's literally just to stop the Spirit Breaker. The Lifestealer doesn't have anything targetable until he gets an Axe. Puck no, Shikiro no, Natus Prophet if he targets him with his ult will, but that's about it. So yeah, it's literally just a counter to make sure he doesn't get completely chain stunned through his BKB from the Spirit Breaker, which, you know, kind of does make sense. Meanwhile, looks like taking off the Spirit Breaker, Crastakuto has been found, pops the BKB, and just gets a free charge away. He's actually infested as well right now. Smilespet not going to be able to find a free kill. TP back to base, still with the Lifestealer inside, so maybe they might try and look for a kill immediately afterwards. Like, no Stampede or Ice Blast, Nimbus, all of that good stuff is gone from Milesbet. So if Side Team want to try and take a fight, now is the time. See if they can find an opportunity to do so. But wow, that second Roshan, he's actually already up. That was a very, very fast respawn. No team really in the area to scout it out just yet. It looks like Milesbet are now trickling on over. They might try and secure the arrow and go for it. They do have a good main board as well, just above the Roche. So maybe see if Cyber Team's coming. And we'll see if whether the Radiant's Dire Squad, sorry, are even going to come on down here. Like, they should know that Roshan is potentially up. And I think they've seen 2 people now in the lane on this bot. So they've got to be thinking the Milesbet could potentially be going for this one. LeBron will scout out Roche. Immediate beeline for the rest of Milesbet. They're going to go for this one. Meanwhile, charge on to Mr. Luck. Spirit Breaker's really far away though. Even still, the rest of the squads smoked up to the charge on through. It's a lot of damage coming on through. Then it's pulling it down. Sentinel tanky, not tanky enough. Out comes the Chrono. Only lands on towards the Natus Prophet as well. Ice Blast connects on towards 2. But this is a very disconnected fight from Milesbet. Crastakuto as well, trying to control up the Faceless Void to keep the support alive, but it's just not going to happen. LeBron Dota also dying into the backlines, and everyone from Milesbet has to just run away. Barely the TP completes there for the Faceless Void to escape, but unfortunately for Helor is not so lucky. So it ends up being a 3-for-1 trade, favouring Side Team. That was Chrono used, all their ults as well. Well, actually, Stampede was still on cooldown, not that they would have been able to cast it. But yeah, big win there for Side. Also going to be able to get Aegis and Cheese. I'm assuming Aegis into the hands of the Puck and Cheese for Nesfit? That would be my assumption. Okay, no, they actually do it the other way around. Oh, Zeus just gets a complete free kill to Crastakuto. Goddamn, Zeus with Ags and Refresher, absolute stupid hero. Just getting free kills. Nearly also removed the Aegis straight away, which would have been massive if he could. That'd have been huge. But yeah, you know, Aegis into the hands of the Lifestealer. They really want to make sure that Nesfit can just, you know, stick on top of people. 4,200 damage. pressing a couple of buttons. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Gotta love Zeus gaming. Yeah, this Nature's Prophet, man, he's actually getting some decent net worth. He's only 1,500 gold behind the both offlaners. This is the power of a Nature's Prophet. He can always find space across the map, especially if he decides to go for a Hand of Midas as well. Just maximum greed, but maximum value if the game goes on long enough, and it looks like it will be happening. Already 35 minutes in. Doesn't really look like this game's ending anytime soon, as they will be able to grab their second Tormentor kill there for Marsbet. Shard goes over towards Otaker. I'll take it. Will get found. Ends up being a free kill. But actually, so the counterplays come in with the side. They will try and take this. AA is dead. Valor trying to run away there with the Stampede, but will get found. Never Strike holds it in place. Double kill there for Nesfit. So a 2-for-1 exchange there for Cyber Team. And that was Stampede, Ice Blast used as well with a Nimbus. So a few resources committed, and then it's going to carry on pushing forwards right now. Even going to be able to do some decent damage to this tier 2. With the Catapult Wave, there is a glyph available. And this is not the first tier 2 to fall. Oh, they found the puck, stun him in place with the Nimbus. Chronosphere also coming out. That's a huge find. Just the casual pop of the Thunder Cross. Rapid actually getting aggressive right now. Cluster charging on team. They found the Zeus into the backline, trying to focus on some Blastering, but he's so damn tanky. He gets a jump to low ground. Cyber Team find off way more than he can chew. He does manage to get the cheese up there for Cluster Pluto, trying to run away, but it looks like Marsbet want to focus on towards Nesfir instead. Both these guys are so damn fast. Charge from Cluster Pluto will get himself away. Nesfir, Ice Blast. Maybe can land in front of him, will connect, they get the stun. With Mislock jumping in, they get rid of that Aegis. Can they get the second kill though? That is the big question. Immediate stun comes through, all the bashes coming on out. Nesfit will survive, gets the infest towards Cluster Pluto, and just runs away inside the BKB Space Cow. Super close to him going down there. Very, very dicey, but saved in the nick of time. But at the same time, that was Cyber Team's aggressive play. They are the ones that jumped into the enemy base trying to get a free kill. But this Zeus man, 4,000 HP. He is no joke. He is so tanky. Absolutely humongous. But yeah, getting this free kill on towards the puck was huge. And I'm not quite sure what the choice was, like what the big deciding factor. Maybe they thought they could just do more damage than they actually could, but yeah, this Zeus just absolute beefcake. Kind of surprised he even TP's out. Maybe if Flebinik just stuck around, the extra damage meant they would have got those kills. I don't know. Hard to tell. But it's one of those situations where you just felt like a little uncomfortable. Maybe could have get caught out. Maybe still, it's very good to at least get rid of the Aegis at the end of the day. Very nearly got the second life, but the charge from the Spirit Breaker literally just in time to keep him alive there. Back on live, it looks like the puck did actually die. Was the Chronosphere used for that? Everything's still on cooldown. Not quite sure if it... Oh no, Chrono wasn't used, so that's still coming up in 15 seconds. Alright, so a nice free kill once the enemy mid. Gives a little bit more space for Marsbet to try and get something done. Again, all the lanes not really in position to push any towers or anything like that, so they're just going to have to chill. I guess the objective is wait for Roshan number 3 again. Yeah, this chart just bouncing all over the place, but according to Gaber, 66% for Marsbet right now.
Radiant's top tower
just
is
with
under
that slight
attack.
lead, despite the fact there is a network advantage for Cyber Team, but maybe that network advantage is going to get dropped a little bit, as Natus Prophet will die. They themselves is relatively tanky, to be fair. Takes a few hits to go down, but it is, again, another free kill towards Marsbet.
Radiant's top
They should be
tower
able to
is
try
under
and pressure
attack.
this tier 2 as well. Macro drop from the Shakiro just to de-push it. There's even a glyph if they need that afterwards, but they shouldn't. There's just nothing MoneyMakers can do. They're just running around in circles right now like, okay, we can't push. Just go back to farming. Retreat back to the lanes. While at the same time, their bot lane's really pushed in. Natus Vincere doing sprint breaker things, just killing creep waves. Not really any catch right there. Man, this Zeus is so fat. He's already 6-slotted for crying out loud. At 39 minutes in. Obviously can get the Aghanims bless him. He can upgrade his bots if he so chooses. He's got loads of money. Do whatever the hell he wants. Cypher Vice as well, queued up for LeBron. It would be really nice when you can get it. You know, if you can get the Scythe connection on towards the Lifestealer, sorry, like afterwards the stuns come through, there is no way you can get the Infest to survive. Should pretty much guarantee the kill. As long as if like O-Taker or the Zeus Vleshpinik is actually still alive to actually pump out the DPS, and yeah, they should be able to get that kill every time. Three-man smoke here from Cybe team. Rolling through the Radiant jungle right now. No heroes to actually kill. Maybe they might bump in towards O-Taker. Oh, he does actually get the time walk up, so he will be able to keep himself alive. But actually, speaking of Cypher vibes, Mr. Luck has just completed his own. And there is one queued up for Velhor as well. So Marsbet are just going all in on these Cypes, man. They'll have 3 if the supports can actually complete their items at a decent timing. Meanwhile, Daedalus just completed for the puck there. Huge amount of damage going through Velhor. Maybe in danger, they're able to get the Stampede. He's trying to run himself away. Nesfir attempted to keep pace, but he's just not fast enough. Now he's controlled from the Chrono, and that is a huge mistake to make. Gone from 90 seconds right now. Rain going to be another casualty as Mr. Luck also trying to get this +1 on towards the Nature's Prophet if he can. Sprout's holding him back for now. Persistence though, Mr. Luck with the Scythe trying to slow him. Constantly jumping in, another Sprout, but doesn't matter. He's delayed him enough to get the kill. No-Taker will find him. That is a massive mistake there from Cybe team. What the hell? So greedy, diving into the enemy base just to kill a Grimstroke. Actually, he's not even done yet. Kasakuto may be in danger. Has to pop the BKB. Actually turning around. These right clicks doing devastating damage. Gets the grab on towards the Grimstroke with the Scythe control. On towards the puck, just a stun. And then the second use of the Thunder God's Wrath will get the kill.
Radiant are scanning.
Again, Cybe team, man. They're committing their cause to kill supports, and it's just not panning out. They're getting absolutely devastated. Vascurio has to just run away. Charge gets cancelled again. The Cypher Vice is there. Now he has to try and retreat off to the side. Vleshpinik, though, going for the cutoff. Going to continuously spam these spells. But it is a Spirit Break at the end of the day. Charge up towards the top. Chrono is there. The O-Taker. He landed. He gets the kill. Down goes the Space Cow. Another huge target to find. And Roshan number 3 has respawned on top of everything else. It's a relatively quick one again. And they should be able to get the Aegis and Cheese and Shard or Ags, whatever the hell the Roshan's going to be dropping into their own hands. That is absolutely massive. This game is just full of twists and turns. I have absolutely no idea how this is going to pan out. I have no idea. I feel like if Cybe team just chill, you know? Take a breath, breathe in, breathe out, calm down guys, stop diving, stop committing everything for support kills, and they should do fine. But they're 100% getting carried away with themselves. But yeah, it was an Ag that also got dropped, so Faceless Void has that completed alongside his Refresher Orb that he has. Just so much control here from Marsbet. Yeah, we'll see on the replay here. Classic Crew trying to run away. So damn speedy. But again, would he have survived if he just continuously ran towards the top? I mean, actually, O-Taker still would have got the jump. So I feel like no matter what Classic Cruto did there, he was just dead. Like, there wasn't really anything he could do. He was just going to go down. But you know, they're not missing an opportunity to tip this Spirit Breaker at all. They really want to tilt the hell out of him. I don't know if it's working. Maybe it is. There's some minor questionable plays coming in here from Cybe team. But now 11k gold lead here from Marsbet. Probably the largest net worth lead we've seen in this entire game so far. Can Marsbet actually hold on to it? That is the key. Hold on to it. Try and make something happen. Maybe take down finally a tier 2 tower. All three are still standing here for the Cyber team 45 minutes in. Also killing the Spirit Breaker's courier with one of the... Christ, what the hell are they called? I can't remember. I'm a support player. I have not had to buy that item very often since it was released. I can't remember what the hell it's called. But yeah, okay, the killer's courier, so I'm sure that was going to be a refresher orb. Not going to happen anytime soon as a result. Another Scythe, though, now complete on the side of Cyber team. Man, Scythes are just everywhere in this game. Everyone of their mums is packing. Control is just the key objective here from both teams, clearly. I mean, has Velhor as well as the AA complete their own Scythes? That is the question. Because they did have them queued a while ago. And lots of craziness has happened since then, so it'd be very interesting to know. So Otaker just with a casual 5,500 gold in his back pocket, nothing queued. I mean, maybe he'll go for a Moon Shards, eat that. Coffers. I think that's really the next item for him to go for. Obviously, he does still have the Aegis, which is taking a 1 inventory spot, which maybe he'll replace just for the standard Boots of Travel, perhaps later on. We'll have to wait and see. That was getting so much money. So much money. But still we can see Marsbet, even with the Aegis, they got cheese, they got all these upgrades, they've not been trying to force the issue all too much though. Maybe now they are. See a smoke move coming on out. Chrono, I think it has been dropped. They're trying to burst down this life at the bottom. They use the second Chrono, gets the grab on towards the Chikira as well. And there will be a double kill. Very nicely played there from Otaker to grab both. Meanwhile, in the mid, there will be the trade on towards Mr. Luck. So the Centaur goes down. But at the same time, you know, Marsbet, they're still not all too sad about that trade. There are buybacks for all three of those heroes right now, so it's not like any team can try and just YOLO rush down the lane, try and get something done. Always going to be that possibility of the counterplay. Looks like Otaker is actually getting close to those tier 3 at the bottom. I mean, if they could force the lifestealer buyback out, that would be huge in itself. And it looks like they are going to try and do that. Yeah, Creep Wave coming on in. Otaker knocking on the door, seeing if anybody is home. Natus Prophet coming back for now. Spear Breaker still on the other side of the map. Obviously, Creeps in the top lane doing some damage as well. Actually, a lot of good pokes and prods on towards Otaker. Rune in place. Leech as well. So Sidewalk doesn't get too much HP back, but even still, they've got good control. Down goes the Natus Prophet. It's a godlike spree now for the MP on top of everything else. There is going to be the Dream Core, which gets the control. Brondo is dead. First life of Otaker also gone. Classic Pluto trying to stick on top of this Zeus right now. Constantly charged down, but as we stated earlier on, this is not a squishy Zeus by any means. So damn tanky, trying to juke and drive, running down to the south. A buyback from the Nature's Prophet. He's going to be able to jump into the backlines, focus onto this Zeus. Meanwhile, Otaker beaten into the puck, trying to do some damage. We're going to have to decide to disengage. Otaker actually doubled back on himself. Cyber not expecting that. The Never Strike gets counted out from the Lincoln. So if the leash is there from the scrub, though, it cancels the TP. Otaker stuck in position. And now the follow-up control is coming through with the silences. And the Faceless Void is dead, not even requiring the Lifestealer. We can actually see the Lifestealer respawns. Nesfear, he just TP'd mid. Like, that fight was still going on. He's like, yeah, you guys have got it. I'm going to push mid. Why not? And to be honest, it works out nicely. They're going to be able to get this tower pressure going. Already a buyback forced out on the Zeus. Can they also get the buyback on Otaker as well? That'd be a huge W if they can get it. We'll see here on the replay, just a bit too greedy here from Otaker. He was holding on to that BKB for a really long time. As a result, this Time Walk did absolutely nothing. Had hardly any HP left. And then just the follow-up control comes in from the puck. There was a silly amount of damage there, because obviously he's gone for the right-clicking build. Everyone just disintegrates. Spirit Breaker doesn't do much damage. You know, those right clicks are just tickling the Zeus, but he's just controlling him up. Meanwhile, on the live, you can see the push was coming through. They're taking down tier 3. Even losing up heroes on their high ground right now. And then to continue the aggression, both supports are dead. for Marsbet. It's going to be a full lane of barracks going down. Can they push the wall? Actually, they're going to dive in deep, going on towards the tier 4s. Maybe trying to focus out on towards the Zeus. Multiple buybacks suspended. Otaker using his own is the big one right there. If Cybe team can back off without getting punished, that's a huge win there for Cybe, and they will. So they take down a full lane of barracks. They get buyback from support as well as Otaker and the Zeus.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That's
attack.
massive victory right there.
The seeds of fortune.
And now once again, the net worth lead has bounced back the other way. 6k gold lead for Cybe team, but in all honesty, at 50 minutes into this game, that means absolutely nothing. Still feels very even on that front. This game, look at that. Roller coaster of a lifetime has just plummeted down into the favor of Cybe team. That was 59% win probability for themselves. And definitely in terms of momentum, they do have the lead 100%. It all depends if they can hold on to it, because that has been the key factor of this whole game. Both teams have had the lead multiple times. They just keep letting it slip through their fingers, just getting too over-aggressive and getting punished again and again. Cybe, despite the fact they don't have Aegis, don't have Cheese, none of that good stuff, they are still feeling like they can keep the pressure going on the Radiant side of the map. All 5 heroes pretty close by this triangle area. Maybe seeing if anyone from Marsbet steps out of the base. If they do, probably going to be a free kill. They're all smoked up to the side. They've got high ground ward there as well. Jump in though from this Deluxe, trying to get this grab on towards the Nature's Prophet. Full of damage coming on through. This is their initiation use for the Natures, but he doesn't have buyback. So he's down for 2 minutes, and it doesn't look like there's any counterplay from Cybe, so it is a free kill. Actually, not even done yet. Got to find the opportunity to get the grab on towards Rain as well. Is there any save from the cause? There is not. The cause of Cybe team just completely abandoned their support. It's like, right, take them. What do we care? And now, as a result, they do not have buyback. Gone for a really long time. This could actually be a huge opportunity for Marsbet to try and make a play happen. Like, they have Chronosphere back off of cooldown as well. Imagine Thunder God's Wrath not going to be too far off cooldown either. Could they just run down mids, take down tier 2, go high ground as well? Definitely feels like they have the opportunity to do so, but they do also know that Roshan could potentially be up. And they are going to prioritize that. Still another minute and a half until it is actually here. That's a Pluto as well. BKB. Okay, just going to charge through. Going towards the top. There was LeBron. Maybe thinking about trying to make something happen. Even gets the connection towards mid lane. Ooh, feels so damn good. And even gets connection to most of the other lanes. So he just killed 3 lanes effectively with 1 charge. This hero, man. Wasn't nerfed enough. Please, nerf him some more. Just nerf him some more. He needs it. A 50 seconds still before Roche. Both supports and Cybe will be alive by then. And then they're going to come on over, try and secure this area, and force an awkward fight here from Marsbet. This creep's constantly pushing in though. Top and mid in danger. This isn't that easy for Marsbet. If they try and top it down for Roche, Cybe will probably realise that, the fact that there is just always creeps in the enemy base. Maybe they can start taking buildings. Velhor will TP back, but they got Nesfit hitting the tier 3 right now, and as a result, it's going to force some more TPs back. So Mr. Luck is back on in. Roshan up in 10 seconds. And it looks like Cybe team, they're going to do the old switcheroo. They force TPs back, and now they are going to go to the Roche pit themselves. With that hero advantage, I don't think there's going to be too much Marsbet can do to contest it. Obviously, they do have fantastic Roche fight. We can't negate that. Chrono, Ice Blast as well, all the damage from the Zeus. Like Hoof Stomp as well as the Inkswell. So many AoE controlling abilities, making this Roche fight really, really hard. And it has no respawn, but Cybe team not decided to go for it. And maybe that's a wise choice, as the rest of Marsbet, they're pretty much here already. Ready to take the fight, ready to contest it. Scouted out there from LeBron. Thunder God's Wrath as well, immediately scouting out where Cybe team is. So all the information in the world here for Marsbet. And actually, Otaker, he's TP back to base. It looks like he wants to try and get this kill on towards the Nature's Prophet. He's committed Chrono for it by the looks. They will be able to find that kill, but he has to run back to this Roche pit. There's opportunity for Cyber Team to go for it, or is it? They're actually going to get aggressive, trying to go to Classic Cruiser. Ice Blast Splurge Collect instead. The Spirit Breaker getting aggressive on towards the Grimstone. Glimmer will keep him alive. Now up towards the top side. Mr. Luck just completely separated. These right clicks from the Puckman. Absolutely destructive. Annihilated the Centaur War Runner. Still going to get the fight on towards LeBron. Inkswell getting the debuff there, the dispel to keep him alive. There is going to be the Chrono. Lands on towards the Spirit Breaker. Is it enough damage to get the kill? Drawing it is not. He will survive. Uses the old Scepter to just fly away. The Puck though not so fortunate, but Nesvit trying to focus on towards the Zeus, chucking out all the spells they can, making the space, and it looks like the Zeus will be able to survive, but a charge is on him. Can he get completely out of danger? Off the side, Rain Prince will still fall. And Classic Cruto, he's going to commit it. He's going to go all the way to the base, but there it is, the cancel from Velhor. He knew it was coming on in. Able to keep his mid laner alive at the very least. Probably going to cost his own life though. He will fall. But making sure that Vladimir stays alive is the big thing. Even a Scythe connection on towards the Puck. It's a slippery character. We'll be able to get out of there. So they will survive. Huge amounts of trades left, right, and center. Probably going to need the fight recap to actually know who the hell came out on top there. It's a very dicey fight, but still, the big factor is the fact that Roshan is still alive. No Chrono though, at least for 70 seconds. So maybe Miles better like, guys, without Chrono, we can't really do it. And yeah, as a result, Cyber Team there's going to go for this one. Absolutely nothing they could do to stop it by the looks. So this will be free Aegis, free Cheese, free Axe, free Refresher, all that good stuff going into the hands of Cyber Team. Who gets what? That is the question. Alright. Aegis and Shard for the Puck. Cheese for the Lifestealer. Let's see how they split that one up. Has anyone started building the block of cheese? That's what I want to know, guys. Like, it's actually a good item now. The damage block constantly regenerates. It's not as crap as it used to be, so to be honest, I feel like that would be not a bad shout to go for.
Illusion.
I don't know if the Lotus Flowers have even been focused on either team. I haven't seen the pools in a while. Imagine they're probably just fully stocked. Just ready and waiting for that block, boys. Come on, get the block. We're going to be hitting an hour-long game for crying out loud. We'll start to see those tier 5s coming out very, very soon, which will be exciting. Always love a tier 5 game.
A prize.
Still, only an 11k gold lead, which again, this late into the game, not really that much at all. This all comes down to initiation. Which team gets the jump first? I'm not quite sure which the primary target for Marsbet would be. Is it still the Puck? Because really, this Puck is doing a lot of damage in these team fights. You know, go for this right click and build. If they can't remove them from the equation quickly, all that DPS adds up super, super fast. So yeah, I feel like the Puck is going to be enemy number 1. And obviously the Lifestealer and the Spirit Breaker just wants to be a little tasty bonus if they can land the current as well. Side team, they're playing so aggressively right now. Gonna start hitting onto this bottom set of barracks. Range 1 gone. Gonna start hitting onto the melee as well. Just illusions for now, maybe trying to bait out. But actually, it looks like in the Radiant Triangle area, they found the Nature's Prophet completely separate from the team. The charge though coming in from Castacuto. He doesn't have the Lifestealer inside of him though, so he has to be careful. Instead, the rest of the team going on towards the barracks. It will go down with the Chrono. It lands into 3 heroes. First one is dropped. Second one is going to be there. So much damage coming through. There's nothing the Puck can survive. He does have the edge at the very least. The Lifestealer will be able to get the cheese off. But can he survive much longer than that? I don't know if he can. He won't. He falls. The Puck as well on a sliver of HP. Trying to survive there with the face shield. Gets the blink down to the side. But still will get caught in the trees and will die. Gone for 2 minutes. The rest of the side team, though, do have buybacks. So maybe they can hold, but the Puck gone for 2 without a buyback is absolutely massive. Still on cooldown for 4 minutes. Even a Wind Waker now picked up for the Faceless Void for extra survivability as well. Good lord, what is happening in this game? It's so back and forth. No team can hold onto a lead at all. That's Cruzo, man. You've got to be careful. He charges through to kill the creeps. Attempting to get himself out of there. We'll have to pop the BKB. Ice Blast not going to land. Using Stampede, but what can they do? Absolutely nothing. Oh! His charge gets cancelled. They're still trying to go for him. He's just trying to waste time, though. He just can't get caught. We'll get hit by the bash. Actually using an aggressive usage of the Yules, and there it is. They bring down the Space Cow. Gone for 100, but again, does have a buyback available. And we'll see on the replay just how this went down. This is the second time a fight starts off with the Nature's Prophet just being picked off on the other side of the map. Really has to be careful about his positioning. At the very least, Side were able to get the melee barracks, but Otega, man, absolutely perfect Chronos. Grabbing the puck and the lifestealer both is just so huge. And before the puck can even respawn, the lifestealer is dead. And all of these scythe pickups are just panning out incredibly well. Like the chain stuns are insane. They got 3 scythes, tons of stuns, tons of AoE control. It is a really beautiful optimization. But the tier 3 here in the mid has gone down. Probably going to lose a full set of barracks. Maybe Marsbet might decide to go for the bottom one as well. But with the puck up in just 15 seconds, Spirit Breaker respawning in 40 with a buyback. And they will wisely choose not to risk it. And do a fall back. But the Natus Prophet, we see him down here. Trying to get him. Even has the Lifestealer inside of him. That is a huge target to find right now. Velenor going to get focused onto, but he has the Aeon Disc, gets completely negated from the Nullifier right now. But with the Zeus in tow, they can continuously chuck out spells. Natus Prophet will potentially be going down. There's Flare. Trying away, but he can't get far. The Chrono finds him. There's just nothing he can do. Chain stun to the ends of the earth, and it's another 2 kills there going over towards Marsbet. Side team. I don't know what the hell they were doing down here. Doing some weird Infest TP play. Maybe they thought of trying to get a kill. But obviously it was just a complete disaster. They lose 2 yet again. Good lord. How many mistakes can you make? Obviously 61 minutes in now, the tier 5s are starting to come flooding in for both sides. Mirror Shield for the puck is huge. Book of Shadows. Arcanist Armor for the Centaur is super nice. Seer Stone for the Grim as well. Oh, Force Boots for Otega, you know, frees up a whole inventory slot. Ain't got to worry about carrying any booties for himself. But this build from the Faceless Void is all about utility. There is like hardly any actual DPS items here. The Mjolnir is the only one. Apart from that, it's all about survivability, all about control. Actually missed the luck. Jumped in. They found the hero. Buybacks not going to be expended to keep him alive. Obviously has his own. So they will hold on to him, but it looks like they're going to sacrifice another lane of barracks right now. There is the backdoor protection. And they're going to... maybe they could have actually gone through that, but all their creep waves are basically on their side of the map. It's not going to achieve too much there. So fortunately for Side team, they're not going to get too punished from this Lifestealer death, which is real damn good. Yeah, Book of Shadows as well into the hands of onto the Zeus, just to make sure he can stay alive for as long as possible. But there is that Nullifier for the Lifestealer at the very least, so it's not going to be like guaranteed to keep himself alive. It will be handy. Nesfer as well has an empty inventory slot. 63 minutes in. Did he sell an item or something? What? I don't really know. What the hell's happened to his item? He has a Daedalus queued up afterwards. He went for the... I thought he got the axe from a Roche. Maybe he did just upgrade that as well. But, I suppose, yeah, he did actually buy it manually, didn't he? Yes, okay, so he's upgraded that. And then he had the Daedalus coming out afterwards. Yeah, we'll see how that works. Freeing up our wench. Inventory is super, super nice. Links as well there for LeBron. I mean, they're just trying to give protection against this Nullifier. I mean, that is the main thing these supports are really scared about. It's just that Nullifier coming over, screwing up the Aeon Disc or something like that, which could easily find the kill onto the supports. Actually, they have 4 scythes now. I thought Marsbet only had 3, but
Radiant's top tower is
Vloshmanek on the Zeus also now has one. So they have 4 goddamn scythes. No wonder that there is this endless control. The Natures. Okay, he's dead.
is under attack.
Trying to do some split pushing plays though at the very least. Did some decent damage to that tier 3, but it does cost him his life. But at the same time, he does still have buyback if a fight were to come out, but it doesn't look like that is going to happen. Instead, we could be waiting for Roshan number 5, ladies and gentlemen. And can we have a look at the Lotus Fountains? I want to know if there's any of the flowers there, because I really want to see a goddamn block of cheese. They should get it, man. It'd be so good. The 500 damage block could actually make all the difference, keeping some people alive, because like, there were multiple times where the Lifestealer could have got out of there, but just barely gets picked off before he can actually survive, you know. Could make all the difference. Rain Prince. Having used the Book of Shadows, try and run himself away. Unfortunately, all it does is delay the inevitable. It does it. Kronos actually comes out. The puck shows himself, and immediately Otake are focusing down on towards the puck, trying to get the kill. They will. Second Kronos were used for that one. Even so, it's a huge win so far here for Marsbet. They're going to get the grab on towards LeBron. Nesfit trying to do what he can. Now focus on towards the Centaur as buybacks used on 3 heroes. They can continuously chase forwards right now. Otaker is enemy number 1. They're trying to find the grab on towards the Faceless. They got on top of him, but he's got his own Wind Waker right now. He's trying his best. Leaves it in place. Push, stun. There's even to be the Meteor Boots coming on through. And they will be able to bring down the Faceless Void as well. 3 heroes dead from Marsbet, all with buybacks. And looks like they are also going to have to expend them. So win conditions on both sides right now. What the hell is this game, man? What is this game? It's less than 1,000 gold at 66 minutes in. 52 to 37 is the scoreline. There is a Divine Rapier now into the hands of this
Radiant's
puck.
top tower is under attack.
Jesus.
Radiant's
I was not
top
expecting
tower
this
is
for the
falling.
first game of the day. As I was mentioning earlier on, guys, this is the first game for both of these teams here in the Pinnacle 25th anniversary. There's Garen whacking onto these buildings. Range barracks is gone, forces the last couple of buybacks out there for the side of Marsbet. The side team will take that as a win, fall back as Roshan has now respawned, and they are immediately into the pit. They want to try and get this Aegis advantage for the 5th time this game. And even if Marsbet know this is gone, which I think they do, they just can't contest it at all. So once again, Aegis and Refresher into the hands of the puck. Another cheese there for Nesfir. Mr. Luck has had this cheese in his backpack since Roshan number 2, I think. He has just not used it the entire game. Proper just sat there. Maybe he is thinking about the block of cheese, you know. He's like, I'm going to hold on to it, guys. We might get it. We might just get it. But another time Rapier. This time, into the hands of the Faceless Void. So Taker with that big damage boost coming on through. Obviously knows he does have buybacks. If he dies, it's probably game over either way. Side on towards the Spirit Breaker, but just way too slippery there. Nesfir jumping on. Void wants to try and secure Mega's passive disengage as the Glyph was expended to keep it alive. And actually jump back on in. Otaker, he gets the chrono onto all 3 cores. It's perfectly placed. They managed to get the first kill on towards the puck, but he doesn't have the second chrono available. So they won't be able to get any follow-up kills. Instead, the puck just respawns off the side. Natus Prophet dies, but the Centaur has got 3 heroes on top of him, surviving for a long old time. Otaker coming in, trying to get the counter kill on towards Rain Prince, but instead, Otaker gets controlled. He is dead. 3 people from Marsbet gone for 2 minutes with no buyback. This could just be the end, ladies and gentlemen. It's all down to LeBron and Vloshmanek to keep their team alive here in this game number 1. It's a hell of a hard task. Can they do it, though? I don't know if they have the resources to push them back. They've got no ultimates, nothing available, and these buildings just die way too quickly to the right clicks, and it is gone. Finally, game number 1 ends like 68 minutes, wherever the hell it was. A long old game. But whew! What a way to start off the day, ladies and gentlemen. What an absolute crazy one. That was fun. That was very, very fun. So, well done to Cyber Team to eventually get the win. But in all honesty, that game could have gone either way 20 different times in that whole entire series. One team won, the other team won. Back and forth, back and forth. It was like watching a game of tennis at the end of the day. Tennis with kills and people dying, which is an entertaining form of tennis in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure I can't even say that this was like a win due to drafting error or anything like that. I feel like both drafts had their merits. They were both fine. They were able to execute both of their drafts multiple times. It was just all down to execution at the end of the day. The times when O-Taker was able to get double chrono onto multiple cores, Marsbet won. Easy peasy. If it was the Spirit Breaker and Lifestealer was able to get a good grab into the back lines and the puck was able to just freely hit people, it was a free win for the Cyber team. It was all down to the initiator at the end of the day. Fantastic game to start off the day, guys. But that is just the first game. The first. It was a long one, but it was just the first. We've got another one coming up for you guys very, very soon. We'll go to a short break, 5 or 10 minutes so, and then we shall return for the continuation of the Pinnacle Cup. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon.
You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen, here for the continuation of the Pinnacle 25th anniversary show. We got more game coming up here between Cyber Team and Marsbet. It was an absolutely chaotic game number 1. If all you guys are tuning in to watch this second one, let's hope the game number 2 is going to be equally as crazy. Because that was absolutely nuts. You know, sometimes we get a game of Dota 2 where one team is clearly in the lead and they just win, and it's a stomp. It's boring. It's naff. We don't want to watch it. We want to go watch something else. But that one, oh, that was excitement. Kept me on the edge of my seat the entire time for sure. And I'm very, very thankful that we were able to get that one. So hopefully game number 2 is going to be just as good. I don't really know if there's all too much that either team really needs to change in the drafting phase. Like, obviously, as I was mentioning earlier, Marsbet had a clear plan. Cyber Team also had a clear plan. Both of them were working at multiple different stages in that game. So it's not like either team has to go back to the drawing board to completely rethink how their draft is going to go. So yeah, it'd be quite interesting to see how this second game actually goes down in the draft. Whether it's going to be relatively similar stuff, maybe both of these teams might try and bring out some different little ideas. Who knows? One thing I will say is actually on the side of Cyber Team, their Lifestealer is actually one of their most common picks in recent history. Not like massively successful. They've played it 5 times in pro play and they've won 3 out of 5. So, you know, it's not like it's a hero they dominate every single game with by any means, but it is something that they are willing to pick up in multiple situations. So there is going to be the thought of maybe for the side of Marsbet if it's actually worth banning that Lifestealer. It could be worth it. I feel like a strong thing is to ban the Spirit Breaker. Like, I don't know, man. I'm surprised that hero got through. Yes, he was nerfed a little bit in the patch, but it was just a very small nerf. In all honesty, in the grand scheme of things, the Spirit Breaker is still going to do Spirit Breaker things, and that is exactly what Class Naruto was able to do multiple times in that game. It was just a huge thorn in their side. Big beefy frontliner. You stun people to the ends of the earth. You constantly split the map. Make absolutely no space for the other team to work with. It's just absolutely frustrating as hell. So we'll see if Cyber Team are going to get another go on that hero, because we're going to be jumping into the draft here for game number 2. And let's have a look to see just how it's going to go. You know, whether the opening bands are going to be different or whether it's going to be exactly the same. Marsbet once again going to remove the Dazzle. Last time they also removed the Moeta, I believe, as well as the Magnus. So we'll see if those heroes are going to be prioritized here. Meanwhile, on the side of Cyber Team, they actually remove the Spirit Breaker this time round, as it is going to be first pick going over towards Marsbet. So they just want to make sure that they don't give away that busted hero because, you know, that was probably the one big drafting mistake MilesBet made in game number 1. They're not going to do it themselves. Also removing Primal Beast, as well as the Centaur and the Zeus. Okay, so targeting a couple of heroes from the previous game there for side of MilesBet, the ones that they thought were the big problems for them. So at least going to see 2 different calls come out here from MilesBet in this second game. Quite an early Zeus ban, which is quite interesting. Very, very interesting. Will they... I don't know if it's really something that they would ever first pick, even second phase pick. I suppose they'd have to second phase it. Never mind. Unless you get last pick Zeus. Which they did last pick Zeus in that previous game. So I don't know. Feels quite early. Maybe they could have done that towards a Grimstroke or something like that. Because he was also a big problem. AA as well was also putting in a hell of a lot of work. But yeah, MilesBet, they ban out the Magnus once more. And they decide to go for the Nature's Prophet pickup themselves. They're going to have that global presence coming on through into their own hands here. One thing that was banned last game that isn't this time is the Kunkka. That was first phase banned, so will Cyb team decide to pick that up, chuck that as their mid laner? I feel like if they don't pick it now, it's probably going to end up getting banned, but they actually decide to go for the Weaver instead. This is a hero which hasn't been like touched at all really in much patches, but it's just growing in popularity so much. This hero is just appearing everywhere right now, and it can do a fantastic job as either offlaner, position 4, or a carry. I feel like position 4 is probably the place you most often see this hero now, and it is just so damn impactful. Like, you can harass easily in the lane with your Sakuchi spam. The bugs are always a real pain in the ass to deal with as well. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we do see that as their pos 4. We'll see how the second phase bans end up coming out. Nature's Prophet is the... not Nature's Prophet, sorry. The Trade Protector is the ban of choice there from MilesBet. I mean, Dark Willow is one of the most picked supports for Cyb team in recent history, so we wonder if that is going to be their hero of choice or not. Not played it for a few days, but it's definitely going to be up there in contention, I would believe. But they also decided to actually take away the Grimstroke. Yeah, makes perfect sense. Hero is still strong. Patch did absolutely nothing to him, really, to affect his pickability. Is that a word? Pickability? I don't know. I'm making it a word. It's a word now, guys. Pickability. We're rolling. Still one more ban here from Cyb team. Question is, do they resume the bans towards the off lane, or are they going to focus onto the mid? So look, okay, they go on the off lane again, taking away the Wraith King. I suppose you could say that it is maybe a carry ban as well, because I do believe Otaker plays it. And it is one of their most successful heroes on the side of MilesBet, playing it 6 times and winning 5 of those games. Strong win percentage right there. So 100% makes sense just to take away that hero. Clearly a comfort spot for MilesBet to try and push them out of that comfort zone as much as possible. I feel like maybe they might be looking at going for a Chaos Knight instead. That is probably their follow-up most comfortable carry. 100% win rate on that guy. So I won't be too surprised to see him appear. But they do pick up the Kunkka. So that is going to be their mid laner, I would assume. For Rashnabinik. Again, I apologise for butchering the name if it is wrong. Even though Kunkka, again, was nerfed slightly in the last patch. Torrent Storm doesn't last as long. A few damage, the Tidal Wave was reduced. The Ghost Ship damage delay was reduced by 10%, or the damage reduction was reduced by 10%, one of those. So he was nerfed slightly, but he can still just be a pain in the arse in those team fights, just with Torrent Storms and boats flying everywhere. So they will just pick it up. Still a strong laner, don't get me wrong. Still very strong. I don't believe Tidebringer or X was actually touched. So still able to bully out anybody, it feels. Still looking for their third pick. And it's going to be a Lion. Yeah, I like to see this. Lion has been buffed like the last few patches, I believe. Just bit by bit, he's been growing in strength. And now his Earth Spike cast range, I think, was increased by 100 or 150. I can't quite remember which one it is, but yeah, that extra bit of cast range can make all the difference in like those initiations, just help grabbing the extra +1 kill, getting an extra hero grab in stun situations, like getting your own Ravage going. I do like to see it. Very, very cool to see the hero actually being picked up. Always love seeing a good fingering. Get those free kills, boys. Finger them down. Do it. But the one thing I will say is on the side of Marsbet, they don't really have a counter to this Phoenix yet. Like this egg feels quite uncountered. I suppose the Nature's Prophet to some degree isn't too bad. It's got good attack speed. You can always make sure you're in a good position in the team fight, so just right click it down. But it's not the easiest in the world. You know, in like the level 2, level 3 Phoenix egg, when that comes out, it's going to be very, very hard to deal with. So we'll see if maybe they might try and commit another hero that could try and remove that the Supernova from the equation. We'll have to wait and see. Besides, they do actually pick up the Brewmaster. Super strong offlaner in general. Able to make a lot of space as well in the team fights. When that Supernova goes off, you can always tornado somebody up into the air, remove them from the fight, stun lock somebody else, use the Void Panda to push them away from the egg. Really, really fantastic hero right there. I love to see it. Also then followed up by the Spectre, which will obviously be their carry for this game. So if like a brew split comes on out, they find the target to go for free kill. Spectre can always jump on in to assist and just get the kill for themselves. So I'm liking how that's working out. But with that Spectre pickup, that does mean the Weaver is a support for sure. So, but it's quite odd because Weaver and Phoenix are both position 4 supports. So the big question is right now, which one of these guys is actually going to be pushed into that position 5 role? Trying to think which one would have better combination with like the Spectre in lane. I kind of feel like the Spectre would benefit more from the Phoenix in a way. Like the Weaver isn't really going to be able to achieve all too much, but with the Phoenix at least, you have a bit more like sustain and help coming in from like, the Fire Spirits and whatnot. Keep the Spectre going. Yeah, so I'm assuming this is Phoenix 5. Not ideal, but, you know, we saw in the last game pretty much every support, apart from one, got a hand of Midas. So I'm not going to be too surprised if we see a Midas coming out on this Phoenix by any means. Hope I don't see one on the Weaver, though. I really, really don't. But it was a Faceless Void pickup yet again there for Marsbet. So it's going to be Otaker's hero 2 games in a row. Already with the Kunkka, if that is going to be the mid, can't really chuck all too much into the Chronosphere, but there is the possibility that they might make this their offlaner. You know, push it into that other role, get someone else to chuck out a bit more DPS from the mid. I'm kind of thinking Core Snapfire might actually be a good idea here. You know, you'll have the Warmest Kisses for the Chronosphere for that damage. You'll have the Lil Shredder to get rid of the egg as well. You can build to be quite tanky to try and survive with a Spectre on top of you. I mean, maybe it's not the most ideal pick, but I don't know. I feel like it's not the worst. I feel like it might be alright right there. But they themselves obviously ban out the TA. Cyber Team, on the other hand, have removed both the Puck and the Tide Hunter. So again, they themselves aren't too sure if this is going to be a mid or off-lane Kunkka. Just sort of covering both bases right now. Still 30 seconds of reserve time here from Marsbet. Thinking about what their final ban is going to be. And it does look like Cyber Team are just looking for a mid themselves. Can't be someone that's too squishy that just gets completely deleted once a Chronosphere is on top of him. They actually ban out the Kotl. Okay. So if they're taking away the Kotl, maybe they think they do want to put the Kunkka mid. Because like the Illuminate spam in that lane would just be devastating. Very hard for him to dodge it. And he could just get bullied down quite easily. Still final pick to come out here right now. Not much reserve time. And Broodmother is the hero of choice for Marsbet. Okay. That's very, very cool. Been a while since I've seen a Brood in a pro game. So it'll be quite interesting to see how this hero pans out. Again, there's the possibility that this could be Brood mid, still Kunkka off, or Kunkka mid, Brood off. Maybe MarsBet are just going to leave it as a flex, see what the final pick here from Cyber Team is going to be. And then they might try, you know, put either one of those into a different position, depending on what Cyber's mid laner is actually going to turn out as they still have over a minute of reserve time to work with. So Cyber Team could really give this some good thing. A hero which might be able to achieve decently against both of those heroes at the same time, not get completely crushed in the lane. It's not easy. I feel like if it's a Brood, could be going mid, it sort of has to be a ranged hero or somebody very tanky, which is going to be the Dragon Knight. Okay. Alright, so DK mids. In which case, for MarsBet, would they prefer a Brood Mother or a Kunkka mid? I feel like Brood is still fine. Like, the burst damage that comes out from the from Fire Breath isn't going to be enough to kill the Spiderling, so it feels like maybe the Brood can just full AFK in that lane and just feel like perfectly fine about it. It's a really interesting choice. I feel like a lot of this is going to come down to just how this mid lane goes, in all honesty. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. Which team am I actually going to be leaning towards, though? That is the question. I kind of feel like I'm going to go towards Cyber Team to take their second game. Because sort of for the main reason as, you know, the Chronosphere is going to come out, but where is the actual damage coming from on the side of MarsBet? Like, before they had the Zeus to actually help out, but this time the other two cores are a Kunkka and a Brood Mother. So not exactly going to be able to chuck out much damage inside that Chrono by any means. So it might just be down to Otaker to actually pump out the DPS. Before, in game number 1, he went for a very like utility heavy build. He had Lincolns, he had Skadi, BKB. He was sort of very, very defensive. Obviously Refresher Orb as well. So he just wanted to make sure he could control people and survive for as long as possible in those fights and just really rely on the Zeus. This time round, he cannot do that. So he has to go for some sort of DPS style build and then just have the Brood Mother and the Kunkka running around in the back lines of the fight, just causing havoc elsewhere and making space for him, I guess. So in that regard, I feel like Cyber Team should have the edge. Again, is the fact that there's not really any good egg counter either. Unless the Faceless Void Chrono's inside the egg and could just try and beat away with the help of the Nature's Prophet. I mean, Brood Mother as well has decent attack speed, but again, when I was saying earlier on, you've got the Brewmaster. That can, you know, throw people up into the air, you can pull them away, you can stun them. Yeah, I'm going to go Cyber Team. We'll see if I'm going to be right. This time round, though, we are not going to get a minute 0 triple kill on the side of Cyber. It's going to be a standard even 0 for 0. Unless both teams decide to try and fight for this top bounty. Looks like Cyber should be able to grab it right now. I mean, there is still a few members of MarsBet nearby. I don't know. I'm not sure who actually excels here, the 1v1, or the 5v5 at level 1. Otaker, I think, are coming forwards. We're not getting the vision onto multiple heroes. Oh, nice 3-man stun, but even still, the Dragon Tail stun comes towards Otaker, and they get the kill. It was a really risky play. It could have worked out, but he was just milliseconds too slow on the time walk, gets caught by the Dragon Tail, and that was it. He is just dead. So First Blood going over towards the side of Cyber Team once more here in this game number 2. Oh. That was nearly such a cool play. Like a little Ravage, but unfortunately the stun level 1 for the Earth Spike is just that tiny bit too short. It does cost him big right now. Love to see it. Love to see it. We'll see how these lanes go down. Obviously, the choice was for MarsBet to put the Brood Mother into the off lane versus the Spectre. You know, once you get a few points into Insatiable Hunger, you're easily going to be able to push out Nesfir. And it's going to be quite difficult, I feel, for this Spectre to really get much CS on the board. This Rain Prince can try and make something happen to give him space, but it's not all too easy. Especially we've got a Nature's Prophet as well, which is quite frustrating to deal with. It's mid already. DK getting very low.
I think nautical. Pro just getting beaten into relentlessly right now. Has to be very careful. Tidebringer always able to provide some good amount of harassment. Torrent not going to connect on towards Pro himself. He's going to walk it off.
Step lively now.
Still actually holds a CS lead thus far. 6-4 for the Dragon Knight against the 4-1 at the Kunkka. As long as he can hold on to this lead and keep those numbers going, he should have a pretty good time despite the amount of harassment coming through. But you know, the one good thing about the DK, you scale that armor, you get all that HP regen on top. So it makes it very, very hard for the Kunkka to try and push him out of the lane. Still see Nesfit doing fine, but early levels, man. Early levels here for Mr. Luck. Once he gets level 3, probably 2 points into Insatiable Hunger, we'll probably start to see that go completely different direction. And it should just be like a free lane, it feels, for the Brood member. Won't be contested whatsoever. This top lane, however, looks like it's going pretty fine so far here for Saib. Classic Kruto, second in terms of CS 11 and 3, but Otek as well is having a fine time himself, 9 and 1, only slightly behind. Doing A-OK for now, but again, once a few more levels start piling up on towards this Weaver, just come on through. The constant harassment is very frustrating to deal with. We'll see how LeBron though is actually going to build this line as well. I'm also kind of surprised that they actually made the line 5 and the Nature's Prophet 4. I feel like the line could really benefit from having that extra bit of farm priority, and a Nature's Prophet, even as a position 5, will still be able to find space to get farm going elsewhere across the map. So very interesting to see. But up top, Classic Kruto just gets run down under his tower. They're trying to get a counter kill on towards the Lion, but it's not going to happen. Velhorn makes a fantastic rotation, ends up getting a double kill for his efforts. And you know, that is why they decided to make the Nature's Prophet 4. He just comes on in, gets a double kill into the safe lane. Super damn nice, very fantastic plays. Definitely going to upset the balance of power, give plenty of space now for Otaker to resume his farm. Creep Wave at the very least here for Classic Kruto is underneath his own tier 1. But LeBron will get the pull off at the very least. Make sure that the wave doesn't get too upset. Looks like the big difference in CS though is this mid lane right now. Pro is really starting to pull ahead. 22 and 8 against the 14 and 2. This is actually a humongous lead at this stage in the laning phase. Because these constant drag tail stuns from Pros is really being a thorn in the side here of Leshmanik. Just messing up so much of his CS. Maybe once he gets a few more points into Tidebringer, it might start making a difference, but Velhorn will go down. The Weaver actually able to find the kill deep inside the dire jungle. The hell was the Nature's Prophet even doing there? I have no idea. Maybe still, they'll take a free kill. He was underneath an Observer Ward. Digger. Just constantly whacked on Classic Kruto. Bash comes through. Nature's Prophet as well. Once again making another gank. And they managed to find the kill. So third one on the board. Weaver barely able to get himself underneath the safety for tier 1 yet again. Blind Earth Spike not going to hit. Velhorn, man. This guy plays so aggressively. He's just hungry for kills. At the very least on the side of side team, their Brewmaster is getting punished, but at the same time, Nesfir, as a result, is getting space. 21 and 3 against the 21 and 7 of Mr. Luck, which, to be honest, it feels like it should be a lot more. If the Nature's Prophet was spending more time down the spot, I feel like the Spectre will be suffering. Meanwhile, 1v1, and the Weaver comes out ahead again. The second solo kill here for the Weaver in this game. Even dropping a smiley face with Veshek. He gets the X mark on towards the Weaver, and then with a counter tip comes on through. It's a free kill, which, to be honest, I think Marsberg could be happy with. Solo kill for your mid laner is super, super nice. Happy with that one. But at the same time, the Brood actually got run down under their own tier 1. So losing that is actually pretty damn big. Going to be more space for Nesfit to resume the farm. Andrew will say that it used a rotation from the line. Meanwhile, in the mid, it looks like multiple people TPing in right now. Pro is gone, but the Kunkka will be able to survive by the looks. Can't say the same, though, for Velhorn as we'll die for the 3rd time this game. LeBron, though, wanted to try and secure the room. Going to spawn top, which will get grabbed there from Leshmanik. Actually, just pick the root. Wait, does the
Radiant's
Kunkka
bottom
not
tower
have
is
a
under
bottle?
attack.
That's very odd. 6 minutes in for Kunkka not to have a bottle is interesting, purely for the fact that, you know, even if you don't get a rune to refill your bottle, you can always X-Mark TP back to base to get that free regen and a free refill. It's just such a strong combination, but looking like he's just not bothering to commit his money. Obviously, the Dragon Knight is a hero which does not care about bottle whatsoever, feels super happy, and as a result, Jesus, there's a lot of damage there in towards the Kunkka.
You fought and died.
Okay, now he's going to go for the X-Mark TP to the base. But again, without the bottle, it's not as efficient as it could be, you know?
Dire are scanning.
Oh. Wisdom Rune. Wurch gets stolen away. Bellhorse securing that one, but once more, it's going to cost him his life. So that is the 4th death on the board here for this Nations. But at least this time, you know, securing the Wisdom Rune is 100% worth it. You know, he'll do that every day of the week. Did it game number 1, worked out nicely. He is sort of chain feeding now, though. I will say. His 4th death on the board. He has had 3 kills at the very least, so he's trying to balance it out. The Natus Prophet, not exactly the tankiest hero in the world these early levels. So the fact that he's getting punished is super impactful. Take it. He's going to be fine, or is he? He gets connected on from the bugs, and with the involvement of Nesfit, already got his level 6. There's nothing that the Faceless Void could do. He got his level 6 at the very, very end there. Maybe if he had that a tiny bit sooner, he could have chronoed and ran himself away and potentially survived, but just fantastic timing there from side to get that free kill. And even Nesfit is going to run back down to the bot to resume his farm, but now there is level 6 here onto Mr. Luck. Not as easy to bully out this this Broodmother anymore, but in all honesty, the CS differential is not as bad as I was expecting. But basically equal. But there is going to be the first chrono used. Don't take again the connection on towards Cluster Cruto. Could not get his ult off in time. The split just takes too long to cast, and it is going to be a kill. Once again going over towards supports. O-Tier Command. He wants one of these kills. 0, 2, and 4. Just can't get any of that gold coming through, and as a result, you know, he's not a million miles behind, but he's 500 gold behind that of his counterpart carry. Meanwhile, speaking of the Spectre, jumps towards the mid, maybe try to help get a kill, but Kunkka too tanky this stage. We'll have to just fall back to his own lane to resume the farm. Actually, diving past the tier 1 by the looks. Kunkka's still in danger with the Weaver involved. Rushing it, one more right click. There is going to be the orb dropped. Another one comes through. The DK just too damn fast. They find the kill, and there should also be this tier 1 dropping. As Clash and Cruto making his own rotation here at his own level 6. Just to make sure this tower goes down sub 10 minutes in. So making the space will make it a bit more awkward for the Kunkka to try and find anything going. Might see Clash a bit making a move towards one of these side lanes to try and actually, you know, get something done. It's very hard for him to go back to his mid. I say that and he TP's back to mid. Now he wants to carry on his farm. He wants some more items, going to go first. Meanwhile, the DK maybe thinking about heading into the Dire top lane. He was actually underneath for wards, so he's not going to go for it. It's going to be fine.
Double damage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As a result, just teeter in between a 1k gold lead so far here from the side. Maybe that's going to get worse, as Nesfit does actually get caught out. LeBron getting the credit. That was with the finger. Finger's on cooldown. I don't know if you've got the charge or not.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Plus 40 damage. You can never go wrong. They're going to try and start pressuring in this tier 1 tower at the bot lane now. There's a counter wave as well. Rain Prince trying to slow it down with the Fire Spirits. Even so a TP in from Clash and Cruto. They're going to try and go for it. The Private Spirit has been used. Valor attempts to TP, but he's not going to be able to get very far. Especially with Weaver on top of him, he will die. But everyone else there on the side of Marsbet will disengage. So, in all honesty, it's not an awful trade there for Marsbet. Sure, the tower does get denied, they don't get the resources, but at the same time, they forced 4 rotations. The Bruce split was used, the Horde was used as well. The tower is still gone, so they have a bit of that extra map space. Yeah, I think they're fine with that trade, even losing the Natus profit. Although Oteka, they're going to try and make a move right now on towards the DK, dropping the Chrono. Going to allow the Torrent and the boat to all connect. This DK is just not tanky enough, will go down. At the same time, he was able to get the tower before he dropped.
Step lively now.
The Weaver slippery enough to be able to get away. Or is it? Oteka's actually keeping chase. We'll have to go for the Time Warp, but unfortunately he just goes straight back into the waiting arms of the Kunkka. They got the control, and there will be another kill there from MarsBet, so they get 2. And once again, evening out this game, 9 for 9, less than 1k gold lead. Both teams losing their tier 1 tower, but the real deciding factor here for Cyber Team is the fact they do have the mid tier 1, and even quite a large advantage there in win probability. But you know, I'm going to factor this all down to they have a Spectre. We all know how much Gaben loves Spectre. He just got a big old little liking for her. So that's perfectly understandable. Question is, which team really favours going super late in this game? As LeBron will get found. Eventually gone down. The Weaver was desperately trying to give the last hit over towards the DK, but ended up getting it regardless because of the dot damage. But they're going for the TP out. Nice Torrent connects onto the 2 of them. Will allow him to successfully TP away. Very, very close to going down there, though. I think I've seen the Spectral Horn multiple times right now, or Shadow Step, whatever the hell it's called. I haven't actually managed to find a kill in quite a while with it. But even still, it's not always about finding an actual kill, it's about applying pressure across the map. Because you're forcing the Kunkka to go back to base, waste time for himself, can't really get his farm going. And he is really the only person on the side of MarsBet who is contesting those top spots right now. Still like 500 gold behind that of the Dragon Knight, of Pro, but still ahead of the rest of the cores at the very least. But everyone is pretty similar to their counterparts. Only 100 separating the offlaners. Just over 100 against the carries, 300 against the mids. So it does still feel like this game is super, super close. The real upsetting balance about why the network advantage is still in MarsBet's favour is because this nation problem. Just find a farm wherever he wants. Meanwhile, they're going to try and go for a kill here into this mid lane. Both connects the control with the finger. They got the damage to get the kill. Now LeBron try and run away, but he knows he's dead. Even an aggressive blink dagger. Oh, actually, no. DK blinked towards the camp before he's trying to go for the extra kill onto the Kunkka. But it's a 1-for-1, but yeah, MarsBet, they like that. Kill the Kunkka, kill the Spectre, sorry. They get another finger charge on the go. It's a worthy trade.
Tower is under attack.
Mr. Luck now just left down to get solo farm here at the bot. Going for the Orchid Malevolence as the first item. Going to be really, really nice at catching the Weaver, the Spectre, the Brewmaster as well, even the Phoenix. Like, silence is really, really devastating against all of these heroes. Trying to go for a TP. No cancel. He is safe. Yeah, it all comes down to how fast that Orchid, though, is actually completed, Mr. Luck. If it takes too long, could see like a Manta come out for the Spectre. Maybe even a Yules as well for like the Pro, not the Pro, sorry, the Brewmaster, something like that. Anyway, of getting a natural purge on the go. You see, back in the day, people would get like Guardian Greaves on a hero like Brewmaster if they needed a purge, but Guardian Greaves is just, it's just not really an item anymore. Let's be honest. No one buys this item. It's just completely dead. So not likely to see it regardless this game. We'll see if he decides to queue any of those items. Meanwhile, Pro, yeah, he does have that blink. Now has a Hand of Midas also complete. They're going to find an opportunity to go for this kill on towards the Faceless Void. Oteka is able to get the Time Walk off with the jump in from Nesfir underneath the tier 2. He's able to get the Chrono. It actually connects on to nearly everybody. The only person who isn't is the Weaver. He can't get the full connection. Now Mr. Luck getting involved. This dive under the tier 2 is going hugely punished. Nesfir is dead. Classic Crew is split ends. The Weaver trying to run away. Classic Crew is going to be the highest priority target right now. Going to try and get dived up with the re-engaged. Phoenix Egg has been dropped as well, so MarsBet have to just disengage. But as a result, even if Cyber Team get out now without losing anybody else, it's still a massive, massive win for MarsBet. Actually, the fight's not even done yet. All going to run into each other. Weaver going to get caught from the torrent. Vikings coming through with the finger, still able to survive, but will drop down to the residual damage after that. So it's a 3 versus 4 right now. Cluster Crew is trying to chase up towards the north. The Void just runs himself away. Sprout is going to be there, makes some space. Velhorn to feel pretty damn safe for LeBron. Dota, unfortunately, this is too damn squishy. It will go down. So will the Brewmaster. Does eventually drop. Both supports gone in from Mars, but Mr. Luck is back on in with the freshly completed Orchid Malevolence, focusing down on towards Pro. And it looks like they're going to give up the chase. Not choosing to dive too far. What a chaotic fight. Ends up being a decent win, I do believe, there for Cybe. They do obviously lose both of their supports, but they kill the Brew, they kill the Spectre, multiple ultimates expended on both sides as well. As a result, yeah, just about 1k gold lead now for Marsbet, maybe close to 2k. Very clunky fight, very awkward. Oh yeah, gold exchange, 100 gold difference, 200 experience. Yeah, that fight was nearly a null factor. The biggest impact was the fact that a core died instead of support on the side there side. Yeah, see on the replay here the re-engage fight, the second round as it comes on through. Both teams playing very, very carefully. Kind of interested in where like the Broodmother went back to base miles before that just to try and heal back up. Heal back in the line. It looks like the Brew nearly dies. We'll be able to survive. Kunker actually dropping instead. Velhorn able to get a TP wave with the Spirit Vessel. One more tick. He was literally 1 HP. Literally 1 HP there for Natus Vincere. Survives. Actually insane. As a result, it's going to be a complete turnaround. Mr. Luck goes down. They're going to try and dive past the tower as well to go on towards LeBron Dota. He would be able to get away. Good lord, man. 1 HP. That is incredible. You know, those are the times where if he has an Iron Branch or something like that, it is massively impactful. I mean, he's got standard items, you know. If he didn't have a completed wand, he would have died. If he didn't build that bracer, he was definitely dead, you know. All these things add up. Love to see it. I wonder, was a 1 HP survive on the Pinnacle bingo sheet? Maybe it should have been. If you guys didn't know, you can go on to the Pinnacle Cup Twitter, or X I should say, it's now called X, and there is like a bingo card going on just so you can follow through with all like the little crazy things that can happen throughout the game. I don't know if a 1 HP survivor is one of them, probably not, but Rain Prince will die. At the same time, Velhorn will also die elsewhere, so both carries getting kills as support. Again, just feels like an equal trade.
Step lively now.
But
Your
still just
admiral is on board.
bang on even game. Less than 1,000 gold. 16 to 14. Still don't see either team really think about going for a Roche, but I feel like Marsbet's Roche, it's okay. Cybe team isn't too bad. Like they got the minus armor at least from the Weaver.
Radiant are scanning.
You can see on the chart, it's just been a continuous advantage right there for Cybe team in terms of win probability, I should say. But as we know, win probability sometimes means absolutely nothing. I believe in the history of Pro Dota 2, there's been like 1 or 2 99% comebacks. Like 1% comebacks, I should say. So, you know, it doesn't mean everything. Doesn't mean the game is won. Nesphere, though, he's in danger. The jump hit from LeBron, too soon. They're still able to get the X mark, which is going to be more than enough. They've got the control. This will be a Spectre going down with the finger on top to guarantee the kill. Should be enough time there for LeBron to also get another finger charge. So I believe that's 4 charges for himself, like plus an extra 160 damage. Super, super nice, especially once he gets the level 15 talent where you actually get HP for all the charges as well. Turns you into a tank. Feels real damn good. But now Roche is on Radiant side. Marsbet, they're going to go for this one. And it's actually dropping relatively quickly. Even if Cybe team know this is going on, could they react in time? There are a couple of heroes coming on over. Weaver and Pro. They are nearby, they're going to run into LeBron Dota, so the Lion will be the sacrifice, but as long as they can get the rest of the Roche, but it's not dropping very quickly right now. Maybe there's going to be an opportunity for the steal, but it's not quick enough. Otaker still able to get the Aegis, but can they get the clean up? Velhorn's going to fall down. Mr. Luck trying to run away up towards the cliffs, but there's too much chase, too much damage, they get the kill. And Otaker, the Maidens have to go for a Chrono TP, and he will, but then can he get the stun? They kill him! They don't even need to stun, and now it's a disaster for Marsbet. They lose 4. They're going to lose the Otaker as well. with a freshly completed Aegis. So they get roast, but it means absolutely nothing at the end of the day. A massive fight coming up there from the side team. And there was just no Kunkka. Oh wait, was the Kunkka there? I don't think the Kunkka was there. Or did he just TP out super soon? I'm not too sure. I can't remember. My memory is awful. Might need the replay. Yeah, on the replay. Is the Kunkka there? Okay, he is there at the start. But I guess he doesn't have ghost ship or anything. So he does just decide to like bail, which kind of makes sense because it was just a disaster. You know, it was all about everybody get the hell out there as fast as you can. Try and survive. I mean, LeBron gets the information for him. But yeah, look at that. Fortunately, he doesn't even wait for Roshan to die. He's like, bye. I am out of there. Everyone else, unfortunately, not go be able to get that heads up play. Obviously, somebody had to stay behind to actually kill Roche. Maybe if O-Taker as well there jumped to like the bottom right corner instead, and then Chrono to his left, he might have been able to get out of that one. But again, it's power of hindsight, you know. You always know you can make those differences when you make these sort of slight moves. But even still, big win from side. 3k gold lead now. Haven't got to worry about the Aegis. And that's just more time for the Spectre to resume the farm, who is definitely doing so. So far, the only core below 10,000 net worth is actually Mr. Luck on this Broodmother. Hasn't been able to find all too much across the map by the looks. You know, like an ideal Broodmother game, you're expecting to see at this stage webs all the way up to the bottom tier 2, just controlling the entire Radiant jungle. But they just can't do that. Literally, they are on their own side of the map. Mr. Luck on their right side jungle by where their tier 1 was is not where you want your Broodmother to be at this stage of the game. Even just sacrificing the Spider Link for why not. And trying to get into a BKB next as well. About 800 gold away. And then with that BKB online, maybe they can just get themselves forward, start making space, actually get some things done. Because at the moment, this Brood hasn't really felt too impactful. He's getting kited around a lot. I wonder if Kunkka as well was close to having that Torrent Storm going. Or whether if he's even building it. Okay, he actually already has it. Never mind. Miles behind. He actually had it in that last fight, if I do believe. Me just being dumb as normal, you know. Casters, we don't know what this game is. We just talk about it. That's our job. But yeah, he's got BKB queued up next. We'll have that up in about 1,000 gold as well for himself. Class to Kruto, nearly having a completed Radiance. Velhort will just go for the TP out. I mean, maybe Classic could have gone for a split there to get the kill, but I guess he just didn't want to use that high-end cooldown just to get a support grab. Yeah, he wants to make sure it is there if a team fight comes their way, or if they can get a free kill onto a core. It's a definite good bit of nerves. Hold on to that ability for as long as possible. Meanwhile, Mr. Luck trying to get aggressive right now on towards the DK. Good sprouts, trying to block off his escape with the X-Mark into the phone. Stun will just barely be able to connect, gets him the kill on towards Pro, finger secure in that one, so another charge there towards LeBron. That's a big kill to get as well, 5 kill streak. It's like basically 1,200 gold spread amongst a few heroes. And that brings down the net worth lead from 4k to 2k. It actually isn't done yet. They will get the Chrono connection on towards the Weaver. The stun comes through just in time for LeBron to make sure the time must not come on out. All the time lapse, I should say. Now focusing on towards the Brewmaster. He's silenced up from this Orchid. They're going to be able to get the kill before he can pop his ult. And in just a matter of like 20 seconds, Cybe team crumble. They lose 2 cores and the support and their mid-tier 1. Their net worth lead is completely evaporated. And we're once again back to an even game. That just seems to be how this series is between these two teams. You know, one team gets a lead, they'll throw it, do something a little bit reckless, and then it's back to the other team's turn to have a go and get an advantage. Always great to see though. Always fun.
Money changes hands.
Also looked like there was a Scythe queued up for the Phoenix, so just going for more control if they can. Shard goes over towards LeBron Dota for free. Feels pretty damn nice. Does the Magic community have a huge impact in this game? Not so much. You know, you're still going to get all the right clicks coming through from the Spectre and everything. Even the Weaver can be pretty damn annoying. Avoid some of the magic damage, I guess, from the Phoenix. But, you know, again, the three-man sucky section. Gotta love the extra bit of mana. Always feels good. Meanwhile, deep behind the tier 2, doing some scouting. Weaver is able to spot both Plastic as well as Mr. Luck. Now actually going for the jump on towards the Cook right now. The immediate jump in from Nesvir. They can try and bring it down, but instead it's actually the Weaver to lose their life first. Immediately, Flashbanek just falls back. So they get a kill, free kill onto a support, but at the end of the day, Cyber Team were able to take down a tier 2. They forced out a BKB and a couple of ultimates. So, in all honesty, for Cyber Team, that's not the worst trade in the world. I think they will take that. They're even lingering with this smoke, maybe trying to see if they can get a free kill onto anybody else going to step out of position.
Radiant are scanning.
Might bump in towards LeBron, or actually LeBron bumping into them, I should say, as he's found the grab on towards Clash the Bruto. Finger coming through. Can he keep himself alive? He's silenced up though. This Orchid has actually been so impactful. Egg is off down to the south. Everyone's just trying to run away here from Mars. Both supports on a sliver of HP, and they will just tick out to the AoE damage. So there's a hero advantage right now for Sai, but it looks like the 3 cores of Marsbet just do not want to take the fight without their supports alive. Nesvir jumping in deep, going to try and turn around. Mr. Luck as well, pop the BKB with Sage for Hunger. Nesvir in danger. Otaker is also here. He's like, where the hell is my team gone? They've vanished. And Nesvir is just dead. And that is why I have the words big and bold tattooed across my back. Greed is feed. And you don't just run in recklessly. Huge mistake there from Cybe. They could have taken those kills, got out, would have felt okay about it. The big punish there from Mars. Also, I just want to clarify, I don't actually have that tattoo. I feel like I should, though. That'd be actually a big tattoo. There you go, guys. I'll get that done. I'll get that done. Don't you worry. Meanwhile, Weaver found Otaker, but the Bronzo has also come in, managed to get the Hex. Stun! Just barely off the mark. There is still a time lapse available. Will he have to use it? Nerves of Steel. And he just scoochies and runs away. A-okay. No problem in the world. But still, man, the score lead is always even. 22-21. 1 kick gold lead right now for Marsbet. And second, Roche, very, very long respawn time. 2 minutes 45. So we'll see which team is going to be able to actually pick that one up. I mean, it will be on the Radiant side for sure. Probably see one of these teams start fortifying the area. But whilst all the main abilities are on cooldown, both teams are just going to reset, go back to farming, get another item also online. So I was saying earlier that the Brood, Mr. Luck, you know, he wasn't having that like lane impact that you normally see from Broods, like pressuring tier 2s and stuff. But this Orchid Malevolence pickup has been massive. Like, it has secured multiple kills on towards Clash the Cruto, like the silence stopping him from getting his ult off, which has been huge. Also managing to get like grabs on towards the Spectre as well, so we can't like trying to go for a haunt away or anything. Really, really heads up item. Obviously Nesvir does have the Manta at the very least to purge away his own silence. So we'll be eager to see if Clash the Cruto is building some sort of purges. Even Pro paying respects to it, getting his own Manta style here on the Dragon Knight. It is just, yeah, real big factor about why this last fight's been good, but there's going to be the Chrono again! Just as the Bruce is about to come out, they get the cancel, although they're still down well alive, but the finger coming out from LeBron will get the cancel. The AoE suck, gets rid of all those illusions at the very least, but LeBron will still tick out there, too much AoE damage. The egg gets scrambled so damn quickly, and now Nesvir trying to run away, but will actually just get the jump off to the side, or not, he is just dead. Disappeared on my screen as he is gone. Bro, though, waiting in the trees, and can jump in aggressively. Can he get the burst kill on towards Otaker? The Faceless Void survives just barely. They're going to try and chase after him. There is going to be the Atos coming in from the Weaver. One more right click chasing after him. He's in danger. They will be able to get the finishing touch. And now Fleshbanek overstaying his welcome. Had a bit of that save your buddy syndrome. And as a result, ends up being an extra 2 kills here eventually. Good lord. We were just getting the final touch. So yeah, I mean, it was a very good fight there for Marsbet. They had a huge advantage, 3 for 1. But then just that tiny bit of greed, pushing forward, and the big turnaround there from this Dragon Knight, turning the situation around, making it even. So once again, the score is the same, pretty much 25-24, less than 1k gold lead. Now these guys, both of these teams are just so evenly skilled, it feels. Like, this is a fantastic matchup, which arguably, this series, I'm going to say something bold. I'm going to say this is more entertaining than the grand finals of TI. TI was just a one-sided affair. It was a mess. It was just team spirit going, yeah, we win. GG, 3-0, easy peasy, which was surprising. But this game is so back and forth. Either team can take it at any stage. I'm loving it. I'm loving every second of it. Great, great stuff. And Roshan has respawned, and Cyber team already secure in the area. I'm sure they're going to run into that Roche pit momentarily to make sure it is up. They will scat out now. Negatives double down and go for the kill. Assault Cuirass, though, at the same time, has now been completed here for the Natures. Oh, Nesfir actually gets a solo kill on towards LeBron Dota, which is pretty crazy. Considering how, you know, LeBron has multiple instances of stun, you've got the AoE drain, so you can get rid of both the illusions. But he was still able to find the kill. Very, very nice pickup there from the Sphere. So as a result, I think MarsBet, yeah, they know Roshan is now going, so they're just trying to split across the map, get where else farm they can go in. And Aegis now into the hands of Nesfir.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Five-man smoke as well from Cybe. See if they can get a cheeky grab onto anybody. They show up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not going to happen though. They're going to go back to split him, resuming the farm across on different points of the map. Velhort. Quite a risky spot right now. Still like another couple of minutes away from the Wizardry, so we'll have to try and back on out. Nesfir, no lucky bashes this time round from the Spectre, so they will successfully complete the TP away there from the Nature's Prophet. Very close though. I'm sure they're probably just waiting for their ultimates to be back up. DK form up in 8 seconds. I'm sure the Haunt and whatnot from the Spectre is going to be up pretty much the same time. And then with that Aegis and Cheese advantage, I'm sure Cyber Team are going to try and, you know, start running down some buildings, or at least actually look for kills on the Dire side of the map. As it looks like the DK form was used to push this tier 2 at the bot, which no one from MarsBet is actually addressing, so might just be a free tower going through. Although speaking of MarsBet, gone for the 3-man smoke.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're sort of lingering around there in triangle area, not quite sure which direction they want to head. They are relatively close to the Dragon Knight right now, but he's a very, very hard kill to find. He's super tanky. Classic Cruto, maybe he's actually going to be the hero of choice to jump on in. They get the Hex, they actually stack up the Silence though, so maybe that little Mr. Q is going to make a difference, or not, as Classic Cruto still just get burst down. Nesfir jumps in, trying to make something happen, not going to achieve all too much. Meanwhile, Pro, these Ripens are just devastated. The next problem will just go down. Otake drops the Chronosphere to make sure they get rid of that Phoenix. Not going to be a Supernova in this fight. The Pro, the Bruce Spray has also fought back. Can he get here in time to make any difference? The stun there from Pro, just in time to deny the retreat there from Mr. Luck. So as a result, it is a 2-for-2 exchange, but MarsBet were able to force out a buyback. They get through that cheese. DK form was used, but they do have to use Chrono on top of that. There's a big bit of control used up there. Actually, maybe going to find a +1 on towards the Weaver. Oh, he survives on like 2 HP. Able to get the time lapse. He will survive, and now Otake is in a real sticky situation. Time walk up to the high ground. TP away. No cancel. He will survive. No one actually drops in that situation. Very, very dicey. Still, man, I don't get it. We see team fight after team fight, but no one's pulling ahead. It's still 1k gold lead. Maddening, Dota. Absolutely maddening. But, you know, there is still a minute and 45 left of this Aegis here to the hands of Nesfir.
Middle tower is under attack.
Is that enough time, though, to try and push something in. They still have Brew Split because once more Classic Crusoe just could not get any abilities off. I actually wouldn't be too surprised if he goes for an Aeon Disc. Like, I actually think Aeon Disc for this Brew would be fantastic. Unless he's like anticipating a potential nullifier from the Brew. Not the Brew, so the Brood. Not the Brew. To actually be coming out, in which case that would be a problem, but that's not going to be happening anytime soon. So yeah, Aeon Disc would be a real heads-up pickup. Not ideal, you know, when you're an offlaner, buying an Aeon just feels brutal. But when, you know, you got to do what you got to do. Got to make sure he actually gets his ult off, because he just can't do it. He really can't. There's a Abyssal now complete up though for Nesfir. He's got that guaranteed lockdown. Going to stop those just TP outs.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Troops up in this top tier 3. Not really any other pressure to come out though from side. They're just all probing around right now for side. Looking for an opportunity, and they will find it. Jumping immediately on towards Mr. Luck right now. Nesfir, where's the further lockdown? Still trying to charge forwards on towards the Broodmother. Mr. Luck's able to walk himself away. Classic Crusoe coming on through. He gets turned on from the silence. He wasn't able to use his Bruce off the time. He's not going to get punished this time. Instead, MoneyMakers could use the opportunity to back on off. Nesfir, though, in deep. He still has this Aegis for another 2 seconds. Is now gone. And now he has to play a little bit more careful. Oettinger, though, he gets the chrono. Once more, Classic Crusoe in danger. Finger, but there is going to be the Aeon Disc. He assembles it just as the thing comes out. Fantastic timing from his part. And now the split comes out. And MarsBet, they have to just run away to the high ground. The Supernova Egg also pops off onto the backlines. So out of that whole engagement, nobody goes down. It's just a trade of spells. Aeon Disc, man. Super clutch. And he waited to the absolute max until he saw that finger cast animation. He assembled it. Perfect time for Classic Crusoe. Absolutely love this. Bruce Smith is about to end. So maybe they have to be careful they don't overstay right now. So they take a try to charge it. Indeed, doesn't have his chrono. Instead, he's just getting control of the endless stuns. He's able to get a time walk off, though. He will survive. Mr. Luck was able to make some space for his carry to disengage. So again, nobody goes down. They all back off, but again, there is no Spectral Horn, there's no Bruce Split, no Supernova, but there's also no Chrono, no Finger. So both teams will now decide to say, yep, let's back out. Let's just leave. You know, we've done what we want to do. Although, Veldor is in a very aggressive spot right now. Getting some good information for the rest of his team here with this Shadow Blade, and they are actually coming on through, but they're walking underneath the Observer Ward by the looks. So they're not going to be able to find a single thing. Now, 5k gold lead for Sybe. They've done some decent pressure. I feel like now all they need to do is wait for the second Roche. Or is it the third Roche? Is it second or third? It's third, yeah, because there was already a cheese usage. So, Roche at number 3, the potential of the old Axe. To come on through, which would be another big buff up. Still another potential 50 seconds to go. But you can see, despite the fact that last fight from MarsBet didn't go all too nicely, they're still confident enough to push into the Radiant side of the map. And actually, maybe they've gone a bit too fast. This is like getting gone on right now. Has such a couple of BKB to back on out. DK Illusions, man, just getting so much information, just flying vision, just going over all the high ground wards. MarsBet are just backed all the way out, but even still, maybe Mr. Luck hasn't backed out far enough. He's controlled up on the high ground right now. I believe there is also a Cypher Vice here for Rain. But yeah, he will just use it. Absolutely nowhere for Mr. Luck to retreat to. He's just gone. Down for 75. LeBron also getting picked off to the southern side of the map. Another 2 kills here for Sybe team. And Roshan is also another 2 minutes away, so quite a long time to wait.
Radiant are scanning.
Do they feel comfortable enough though trying to push a high ground? Like all the tier 2's already gone. DK form used. So looks like maybe Pro's gonna just poke and prod. See if anybody's home. This is also a double catapult wave, so going to use some decent damage. Actually, they're going to jump immediately on towards the Kunkka into the back line. Chronosphere comes out. Natus Vincere able to dodge it. Unfortunately, Pro not so lucky. He's getting controlled up. Buyback has been used as well. Fallen on Dota with the beekeeper activated there on the DK. Will be able to fly himself off. So it's... They don't get a kill onto the Kunkka. They lose their Phoenix, but they do force a buyback out at the very least. Plus, I think that was like the last BKB charge there for the Kunkka, so it was down to 6 seconds as well. So just making them feel as uneven as possible. Weaver finding Velhor, but absolutely nothing he could do, already using the Aeon Disc. Now just completed a Yule, so it does have another form of TP cancellation, at the very least. AK gold lead though. I feel like that is the largest gold lead we have seen in this game and the last game. Like, for once the team has actually got the advantage, they're holding on to it. Well, once again, man, this ain't just profit. He's just playing it to the max, trying to scout out as much vision as he possibly can. And he's getting a lot of information, to be fair. As long as he's not also dying at the same time, he's got a good impact. I mean, if you're actually looking at the net worth, he has more than both of the offlaners. So, yeah, he's doing his job. He's doing it well. So Marsbet going to be able to get another free shard over towards the old Kunkka. So he does have the tidal wave push around now to be used. But Roshan, number 3, has now respawned as well. Neither team is in the area for it. Neither team has any wards for it either. So it feels like the first team to get there and fortify the area will have just a natural advantage here for this Roche take. There was also a nullifier just completed for the Spectre. It's going to be very nicely versus these Ghost Scepters, Force Staffs, all that good stuff. Going to do completely nothing when the Spectre gets on top of them. Marsbet gone for the 3-man smoke. Actually going to pass it over to the teammates. So no Roshan could be up and they're heading down here. Meanwhile, looks like Pro is already in the pit, starting things off. Need some more teammates to help him though, actually get this a little bit faster. AC also completed now for the faster Pluto. Nice few auras coming on through. Ooh, O-Taker jumps in quite aggressively. Fell as well into the back lines. Does go out the DK, we will back on out. Now both teams very, very uneasy about who wants to move inside that pit first. Kunkka's Octarico actually gets taken away. That could be quite big. They found the grab on towards the Phoenix. Brewster is there. They're able to get the Chronosphere down to him as well as the Phoenix, so they are gone and immediately taken out of the equation. At the same time, they do lose their Nature's Prophet. They got controlled out onto the Weaver, silence up, side away, pushing him out of position. It's another kill. No buybacks on either of these supports, so immediately it feels like side. They've got to get themselves out of there. They're splitting in different directions. LeBron Dota finds Pro, but Pro just immediately takes it down. Nesfit, they're getting focused up for the rest of the team. Lots of enemy damage coming through. Marsbet getting low, but they've already found the kill onto the Spectre. 4 versus 2. But the 2 on side are very healthy. Marsbet super low on resources right now. Kunkka, X-Mark, TPing back to base. I think the Faceless Void just grabbed all of the Lotus Flowers and ate them, so he is back into place with full mana as well. So Marsbet actually ready to take this fight if it comes their way. It's Profit though, scouting out the back once more with this invis. Pro trying to fly away. The Sprouts obviously will not stop him at all, but they're just buying time. Support's up in just over 20 seconds right now. And Marsbet has still yet to go into this Roche, but it's actually not going up towards the dire side of the map. Definitely delayed heavily. Question is, can Side Team make any sort of counterplay once the supports are up to go towards the top? I don't think they can. They got no DK form, they got no egg. Yeah, Roshan, it's already, it's gone. So that is Axe, Agent Wop. Classic Pluto, he actually comes through as well as the DK. They're able to find the kill on towards Mr. Luck right now. Aeon Disc as well from the Brewmaster allows him to stay alive, and they're focused on towards Fleshstick. Just a huge counterplay coming through. They're like, sure, you guys have the Aegis, but we don't give a crap though. They just come plowing through, take away 2 of the cores. O-Taker can only run away in that situation. massive little victory there. Obviously, the Aegis is still intact. I do believe that Otaker still has the Refresher Shard as well. So we'll at least have that. But regardless, very nice counterplay. And this DK, man, he's a huge problem. 4,500 HP, now also with Bloodthorn completed. He hearts like absolute hell. He's got the Black Dragon going. Also with a DD rune. Oh, runs in towards the Faceless Voids. Otaker. I'm not entirely sure what he was doing here. He had no vision in the area, just very, very greedy, trying to go for the wall. Has to go for the BKB TP out. Is there a bash? Nesfear 4 hits, not a single proc. So Otaker will very, very luckily be able to survive. But at the same time, they've lost an entire set of barracks up top here from the blue side past the Cruto. And now that they work into this middle set, Glyph has been used, but that means literally nothing to Cyber Team. They're just going to keep pushing through, even enough bodies in front to keep the catapult alive. Tier 3 gone, barracks soon to follow. Otaker those will also run into the back lines. Trying to get the jump, there is the Chrono, only lands on towards the Weaver. It's not really the primary target. Is he going to drop the second one? Not in time as he silences control. Finally it does come out with the Chrono. The egg is also there. It's going to be able to go off. Classic is going to get focused up from this to Luck, but it doesn't really matter. The Brewers are too damn tanky. They did buy back on towards the Weaver. And Pro on this DK, even without his ultimate, he feels just nigh on invincible. This Carol running into the face of everyone here on Mars Bet. Poor old Nature's Prophet just too damn slow, especially with the Nullifier on top of it. But now the DK form is back up. Pro once again going aggressive. The Broodmother trying to hide inside their own Ancient, but it's just not enough. They're dropping like flies. 3 people gone. No buyback is down. Faceless Void and Kunka to see if they can keep their dreams alive here in this first series for themselves in the Pinnacle Cup. It doesn't look like it's going to work out all too nicely though, because as soon as Cyber Team decide to focus one person down, they are just dead. GG is called, and Cyber Team, they take this series 2-0. Whew. Well, the second game, not as back and forth as the first one by any means, but it was still a large portion of that very, very even, up until like 25, 30 minutes or something. It was both teams pretty much equal net worth, equal kills, all that good stuff. But eventually, yeah, Cyber Team, they just do show to be the stronger team here in this first opening series from themselves, and it just felt like there wasn't really too much that Marsbet could do at that end. Like the itemization coming out from Cyber Team was just fantastic, like absolutely fantastic. The DK was unkillable. As soon as Classic Cruto on the Brewmaster got the Aeon disc, he was unkillable. And Nesfear, whilst you've got these two big beefy boys running around causing havoc, he's just happily hitting the supports, killing people left, right and center. And yeah, they just fell apart at the seams. So really, really fantastic game coming up there from them. And yeah, that is nice 2 points, I believe, going for themselves up on the board right now here in Group C. Obviously, Marsbet, sorry, now on the -2 because they did get 2-0'd. But, you know, they didn't perform too badly. So there is 100% going to be the possibility for them to come back on in the rest of the group stage games and get some wins of themselves. Definitely could be seeing some good stuff from them, so always going to look out for that one. But yeah, that is just the end of the first series of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We do have another one coming up in about 20 minutes time, because it is a fixed schedule. So in 20 minutes, guys, we will have another series going for you, which is going to be Virtus.pro versus Boom Esports. That one, that's going to be hype. That's going to be a very, very exciting series for sure, which I'm very, very excited to see. Obviously, VP, everybody knows. Boom Esports, fantastic team as well. They've been performing quite decently as of late. Not too great in the Pinnacle tournament so far, though. Boom Esports losing their first series 2-0, but that was against the team at top right now, which is Team Klee, which, you know, maybe was a little bit of a surprising outcome there. But, you know, we'll see what's going to happen, as Virtus.pro themselves are still in second place with the 2-for-1. But not too sure if there was much else Marsbet could have done in that game and won, though. Or in that first series, I should say. They did try. They were able to take some good, successful fights, but I feel like maybe the Broodmother just took a little bit too long, you know, to come online, to actually become a real hero. The
the Orchid Malevolence pickup was big. Did guarantee them a lot of those early kills, but wasn't able to make the space for the bot lane, which, I don't know, maybe that was the reason why they did fall behind a fair amount. But, you know, that is Dota 2. You can't win them all. But, again, that is just the first series down, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back in about 20 minutes' time. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back for more Pinnacle Cup Madness. We'll see you soon.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back on into the stream, ladies and gentlemen, for the Pinnacle 25th anniversary show. We have another series of Dota 2 coming up for you momentarily. It's going to be Boom Esports versus Virtus.pro, and it should be a very, very exciting series for sure. We've got a lot of big names coming on out, so it should be a nice even game, you know, as long as it's going to be as close as that last series we just watched, where it was back and forth, had an hour-long game to start things off. We are in for one heck of a treat, ladies and gentlemen. And it'd be very, very cool to see which one of these teams is going to be able to come out on top. I'm not quite sure which one I'm leaning towards more before this series even gets underway. Obviously, VP just has the gravitas of being such a well-known organization. But Boom Esports, you know, these guys ain't no slouch themselves. They can definitely perform well when put under pressure. So we'll see if they're going to be able to bring out their A game here today. Obviously, when we actually having a look in terms of points in the group stage right now, Boom Esports are last place in their groups. Sorry, with -2 points, losing their only series in a 2-0 fashion, where Virtus.pro have 1 point up, where they won their one as a 2-1. So just slightly ahead in that terms, but I feel like the real difference maker is going to be how these two teams perform against each other. One thing I will actually note is the fact that the team that both of those two teams played against was Team Klee. Okay, so Boom Esports lost against Team Klee 2-0, but VP were able to beat Team Klee 2-1. So in theory, if you're following that trend, Virtus.pro should just be the clear winners. The fact that they were able to beat, you know, the people that beat Boom Esports, but you know, it is Dota 2. Upsets can happen. Crazy shenanigans always comes away. Especially with these two teams in the past, they are very willing to pick up crazy heroes like Techies, a hero we've not seen in a long old time. But I don't know, we could be seeing it come this way. If there was ever going to be a series where Techies would rear his ugly head, it would definitely be in this one, as obviously we can see there in the group stage right now, as it's all been updated after the side team and Marsbet game has been concluded. Marsbet 4th, basically tying last with Boom Esports, and side team are doing pretty damn nice themselves with the 2-0, so they will actually be above Virtus.pro with the extra points. So they have a very, very nice start. We'll have a look at the lineups of both teams right now. Virtus.pro, we've got FNG, Natus, Squalix, as well as Kiritic, and Teres once again will be standing in for Seiwu. But you know, he's an absolutely stellar, strong player, so always expect great things from him for sure. This lineup has always been able to bring out some fantastic Dota throughout the history, so I'm very much looking forward to the action they can bring to the table. Boom Esports, Pakaz, Slatum, Sacred, Matthew, and MJZ. These guys as well have been around the scene for a long old time, always able to perform fantastically. Matthew as well, just a very strong, staple position 4 player, always able to just bring his A game time and time again. Pakaz as well, pretty damn safe position 1. Like, you know, he loves rolling with the heroes like Terrorblade. I feel that's probably his favorite carry of all time. But again, TB, not quite in the meta, but whether or not we'll actually see that hero is another question altogether. But we will find out because the draft is now underway, ladies and gentlemen. So let's jump on in and see how this one goes down. Any crazy, wacky bans that are going to come out there, who knows? But the first one to remove is actually going to be the TA there that Boom take away. Obviously, it is a pick that I think VP have gone with quite a few times in the past. It's been a staple hero of the entire organization, it feels. I don't think they've really played much TA in recent history, though. According to the statistics that I have access to, they have not played TA in... also banned their Spectre. Meanwhile, VP take away Tusk, Weaver, Mueta, as well as Tree and Protector. So really putting a lot of focus on those support positions. You know, Tusk is guaranteed 4, Weaver very likely to be the 4. Mueta, I was mentioning this earlier on, her cooling was nerfed quite a lot, so the skill is nowhere near as strong as it used to be, but still they will actually prioritize it as a ban, just in case Boom Esports wanted to try and bring that hero out of the woodworks and give her a spin. Trade Protector as well, always a stellar hero to remove, you know. If you've got a player that can really excel in this hero, it does just make sense to remove it. But the first pick of the game is actually going to be the Kunkka, which Boom Esports go for. Still seeing this hero prioritized a lot. You know, we're mentioning it earlier on, I'm sure you guys know, but he did get nerfed quite a lot in the last patch. You know, all of the boat and the Torrent Storm got quite a few nerfs. So it's interesting to see that he's still getting picked up. Even in the last series, game 1 it was banned. In the second game, it was actually picked up, but it did lose. Worth pointing out, the Kunkka did lose. So we'll see if Boom Esports are going to be able to get the win with it this time. If not, then maybe it could start the trend where Kunkka just starts falling out of favor, you know? Not quite as good as he used to be. Not quite good at all. But talking about heroes who are still good as they used to be, is the Grimstroke. The hero which I feel should have received a nerf in the last patch, got a nerf, but the wrong nerf. Lifesteal against creeps. Who cares about that? I don't know what game Ice Frog's been watching, but that's not really the big difference maker there. But even still, it's always a strong hero to start off the draft with. So many like position 3s you can pair this up with, even carries to just have really dominating laning phases. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what VP do end up getting their hands on. I feel like they've been favouring quite a lot of Magnus from VP, so I wouldn't be too surprised if we see that appear. But with these bans, Boom Esports, did take away both the Lifestealer and the Necrophos. Obviously, Necro can just be such a pain in the ass to deal with. Always makes sense to remove that guy. Lifestealer as well getting focused on in this game. So definitely starting to see that hero get a bit more prioritization in this patch. So yeah, he's definitely getting a bit more love or hate. It's always cool to see. Still VP really thinking about this 5th ban. It's going to be the Enchantress. So they are just really, really focusing at the supports on the side of Boom Esports. Just trying to ruin Matthew and MJZ's day. And then they just follow up with the Brewmaster. Always strong. We saw it perform quite well in the last game. As soon as it got the A on disc, that is. And then it was able to actually be a hero. But yeah, it's can be very, very impactful. Not too bad of a combo with the Grimstroke either. Like in the laning phase, you can run in, clap people, you get the Inkswell stun that comes through, triggers the Cinder Brew damage on top of that. So already likely that we're probably going to see this Grim as the pos for. Unless, of course, they find a pretty crazy position 1 pairing with it. We'll have to just wait and see. But Boom Esports do go for the Skywrath Mage as their second pickup, which is very, very likely to be the pos 4. There is some flex where they might try and make it as the 5. We'll have to see, but I do know Antares definitely plays it. I think I've even seen FNG play it a few times in the past. So in all honesty, yeah, both of the supports would be very capable with this hero. So it could definitely go either way. They actually follow up with the Centaur Warrunner. Okay, so they are basically now guaranteeing that this Kunkka is their mid laner, right? Because you're not really ever going to have a Centaur in any other position apart from 3, so it is going to be the mid Kunkka. So VP now, they can sort of start catering their draft around that guaranteed matchup. Maybe grab a hero which can really, really excel against this Kunkka in the laning phase. I was all thinking Monkey King then, but it has actually been banned. So I do believe that the Slatum does play the Monkey King mid. I think I've seen him do it before. It's not super often, but I think he's done it. He was still really giving this third pick some good thought here from VP. Already down to 30 seconds of reserve time. I'm assuming this is going to be their position 5, which... But honestly, I don't think I'd be too sad seeing an AA. Like, AA versus a Centaur is good. It's pretty good versus the Kunkka as well. You can put your Grimstroke 4 and feel happy about it. You don't have any, like, Soulbind combination, but who really cares about that? It's probably, like, the least interesting point about that ultimate. Okay, they actually decided to go for the Shen instead. Want to get the old creep army going, just go pure aggro into the faces of Boom Esports right now. So you got a Skywrath Mage with a Centaur Warrunner going up against at least a Shen. What carry would VP want to pair up with this Shen in the laning phase? It's going to be the Luna. So it's all about riding little mounts here in this bot lane for the side of VP. Just ride to victory. That's how it works. You know, you bring the numbers that way. 4th pick now though from Boom. Most likely going to be their pos 5. You're going to be laning against Brewmaster Grim. Obviously they still have their carry yet to pick up. Unless they want to grab their own carry right now, something they feel is quite effective versus the Luna before the pool gets limited even more. I mean, they themselves have a lot of reserve time to work with. Still 1 minute and 45. They can take all the time in the world if they want. And I'm going to take this time to take a sip of coffee. Haha. Ah, refreshing. And they go for a Sven. Okay. That's not bad at all. You've got all the AoE damage in the world to deal with not only the Shen army, but also the Brewlings when that comes out for VP. So, yeah, I can see it definitely working. It's not too bad of a matchup versus a Luna either. Sometimes the Luna will want to build in towards that Butterfly, which may force the Sven to get MKB. Not really what he wants to get, but, you know, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. And I'm sure he'll be picking up eventually. And I'm sure the Butterfly is going to be queued up for the Luna at some point in this game. So both teams... Well, Boom Esports going for their position 5 by the looks. Very, very rare to see a pos 5 get the final pick of the game. But they are kind of... I wouldn't say they're lacking teamfight control. Obviously, the Kunkka definitely brings a large portion of it to the table, but I kind of feel like maybe they could do with just a little bit more. So I wonder if Warlock could actually be a really good shout for Boom Esports. Because not only do you get the AoE control from the Golem drop, as well as the Upheaval, but you also get the Fatal Bonds, which will then make the damage reflection with the cleave from the Sven even more insane, and people will just start taking bajillion damage every single hit. It could be kind of cool. You don't see Warlock too much anymore. He was picked up quite a lot, like just before TI, and then he just vanished. He got like one little nerf, and that was it. People didn't want to play him anymore. So we might not see him. As VP, they actually decided to ban out the Darkseer as well as the Shadow Demon. Darkseer ban is very interesting, but I guess some teams have actually been willing to play the Centaur Warrunner as a 5. Which might be what VP were thinking right there. So they're just going to cover their bases, ban that out just in case. Meanwhile, Boom did also remove the Lina, as it is definitely a mid laner left for VP to go. there's any other sort of range-based heroes that could really make the Kunkka's life miserable. Not quite sure. I don't really know. We got a Crystal Maiden. Alright, CM, last pick. And it's, you know, CM's not something you see all too often, so that is pretty damn cool to make an appearance here in this game. Matthew's running with it. And then it was the Earth Spirit as the final pickups there from Squadix. So that is going to be their mid laner this time round. So that versus the Kunkka in the mid. Not quite sure who I would favour to come out top there. I feel like it's just going to be slightly Kunkka favoured. Obviously, you land the X, you guarantee the torrent pretty much, and then just the constant Tidebringer spams coming through as well, just add all the harassment. I feel like, yeah, it should have a pretty cool time. I love that poster as well behind FNG, that was great. That's an awesome poster. Oh, that's good. But yeah, lineups, matchup-wise, oh, I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. You got the carry Sven versus up against the Luna. I don't know. I don't think I feel comfortable leaning towards either side in this one. Actually, you know, I'm just going to say VP. Purely from the performance before this series, you know. As we mentioned before, Boom Esports are currently 0-2. Meanwhile, VP did actually get their win against the team that beat Boom Esports. And I feel like, you know, generally they're just a little bit more of a well-rounded team in general. So I'm just going to go for VP. Not really much decision there based on draft. Just all about how I feel the players are going to perform here in this game. But it's going to be exciting no matter what, ladies and gentlemen. As obviously it is very, very important to start getting those points on the board. Because there are 4 groups, you've only got 4 games to play in each group stage. And for Boom Esports especially, the fact that they're already 1 loss down means they really, really have to give it their A game and get every single win they possibly can. Or at the very least, get 1 map when they lose. You know, they're still going to drop a point, but not as bad. So yeah, they really got to start getting those W's going before they can start feeling comfortable. But the game is now underway, so let's jump on in and see if we're going to get treated to any first blood plays. You know, will it be as exciting as that first series? 5v5, triple kill, minute 0.
Isn't that a pretty interesting?
Also, the fact that I'm going to go for VP because they have a CM. Like, I don't know, man. CM is... It's a little bit head scratch. It feels like she needs a few more buffs before, I don't know, she's actually going to feel viable.
My gratitude.
Like, they did actually buff her shard a little bit, so she gets the slides a bit further distance, but it's still pretty crap. It's still pretty damn awful. And she's as squishy as hell, so I don't know. While that was going on though, FNG was able to get a D-ward whilst pretty much every single person from Boom Esports was right in front of them. So that feels pretty damn good. And this is going to set up down towards this bottom part, but it doesn't look like anyone from VP is really going to get caught out from it. So most likely just going to be 2-for-2 split on the bounties. Yeah, Ted's going to make sure Picaz doesn't get her in here. So they'll grab the top 2, bottom 2 going over towards Boom. Oh, FNG. They'll actually start on towards Matthew. Kiritich also coming through right now, but the Stomp connects onto the both of them. So maybe now it's actually FNG who needs to start running away. And Jeff VP potentially just getting a bit too ahead of himself there. Or of themselves, you know. Trying to apply pressure to a CM to get pushed back quite hard. Looks like the Skywrath, MJZ. Actually going to run in towards FNG right now. Now this will go for the TP up. One thing as well I did actually point on, the fact that it is a position for Crystal Maiden, which is interesting, to say the very least. Maybe that's it. Maybe, you know, Boom has done a lot of practice with the CM, and they know that the real reason why the hero fails so much is because she doesn't get enough prioritization. You know, doesn't get enough items. Stays squishy for too long, but Matthew maybe go the greedier builds, might decide to go for like some fast braces or something like that, just get some quick stats on the go, become a bit tankier. We're already standing ground versus FNG. Who's going to win the right-click war? Matthew does actually win. Blood Grenade too damn strong. Alright, okay, I take everything back. CM! She's where it's at, guys. Pick her in your pubs. Clearly, that is the whole reason why the Esports are currently in the lead. CM's too good. But yeah, very intrigued to see how it does, obviously, combo with the Centaur War run. Actually, Matthew, okay, I cursed him. Classic caster curse. As soon as FNG comes back on here, Matthew just gets bullied down and is dead. Easy peasy. You know, that was the plan from FNG. You give away a kill, which means the bounty when you kill them back is just slightly more, you know? All about strategy, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, in this mid, Squadix, I feel like he's not having too great of a time. 7-5 versus 6-0, and Squadix on, like, hardly any HP at all. No tangos left either. Only a Purifier to work with. The Torrent Storm connects. Gets the connection for one right click. Actually gets slowed though, so takes a few tower hits for his efforts. At the same time, FNG dying again at the bot lane. These two supports apparently just trading with each other non-stop. So if we're following that trend, FNG is going to come back on into that lane and kill Matthew, right? Just sort of has to be it. For Squadix, now he does have his bottle, got it refilled as well with the water rune, so he's feeling pretty damn good. Slayham, on the other hand, I believe, probably got his bottle coming out. Squadix trying to apply what pressure he can whilst he does have this bit of extra regen into his hands. Down bomb though, Kiritich getting got on slow to a crawl. The last right click comes through from Matthew, and they are able to bring down the Luna. Action-packed lane going on down there, guys. It's just constantly somebody's dying. Meanwhile, up top, Kaz may be in some danger right now. Actually lands the two-man Stormhammer. Makes the space for him to disengage. Notice we'll be able to grab the Lotus, but instead, might cost him his life. He's slowed. He's one more right click to go down. Will actually have to use the orb to get himself away. Still barely able to get himself out of there. But Pakaz doing so much work. Again, at the bot lane, though, another kill is found. As FNG drops for the third time in this game. Notice still getting found solo by MGZ there. Pakaz as well. Trying to get a solo onto Antez, or is Antez going to solo him? And they both actually drop. But Antez dies a tiny bit before Pakaz. So unfortunately, Antez doesn't get any experience for that one. But to be honest, it's not terrible. You take the carry off the map. It's going to slow down his farm a bit more. Absolute madness happening already here in this game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. 8 kills, 6-2, favouring Boom Esports with a 1k gold advantage. Notice at the very least. Got his creeps by his tier 1, so he should finally be able to get some farm going. But yeah, apparently the Centaur Crystal Maiden lane is actually working. Like, it's cool to see that, that it is actually working for now. Let's see if they can find any more kills on towards Kiritich. But I mean, even if we just look at CS in general, 21-9 to the Centaur, where it's only 14-1 right now for the Luna. So just definitely building a decent lead. It all depends if they can hold on to it. That was the real difference making that first series we saw. Both teams had the lead at some point, but they always let it slip through their fingers. Probably not going to happen this time, though. Still, this mid lane, you know, the Squadix is recovering a bit, but he's still behind this Kunkka by quite a large margin, 28-10 and 23. But it doesn't stop here at the bot. FNG goes down again. All right, okay. I'm taking everything back right now. Like, this off lane is actually pretty damn nice. You got decent damage from the CM, the slow and control, plus the control that comes out from the Centaur. It actually seems to be working tremendously well. You can just get so aggressive. I suppose, unless VP can find some way of just getting on top of that CM and just constantly killing her and taking her out of this fight, like, they could just keep doing whatever the hell they want. But Matthew on the CM, yeah, he's always in the correct spot. You know, he did die a couple of times at the start, don't get me wrong. But since then, he's definitely just keeping himself correctly positioned every time. And it's working out. Even diving on for tier 1 right now. Rotation coming in from MJZ just to lend a helping hand. And Kiritich is gone once more. TP rotation though coming in from Squadix. Roll is not to connect. But even still, FNG with the creeps does kill MJZ. Matthew and Sacred are both low right now. For Squadix, he can't give chase. He has to go back, so he wastes so much time TPing to this lane. He achieves absolutely nothing.
Bounty.
Meanwhile, the Kunkka was just furthering his lead. Not at all what VP want. It's just going to cause them to fall even further behind here.
Radiant are scanning.
It was so close, though. I mean, the fact that both the Centaur and Seal were so damn low could have been dicey. Meanwhile, because Slatums, they're trying to find FNG. But good footwork there from the Shen. Keeps himself alive. But actually, the Kunkka might still run into him if he's not careful. Okay, looks like he will hide off to the side. He's going to be fine.
Bounty.
There's also a Antares nearby here on the Grim.
Radiant are
Just
scanning.
making sure Squadix is going to be A-OK, which he will. But all three cores on the side of Boom, top of CS for now. Decently ahead of their counterparts. Like really, really nicely. 13 more for the Sven over the Luna. 7 more for the Centaur. But another 9 for the Kunkka as well. So just bit by bit. They're getting the CS, they're getting the kills. They're causing pressure. It's definitely got to be shaking up VP a fair amount right now. And 100% Kiritich just does not feel comfortable at this bot lane anymore at all. Like, it's been proven multiple times that a CM Centaur Aurora can just dive him under the tower and he will just die. Actually having to find the farm the bottom jungle area, but a rotation also coming in. Kunkka and Skywrath both smoked up. They're going to find Kiritich. Torrent, not going to land. Tries to hide in the trees. Unfortunately, it's just not going to work. So eventually he will die. Boat just to guarantee it. Boat didn't even appear on my screen. What the hell? New bug? Boat is invisible? Real damn cool. Gotta love the bugs, man. Gotta love a bug. We'll get patched hopefully. But again, it's another death for Kiritich. I think that's his 3rd on the board already at this stage in the game. Really, really devastating. On the flip side, at the very least, VP will be able to take down the top tier 1, but they're going to lose their own tier 1 at exactly the same time. So it's not like they really gained anything out of that at all.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Matthew going for an urn. Danger, roll. Doesn't actually fully connect, but might not be required. Stampede is in there. Matthew actually thinking about trying to turn this one around right now. He's got to be careful he doesn't just keep getting ticked on. But it doesn't matter. He just gets the kill. What is this? The CM 2-strong stroke? It does hit. But it doesn't matter. It does hardly any damage at all. Matthew is A-OK. What on earth is happening right now? VP. Just every single thing they're trying to do is ending in utter failure. Attempting to dive a CM under a tier 2. Can't even get the kill. She turns, kills you instead. Oh, that is a huge bit of blow to morale right there, if anything. I just know if this was one of my pubs, someone would be spam clicking, raging. Someone might even start dropping items at this stage. Meanwhile, they're going to look for another kill. Going on towards the Brewmaster. Noticed will die as well. Another visual bug there with the Mystic Flare only showed for like a millisecond and then vanished. Last patch, man. Clearly messed something up. But just bit by bit, boom. We're just dismantling VP right now. No one is having a good time. Literally nobody on the side of VP is excelling. Well, I mean, I love. Actually, we could say Chen is. FNG is having an alright time. Like, he's nearly got the same net worth compared to the position 4 CM. But that is about it. Even that's just brutal. Frostbite just pretty much guarantees you get to kill one of Shen's creeps all the time. I'm kind of surprised it's not more than 2,000 gold advantage, in all honesty. Just to the way this game is going, I'd kind of expect this to be like 3 or 4k, just like how it feels. We shall see though. As smoke move coming out here from the supports and Boom. Maybe they want to try and set up for a kill on towards Notice. They got Mystic Flare and the Nova all ready to roll. Not Nova, Crystal Field. Freezing Field? Freezing Field, that's the one. I don't play CM. What is this hero? I tried to play CM when they brought out the shard, but it was too crap at that stage. But even still, they're going to go immediately on towards the Brew. Out comes the Freels, but unfortunately, just too damn tanky here on towards Notice. They're going to try and turn this one around. They used the Brew split, but already the Stampede was used, trying to get the supports out of there. Matthew's slow, but fast enough to get himself out. So at the end of the day, it's just a trade of ultimates. You know, 3 ultimates for Boom, technically, with the Stampede, everything else. But they do force out the Brew split from the VP there. But the fact that you're forced to use your Brew split from a gank from just the 2 supports definitely is going to shake you up here. I wonder if Slatums as well is feeling the nerf to Earth Spirit, because the cooldown on the rolling boulder now only starts when the roll ends rather than when it starts. So like that's like a whole extra second of cooldown in theory. If it's like a long roll time, if it's short, then it doesn't make much difference at all. He's getting got on, silenced in place. X will connect. Think about dropping the boat, but actually he's able to dodge it. Times the roll nicely. Instead, there's going to be the blink comes in from the Centaur with the boat. Now it does connect on towards Squadix. He's trying to find an angle to get himself away because there's too many bodies. He gets blocked and killed. So it's another kill going over towards Sacred there. VP even brought some numbers themselves with Kiritich getting involved, but unfortunately it just doesn't make any difference. Makes no difference. They do lose Squadix, but at the very least, they're going to try and secure this pretty big stack right now on their Ancients. 67 win percent probability for Boom. 100% agree. It's going to be a nice amount of money here for Kiritich at the very least. No wards for Boom to actually come and try and contest this one, so this will be for free. Takes a little bit of time. But 4 points Glaives, 4 points into the Blessing as well. Definitely makes it as fast as it possibly can. Especially with a Solar Crest in hands of FNG. You know what, at the same time though, that has put a dent in the net worth differential between the carries. Like, that was a full quad stack, maybe even penta stack that went towards the Luna. She has 5,500 gold net worth. Meanwhile, the Sven, who's just been AFK doing his own thing, has 7.3k. It is an absolute monster lead. And I'm sure they probably still have their stack. Actually, no, I think Picard's already farmed up their ancient stack by the looks. His God Strength's on cooldown. So that's probably why he does have such a big lead. Okay. Mystery solved, ladies and gentlemen. Mystery solved. VP are going to try something right now. 3-man smoke. Eyeing up the Crystal Maiden Matthew, but even still, a little bit too unsure. They were waiting for the 14-minute rune, which does spawn bomb, regen. They're going to find the opportunity to roll in towards the Crystal Maiden. Stampede is there. Can they get him out in time? The stun lasting way too long. And Matthew will drop. That's a 4 kill streak as well, going over towards Noticed. I'll take that one. And to be honest, that Maiden survived for a pretty long time, in all honesty. Definitely feels a lot tankier than she used to. He must have been building to the braces. We'll have to have a look next time we hover over. Kaz, Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, only 200 gold away from having his own Blink Dagger on the go, and then he's actually going to feel comfortable getting involved with the rest of his team. Oh, whoops. Step forward a tiny bit too soon. Blocked his own camp. Whoopsie daisy. These things happen though, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Kaz knows what he's doing. Now he has his Blink. I think his God Strength as well is going to be off cooldown in just a few seconds. And judging by that mini-map, all 5 members of Boom Esports are going to start collecting themselves, probably go for a smoke move, and look for a kill. Actually, leaving Picard's out of it. Even though he has this blink, so it looks like he wants to get involved with the fights, they are just going to leave him behind, let him resume the AFK farm. While the rest of the team do take control of the Radiant Triangle, sorry, but not actually going to find anybody here. Come behind the towers. Well, they might actually bump in towards Antes. Not really the highest priority kill that they would want, but a kill is a kill at the end of the day.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Slayham's
attack.
picking that one up for free.
Dire's
Squadix though, in danger himself, stunned, Mystic Crown on top of him, Godstring even for good measure just to make sure he does die. Even FNG, he's been called off to the side, does at least manage to get the tower kill before he falls down, but he will still perish. And Slayham's, he's going to try and chase after the creep army, tidal wave, connects onto it, okay, he actually gives up. He's like, nah, see me with that. It's just some creeps. We're on the mid, Matthew doing some shenanigans, Dota, just forcing Natus away from the tower, wants to keep this pressure going, which as a result might get the tower killed. Even a jump forward in there from Seiko, good damage on towards Natus, but they know he has split, so they don't want to overstay their welcome and potentially give away a free kill. They make their space, they get a tower, they're very happy with that one. Still holding on to this 3,000 gold advantage right now. We do see the Luna, bit by bit, Kiritich is finding farm wherever they can, trying to close that gap between themselves and Pakaz. Not easy, but they're getting there. And this is the longest time by far that Kiritich has gone uncontested. Before it was just kill up, like death after death after death. It was brutal. Now, VP's turn to smoke move. MTZ is there. Roll is going to be off the mark right now. Matthew as well, poking onto Squadix. Maybe trying to make space for his fellow support, but it's not enough. MTZ still dies. Probably going to be this tier 1 tower mid going down as well. Shen army is here with the old trolls. You get the rally up damage with all the skeletons coming through.
Radiant are scanning.
Actually, they're not going to fully commit. They all back off. Man style now though for Kiritich. That is really going to excel his own farming speeds. Now he might actually be able to outpace the Sven. You know, to send those illusions in different directions, get a whole extra like waves worth of farm every minute. So this lead that Pakaz has, unless there's like some more continuous stacks being made from him in the triangle area, his lead I feel will just slowly get whistled away at. But now also has a BKB on top of this blink. He's got God Strength available. If there was ever a time to go for a kill, it is now, and it looks like they will. Kiritich, he's going to get found. Matthew starting things off because jumping in deep. They got the grab onto his Kiritich, but even still, this Luna feels pretty damn tanky. He just drops down the beams. Will just run away. Pakaz having to go for the BKB TP out and will be successful. Matthew, probably not so fortunate though, as Squadix is on the case, and will end up dropping.
Would that I could kill you.
Kind of surprised that Kiritich was able to survive that so easily. I guess with power trades on strength, he has like over 1800 HP, relatively tanky, good amount of armor as well, to be fair. So he was able just to walk it off, and as a result, it looks like VP are going to use this as their window of opportunity to try and take Roche. No vision at all in the area here for Boom Esports. Even if they knew this was going on, I don't think they could get her in time to make any difference. So it should just be a free axe going into the hands of Kiritich. Make him feel a lot damn safer across this map. Also a pipe of insight now complete for FNG on top of the Solar Crest. So Shenman is finding farm. Basically has the same farm as his mid laner. Poor old Squadix has not had a great game. Had a rough lane in general. Was getting continuously bullied. But is definitely struggling to find what space he can now. Did actually have to go for a Hand of Midas just to have some form of recovery here in this game. Do you see Pakaz pushing this bot lane? Squadix in the Gremlin nearby. Not feeling comfortable enough to go for that kill there. I mean, would have been very risky. They don't have a huge amount of information. They've got some good wards, to be fair. They're actually going to try and go for it. Oh, the roll nearly connects, but quick fingers there from Pakaz. Able to blink dagger out in a nick of time. Here come the reinforcements though. Sacred as well as MJS. Zed is going to get the jump. And Terrace doesn't stand a chance. Tear that Grimstroke to pieces. Even get the D-ward as well for extra value. So even though it is VP who are the ones that have the Aegis right now, it still feels like Boom are just happy to continuously look for fights, look for pickoffs wherever they can. Because they know with this first Aegis, Kiritich, he doesn't actually want to be joining fights. He just wants to carry on AFK farming, using that Aegis as just like a little extra buffer in case he gets ganked. So really it means no difference to Eden Esports. They could just keep doing whatever the hell they're doing across the map. They're holding on to this 3k gold lead. It has not budged an inch for like 7 or so minutes for now.
Fear in your eye.
Radiance though, now on board here for Natus. The extra mischance versus the Sven is going to be pretty damn annoying, especially if the Luna does eventually go for that butterfly, because then you've got multiple instances of evasion, which can be a huge problem for him. And actually, look at that, he's already anticipating it. He's already got the MKB queued up and starting to build into it. So he just knows it's a must this game. He just has to get it, and the sooner the better. And he should be able to get at a pretty decent timing as well. What's he like, 2,900 gold away? Ish, something like that, 2,500? 2,000? Big maths. I know my numbers, I know my own values. I'm a professional. Mibot? Concur. Okay, thought he was getting caught there, but not quite in danger right now. Tidal Wave actually going to pull the Maiden. Not the Maiden, the Luna, sorry, out of position. Has just had a BKB delivered right now, so maybe Kyrus just feels comfortable to stand his ground. Still has that Aegis member, might just save him for the second line. Mystic Flare coming through as well. Will be fine. Kaz now getting involved, jumping onto the small to the back lines, but so does Matthew also full. Tidal Wave also clips onto 2 yet again, dragging back in Kiritic. FNG trying to run away, but Kaz just needs one more right click and they will die, make it 2. As eventually they will fall, but Squadix getting involved. Wants to try and lock down Kaz if they can. Kiritic trying to charge forwards, will now drop down the beams. Kaz has already used his BKB, he doesn't have the protection, but doesn't matter. The right click damage is huge, but not enough to actually get the win there. So as a result, it turns out to be a pretty good fight there for Virtus.pro. It started out nicely for Boom, but the Aegis definitely made a big impact here in this time. And now that net worth lead has been brought down to pretty much nothing. Win probability, bang on, pretty much 50-50. 100% not what Boom was expecting right there. That's definitely going to shake them up. Wonder if Bakaz now is like, right, okay, I don't feel comfortable actually taking this fight. I might just have to go back to AFK farming. But at the same time, you can clearly see he can do the damage. He just unfortunately got kited around a little bit. Majority of his BKB usage was to kill the Grimstroke. And by the time he got to the Luna, it was way past gone. And then the Lucent Beams just came out with the Eclipse and just absolutely tore him to shreds. And he really couldn't stand up to that. So probably going to see, once he completes this MKB, I'm sure it's going to be something like the Satanic that's going to get queued up after that, just to give him that extra bit of sustain, so he's not completely reliant on the BKB.
Radiant are scanning.
Not exactly much of a big brain prediction. Pretty standard build order, in all honesty, for a lot of Svens. Lunar Illusions, did they last long enough to really take much of this stack? They took 2 of them. Okay, never mind, the real one just comes along. Who can rely on illusions, eh? Just get the actual hero to do the kills. So I imagine VP, their game plan, most likely is just going to be wait for Roshan number 2, right? Potentially 2 minutes 50 away. And then once they got that advantage with the cheese, maybe start pushing down some tier 2s with the help of the Shen. Also now a BKB completed for Squadix, so a bit of extra sustain and protection for the Earth Spirit if he wants to just keep on rolling in deep. But at the same time, the MKB was just completed there for the Sven, so that mischance has now been pretty much negated. I imagine Kiritic will probably spot it and just not bother building into the butterfly now. Like, as soon as you see the MKB, you know it's just going to be a complete waste of money and time trying to get that item. Seems like the main aspect of it has already been countered. It'll be interesting to see what item they go for instead. Because not deciding to go immediately for that Satanic, actually got the Swift Blink queued up first. So wants to just have that extra bit of, you know, attack speed burst damage against the backlines. Matthew as well. I know it's a scarf that he's wearing, but it looks like he's had, like, I don't know, he's got a broken neck or something. Unless I'm being very ignorant and he actually does have a broken neck. And that's like an actual brace, I don't know. That looks like he's been in a car accident. So net worth lead now into the favor of VP, just barely. And they are still deciding to play, you know, quite aggressively on the dire side of the map. They don't have a huge amount of vision around here, but they're just going to come over and start taking control. Get some D-wards in. They did also see the Kunkka farming up on the creep wave, but not really the easiest kill to get. Pretty damn tanky, especially where he was so close to the tier 2, so they do decide not to bother going for that kill. But definitely are just trying to sort of spend some time, wait for the Roshan to come up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think that was a Satanic queued up for Kiritich, actually. Actually, won't take too long before that is online. Still a couple of thousand gold for the Swift Blink here for Kaz. Actually having to AFK wait for the camps to respawn. That feels really rough. It's like you spend all this time in a game, you get these few like 1 second efficiency plays, you know, where you gain a second here, you gain 2 seconds there, and then you have to wait 15 seconds for a camp to respawn. And then you're like, ah, well, it was all for naught, wasn't it? Sad, but sometimes when you farm that quickly, it's the small punishments you get. Vindicator Axe picked up for Kiritich. That's actually huge, because if now he gets jump stunned from the Sven or even the Centaur or something like that before he could BKB, the extra 20 armor, I think it's 20 armor, would just be so damn huge. On top of the already existing 20 armor that Kiritich has. It's definitely going to be a huge, huge tool keeping himself alive. Kaz also having his own Vindicator Axe, just showing how damn good this item is. And going for a smoke play here, Boom. They know Roshan could be respawning, so they want to kill and then go into that one. They found the jump on towards Kiritich. Just gets evaporated. Vindicator armor means piss all. It's absolutely melted down. Tier 1 tower also going to fall. And it looks like the call for Boom Esports here is to keep going. Push on towards the tier 2. I mean, they've still got a large duration of this God Strength left, so why the hell not? There is a glyph at the very least here for the Radiant side to slow down this push a bit. Not going to use their own glyph to keep the creeps going. Actually, with Kaz's damage, can they kill this tower before backdoor comes up? It looks like they can. Tower is gone. VP though coming in with some sort of counterplay. Squadex seeking to Sacred right now. And Boom Esports, do they try and actually defend their off laner? The answer is no. He is the sacrificial lamb offered up on a silver platter. And everyone else in Boom Esports has to just run away. Centaur gone for 45. But Roshan though is still another 50 seconds away from respawning, so VP aren't going to be able to try and secure that Rosh with the Centaur still dead. I mean, actually, Kiritich is still not even respawning for another 15 seconds. Such a long respawn time there.
Yes, X marks the spot.
And you can see though, VP trying to fortify that Roshan area.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Scan
attack.
actually does connect from Boom, but they leave it, so they know Roshan isn't actually happening now. And they're just all going to gate down towards the Radiant side, just as the Kunkka was coming in, and they know they're going to try and fortify this area. But Kaz is also nearby. God Strength is back off cooldown. They've got everything here, ready to rock and roll. So if a fight comes their way, they'll gladly take it. Especially now with the Swift Blink into the hands of Kaz, his damage outputs can go even more through the roof. And it will be interesting to see what his item queue up next is going to be. The Satanic just makes the most amount of sense to me.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We'll see if he has something else in mind. But Boom. Got a 5-man smoke heading on down towards the Roshan area where it has now respawned. VP are already here trying to fortify the spot themselves. Smokes. One breaks there on towards Natus. Not Natus, sorry. Just the Centaur. Names. Hard. Hardest bit of the game. Both teams realise that the other is there, but no one wants to make the first move. It's so damn crucial to get the correct jump. If you mess up on one thing here, you can completely throw the fight. Oh, nice tidal wave. Connects on towards Squadex. They get the stomp as well followed up. But no damage had to come flying through, so Squadex is going to be able to back off. Meanwhile, Roshan has begun. Already down to below half HP. If Boom Esports don't hurry up, they're going to lose their window of opportunity right now. And it looks like they have. It's just gone. Aegis Cheese, completely free there for VP. The BD Sports, they're not completely falling back for now. Again, they get their Roshan and they all just go back to their default positions. Right, back on this high ground. Boom, gonna go hide in the trees. Now it looks like the call for Boom Esports is actually finally to leave. Right, okay, we didn't actually achieve anything here. Let's just go back. Resume the farm. Get Kaz another item or two on the board. As a result, net worth difference between him and Kiritic has actually shrunk quite a lot now. Only just about 1,000 gold between these two carries. Definitely got the means to start beating into each other super hard. There's a Boots of Baron as well up for FNG. Pure Aura bot. Buffing up the whole team. Pulse 5 life, yeah. Got to do it. Someone has to do it. Manta there. Now picked up for Noticed on the Brewmaster. So going to be pretty damn nice getting rid of the silence from the Skywrath Mage. Actually make sure he can ult. Also the Frostbite from the CM. Yeah, got multiple my actual uses in the coming fights. Meanwhile, top tier 2 falls. Rather than choosing to just go straight up high ground there from VP, they go for a 5-man smoke move, but they might actually run in towards the Kunkka. But Slayham's, he had himself X mark, just pulls himself to the safety of the tier 2. He will be fine. Hey, okay. And yeah, okay. Kiritic does have that Satanic queued. Already has a Daedalus completed as well. So a lot of damage that this Luna can chuck out. See on this graph just zigzagging all over the damn place. 54% win probability favor VP just ever so slightly.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Boom. I guess they're just trying to wait. You know, don't force a really awkward fight into an Aegis, into a cheese. Just maybe wait to see if anyone on the side of VP steps out of position, you can get a free kill. They might even be happy just to sacrifice their tier 2 towers. I say that, and they're actually here en masse to defend that exact thing. Slayer maybe get caught, but the stun comes out from Sacred, connects on towards Kiritic, just as they get the Satanic now delivered. So Kiritic is going to heal straight back up as well. The Soulbind connects on towards Bakaz. It's a huge 2-man connection. The Eclipse comes through. Kiritic just tearing everybody apart, and immediately the rest of Boom Esports has to just run away. Bakaz survived a whole total of about 2 seconds. Slayer has to just run back to the base there with his BKB. And that is it. High ground's going to be going down. 80 seconds, no Sven, no buyback. 30 for the Centaur, who does have a buyback. But they might just sacrifice this lane of barracks. Like, yeah, it is gone. Let it go. Might even be time here for VP to go up to the top set of barracks if they want. There is still the tier 2 mid, obviously. Thinking about it, Kiritic, yeah, he wants to go for it right now. He wants 2 sets of barracks for his efforts. Plenty of slows here from Boom Esports to at least make getting to that tower so damn difficult. Kiritic also getting pulled back from the X. There's going to be a ton of it at the same time. Matthew gets caught out. CM evaporated. Now this is the CM I remember of old, you know. None of this tanky crap, surviving forever, doing work. Just dying. Classic CM. Control as well on towards Kiritic. Once again, trying to keep this tower alive for as long as possible. Mystic Flare is there. They get rid of the Aegis. Squadix gets the kickback on towards the Skywrath Mage. Soulbind is also there. The Boom Esports just fall back. They're going to lose this tier 3. Still 20 seconds with no Bakaz. And that is more than enough time right now for a second lane of barracks to go down and for VP to fall back. Feeling like a very successful win right there. And they'd be right. 13,000 gold advantage. 2 lanes gone. And I don't know really what the big problem was in that last fight. Maybe it was just because he TP'd in a little bit too aggressively. He got caught from the Soulbind onto him and the Centaur, which was just devastating, and they couldn't do anything to survive. Absolutely melted down. So now, maybe it just feels like they got one last good fight in them. Like, well, I say one last good fight, but if they lose the next fight quite handily, probably will just be the end of the game. Should be at least enough time for VP to go and secure Megas. And just continue this pressure. They're playing cool, calm, and collected, obviously. They don't have the Aegis anymore here on VP. They're paying a lot of respect there to the potential of Boom Esports, which You know, Boom can 100% dish out the damage. You know, if Bakars can get on top of target and stick on top of them, they will die. You know, Swift Blink plus MKB Mask of Madness.
Radiant
Got a
are
Silver Edge
scanning.
also coming out momentarily. Like, you can 100% just evaporate people. It all just depends on if you can actually get into those backlines or not. That's the real deciding factor there. Still another 2.5 minutes before
Are scanning.
the potential of Roshan number 3. Oh, Sayums. Okay, just X marks, runs himself back. Tier 2's obviously already gone. Let's show up to this high ground. Man, these towers absolutely disappear. So VP, they don't care about Aegis whatsoever. Feeling like they can just take this fight no matter what. Nice usage of the Ether Panda there from Natus to pull Kiritich back, making sure he's not too far out of position. Now the Glaives doing work, the illusions alone just causes absolutely havoc in the base. Jumping, Kiritich though pops the BKB and immediately Picasso is on top of him. Kiritich's going to try and stand his ground now. A lot of damage coming through, but instead it's going to be Centaur who dies first, falls up by Slayton. There's just no damage here from Boom! They die the entire time. Picasso was just hitting Kiritich, but he was doing absolutely nothing to him. 0. And that is it. GG is called. Boom Esports, they tap out. What a insane quick turnaround for a large portion of this game. It felt like Boom Esports, they were in control, they were in charge. They didn't have like a massive net worth lead, but they had like 4 or 5k or something at one point quite early on. But it just slipped through their fingers. Kiritich became an absolute demon. Just farmed like mad, got all the space in the world to become a big scary Luna. And there was just apparently no answer there on the side of Boom Esports. Like, as soon as the Kiritich pops a BKB, they have no control of them. They can't out DPS the Satanic Heal. And then you got the Eclipse coming out on top of that, and then all the rest of the team throwing in their spells just caused such chaos. That was absolutely maddening. Maddening. So a huge win there, though, to Virtus.pro. I did sort of lean towards them slightly before the match even began, to say they're the better team, and the fact that they were able to recover after having not a great start, let's be honest, like their safe lane got destroyed. Crystal Maiden and Centaur, I think they killed Kiritich 3 times in lane. They killed FNG on the Chen, I think 3 times as well. They forced them into the jungle really early because was getting free farm, but even still, VP kept cool, calm and collected, knew they could hit their timings, they got that. And then that was it. They just end up steaming ahead. I feel like maybe that fight at the Radiant Roshan, that second one, was probably the big difference there. Because Boom Esports, you could tell, they just weren't willing to make that jump. You know, they're playing so carefully. Like, no, we've got to make sure we get hero. But whilst they were dilly-dallying, it was just a free Roshan kill for the side of VP. And that was it. With that, they just took buildings, did whatever the hell they wanted. And there was nothing Boom Esports could do to stop them. But ladies and gentlemen, that is just game number 1. We will have a second one coming up for you guys in about 5 to 10 minutes time, so do not go anywhere. We shall return very, very soon to continue the Pinnacle. We'll see you then.
esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back into the stream, everybody, to the Pinnacle 25-year anniversary show. We got the continuation going on for Virtus.pro versus Boom Esports here in Group B. And it was Group C, sorry, not Group B. Completely the wrong letter. But yeah, that was quite an interesting sort of turn of events there in that game number 1. Boom Esports, they had a good, strong lead. They had the advantage, but unfortunately for themselves, they just weren't quite able to push that advantage to much effect. Like, they were finding the odd pick-off here and there, but after the laning phase, Kiritic just went completely untouched. He AFK farmed the entire rest of the game until he just popped out and was a real menace. There was absolutely nothing even a mega farmed Sven on Pikaz could do to stop them. It was doing 0. Literally 0 damage to this Luna once they had the Satanic going as well. And then obviously you had the control coming out from the Brewmaster as well. It was just absolutely fantastic game there from VP to turn it all around. And we'll see which team is going to be able to come out ahead here in game number 2 as we're going to be jumping on into the draft and seeing how it's going to be, you know, adjusted going into this second game. Whether if Boom Esports might, you know, decide to drop a respect ban towards that Brewmaster, I wouldn't be all too surprised if they do. Also a ban towards FNG's Chen, 100% deserved. You know, he did die, you know, a fair bit in the laning phase against the CM. I think 2 of his deaths were actually solo against CM, which was a little bit awkward. But, you know, he still recovered in the end. They did a fantastic job, just grouped up with the team when he needed to, and they just started running down objectives. And yeah, you can see the Brewmaster is also gone. VP themselves actually do decide to take out the Kunkka, even though the Kunkka didn't win that game either. So this is 2 Kunkka games in a row that I've seen, and 2 Kunkka losses in a row. Whether or not you can factor those losses because of the nerfs in the recent patch is, who knows, you know? Like, it's kind of hard to tell. But already, you know, you got 2 games, 2 losses. Maybe you start to feel that the hero isn't quite as strong as it used to be. So maybe we'll start to see Kunkka drop in priority. Good lord, words. Just a little bit more. But, you know, still it will get banned out in this game. VP just want to make sure that they are not playing up against the water park. They have not brought their trunks. So they want to stay nice and dry. Also now they ban out the Tusk. Boom Esports take away both Spectre as well as the Puck. You know, not exactly like spammed heroes on the side of VP, but definitely heroes they are comfortable grabbing and pretty successful with as well. So it makes sense to, you know, just take those ones away. Not really choosing to ban any other heroes from that last game. You know, there's still the Grim in the pool, which I wouldn't be too surprised to see that first pick There is also a Weaver still in the pool, which Boom Esports did ban first phase, along with Treant Protector, I think they also banned. Can't remember what the other one was. But we could be seeing either one of those. And yeah, there it is. Treant Protector. It just gets snatched up. Managed to survive the banner phase, so VP will gladly take that one right there. Which I assume is going to be FNG0. So we'll see what the follow-up pick from Boom Esports is going to be. The Grim is still in the pool. Wouldn't be too sad to see that. Weaver as well is in there. And to be honest, I quite like Weaver versus a Treant Protector. You can always like throw your bugs into the trees. You can find him pretty much every single time. Your Sakuchi to get you out of like nature's grasps and that sort of thing in the laning phase can be super strong. So in all honesty, a Weaver I feel wouldn't be the worst pick in the world. It all depends whether if Matthew is actually comfortable playing that. But the hero of choice is actually going to be a Phoenix as their first pick of the game. Very interesting to see. So whether or not they'll drop a ban towards a Snapfire potentially just to give that Supernova a bit of protection. But again, Snapfire's not exactly the highest priority hero in this current patch. Like, just been, it really has fallen off the face of the earth. So if a Snapfire does appear, it's like pretty much guaranteed just to be a support, if that is going to be the case. For now though, VP do take away the Faceless Voids. Obviously a very strong combo with the Phoenix. Long lockdown. Pretty much guarantees the Supernova is going to go off every single fight. Which is extremely annoying to deal with. Also removing the Invoker on top of that. Maybe VP, they're trying to decide what sort of game plan they want to go for. You know, when you see a Phoenix this early in the draft, you have to start thinking, right, are we going to try and build a draft where we fight into the Phoenix and we have ways of actually getting rid of the egg? Or are we going to try and find ways of disengaging? In which case, you know, heroes like the Centaur War Runner would immediately come to mind. You know, egg gets dropped, you just pop Stampede, you run the complete opposite direction, just disengage, wait for the egg to pop, and then you come back on in and try and take the fight after that. Could be the potential thought there. And Boom Esports, considering what they want to ban here before the second phase of picking starts, kind of feel like it might be the Centaur or the Snapfire with the Moetta. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. This is the fourth game that I've cast today, and it is the third time Moetta has been banned. I'm still yet to see her get picked today, but despite the fact that she was nerfed a bit in the last patch, clearly does show that both of these teams are still paying respects to that hero. Yeah, I mean, Boom hasn't even played it once in recent history, and VP played it exactly a month ago, and they lost of it. So, I don't know. And that was before it even got nerfed. So even when this hero was super strong, these teams weren't picking it up. But, you know, they're still going to ban it either way. There is going to be the Centaur War Runner pickup, actually going towards Boom Esports instead. So there's not going to be the Stampede play to retreat from the Supernova here for VP. Choice is now, do they go for that Snapfire? That is the big question. Just to have some easy way of getting rid of it. I mean, maybe they could wait a little bit. You know, you haven't got to grab the Snapfire now. Maybe grab something else. Maybe it's a little bit too early to be grabbing your follow-up support in the draft. I mean, there is the potential they could try and play the... if they do go for a Snap as a core, but it doesn't feel as strong as it used to. Definitely would just have to sit as that support position. Hero choice is going to be the Grim, followed up by the Spirit Breaker. How the hell has Spirit Breaker gone this far without being picked or banned? What? Actually, I don't think Spirit Breaker was even touched on in game number 1. I don't think it was banned. I literally do not think it was banned. It just went the entire time completely forgotten, which is absolutely bonkers, because we saw in the first series of the day, when it was Cybe Team versus Marsbet, Cybe did go for the Spirit Breaker, and he's just as strong as he used to be. They did nerf him a little bit, sure. Like his damage amplification against creeps was reduced, but who cares? He can still one-shot creep waves just a little bit later. And his charge cooldown, even with Ags, was increased by 1 second, which again, sometimes that can make a big difference there. A lot of the times, probably not. So, I don't know. It's very, very interesting to see that he still just gets neglected this far into the draft. But the response, though, from the side of Boom Esports is actually going to be an Oracle and Morphling pick. All right. This is, that's pretty damn cool. Obviously, Oracle, you can get the Purge on towards the Spirit Breaker, which is always so good. Maybe cancel out the charge as well. And then the Morphling, you can always just turn into the Spirit Breaker yourself. So you yourself are just charging around. You've got the Bulldoze going. That can be extremely scary to deal with. Despite the fact that Morphling isn't really hero at the moment. Like, no one really wants to play it at all. I think it was played like once at TI, maybe twice, and I think it lost both games. So, yeah, it's definitely not as strong as it used to be. I think a lot of people are still just trying to figure out the new Ags. So maybe because knows, maybe he's like, yeah, I figured this out, guys. I know how to roll Morphling late 2023. We'll see what you can do with it, though. It's going to be quite interesting to see it happen. But Pangolier is going to be the 4th pick up there for the side of VP. So most likely going to be their mid laner there for Squadix. And then in which case Kuritich's hero on the carry is the final one left to go up against this Morphling. Also ban out the Necrophos there. So we want to make sure that the Pangolier has a decent time in the mid. And the Necrophos would 100% make that not happen. He would have a very, very rough time. Let's see what else potentially Boom Esports want to pick to go up versus that Pango. Don't think what really comes to mind. I mean, they've got some decent team fight right now, but the one thing they are lacking is actually control. Like, obviously they got the Phoenix Egg to you know, help fortify an area, then you have the Stampede as well to get on top of people, but you don't really have the lockdown to follow through with that. You've got the root that comes in from the Oracle and the stomp from Centaur Warrunner, which isn't really that much in the grand scheme of things. Like, generally you want a little bit more control than that when you actually get down to those 5v5 fights. Like, because on the side of VP, you've got both Overgrowth as well as the Rolling Thunder, and you've also got a Spirit Breaker that can charge through, hit multiple people, and you've got the AoE stun for the Inkswell and Grimstroke. Just feels like you've got a bit more utility to play around with here on the side of VP, which is always quite scary. I'm trying to think of what mid laner they could potentially go that would answer that AoE control sort of problem. Hard to tell. But still, final ban to come out yet here from Boom. Already removed Kuritich's Luna, so not going to get a repeat here. Will have to be something different. And I feel like maybe you haven't got to worry too much about being turned into, like, from the Morphling. Because you have a Spirit Breaker on your team, I feel like Pakaz is just going to be trying to turn into that Spirit Breaker as much as possible. You know, it's just so damn good, charging around, getting the Bulldoze and everything else going, that I don't think he has to worry about it. Unless, of course, you pick an absolutely insane hero to steal. Like a TB or something like that. I doubt VP will go for a TB this game, despite the fact that it is one of Kuritich's favourite carries to actually play with. Hopefully it doesn't get baited into it too far, you know. And what else could be the potential pickup for them? The Spectre has also already gone. TA would be no good. Too much burn from the Phoenix. Refractions would do absolutely nothing. Chaos Knight? Chaos Knight might not be too bad. Whoa! What? Okay. An anti-mage? This is interesting. Been a long old time since I've seen you, my friend. Alright, so Kuritich's going to be rolling with the anti-mage here. I wonder if they're going to put the Treant Protector as the position 4 and then Grimstroke 5. Because Grim and Anti-Mage is actually a really strong combo. You can blink on top of someone, drain away their mana, they get AoE stunned as well for extra control. Like, that can be a very, very scary lane indeed. Oh yeah, I'm quite interested to see who it goes, so... Yeah, Kirito takes that. Okay, Antares does take the Grimstroke, so unfortunately is not going to be FNG on the Antares, so will be 5 on the Treant instead. I mean, it will still have a pretty decent lane in itself, but the final pick there from Boom Esports of the Earthshaker as well is pretty damn cool. So you got Earthshaker versus the Pangolier in the mids, which I feel like the Earthshaker is perfectly fine with. You're going to be able to secure so much of the CS with the Totem, even chuck out a decent amount of harassment at the same time. Just the one question mark for me is just how well this Morphling is actually going to be able to perform. Like, I don't know. It's interesting. It is very interesting, but I feel like just out based on performance from game number 1, I'm just going to go leaning towards VP right now. As well as the fact that in game number 1, SquadX had a really, really rough time on his Earth Spirit, but now he is on the Pangolier, should have a, shouldn't get crushed as much. As I was saying, Earthshaker is probably going to be a little bit more on the advantage side of things, but I don't think it's going to be too bad. Might still be able to find his farm here and there. But all in all, I am just going to go in for VP here on this game number 2. Expecting a 2-0. I don't want a 2-0. I'd be very, very happy if I'm wrong, and we do get to see a game number 3. Obviously, all you ladies and gentlemen at home are watching, you're here to see some amazing dotes. Unless you've all been betting on it, in which case you don't want to see it. Some of you do, some of you won't. Who knows? But it should be a very, very exciting game regardless. I also just find it very, very strange the fact that Spirit Breaker wasn't touched at all game number 1, and it went basically half the draft here in the second game as well. So, if the game goes really late, the Spirit Breaker's basically become a carry in his own. Along with an anti-mage, which would be late game on top of that, which is just going to be really scary. I don't know, man. I'm just very confused. Anti-mage is a head scratch. Like, that's a gamble. There's so many gambles in this game. Who's going to be the stronger carry, a Morphling or an AM? I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's going to be fun to see, no matter what. But we're going to jump on into the game here, guys, and see how this starts, where maybe could be seeing an early first blood or something like that for either team to get going. Doesn't look like it, though. Everyone's splitting. Everyone's getting standard positions. Yeah, my eyes are definitely going to be on this bottom lane right now. AM Treant going up against Centaur and Phoenix. The Oracle's also down there right now. Matthew... Actually, no, Matthew is on the Oracles. It's a position 4 Oracle. MJZ on the Phoenix. So they are doing some... This is the same thing they did last game. Like, the CM, you'd expect that to be the position 5, but they made that the position 4. In this game, you would expect the Oracle to be 5, but they're making it 4. I mean, maybe they just love this sort of burst damage kind of support to go with the Centaur Warrunner. Like, I mean, it did work game number 1, to be fair, as the CM. Like, they got so many kills in that safe lane. In the off lane, sorry. That it did actually look pretty good. It was only until after the laning phase ended that CM started to look a bit meh. But, we'll see what surprises this game has in store for us. Kiritich. That'll be fine.
Begins.
But yeah, 2 for 2 split on the bounties there. Very even trade, very even way to start. I mean, it might be difficult in this bottom lane here for Boom in general, because if the constant right-click harassment comes out from the AM, you got to basically just make sure that the Centaur never has mana to actually go for like a hoof stomp play or anything like that. Makes it extremely hard to play against. Behind this mid, I am expecting Slatums just to have a slight advantage. I don't think SquadX is going to get completely crashed out of this lane, but I imagine we will see just that slight CS advantage going the Earthshaker's way bit by bit. It'd be quite cool to see what sort of rotations these guys can get from their first level 6 as well. And SquadX might just be happy to sit in the lane, but I feel like with the Shaker, if you could try and make a play happen with a an early 6 on the aftershock. No, god damn, I completely forgot the skill name. I do know it, guys. I promise I do. I play a lot of Earthshaker. Echo Slam, that's the one. Yeah, see, I know, guys, I know. I remember. But yeah. Kiritich already, though, is suffering a bit. Looks like he's getting harassed back a fair amount. But until you get a couple of points into the mana break and stuff, it's very hard to actually effectively trade against a hero like Centaur. Meanwhile, at this top lane, because should be fine again, unless he gets caught completely by surprise from like a phantom, you know, silenced through the trees, and then gets charged on with an Inkswell. Then we could potentially see him die, but I feel like that is kind of the only way that is going to happen. Yeah, in this mid, kind of how I was expecting it to be. Slayham's 8-4 against the 3-3 there of SquadX. And first blood is actually found. FNG gets it onto Matthew just as Kiritich dies. So despite the fact that VP do get the first blood there, losing their carry is really, really rough. At the very, very least, Kiritich was able to get some experience before he died there. But it is still not ideal. Not ideal at all. We'll see if this trend continues. You see, even with no mana, Sacred doesn't really care. Happy just to right-click back. Especially once he completes that Vanguard. Like, Sacred is just going to be A-okay in this lane. Not really too much Kiritich can do against him. Don't know if this lane would have been much different if this was a Grim with the AM rather than it. But a two-man stomp comes through from Sacred again. Kiritich on death's door, and he's just gone! Double edge to the back, he is just down. FNG as well, trying to do something, but he too will fall. This bot lane, man, just like game number 1, is all Boom Esports. The same in mid. Slayham is dominating in the mid lane. This is just a complete repeat here of game number 1. I say that, and Natus just gets a very casual kill onto MJZ. Even kills the courier with all of the resources on it. That feels pretty damn rough. Salt in the wound as it was. But yeah, looking at the CS chart, all 3 cores on VP's side just really falling behind quite early on here. Definitely going to have to try and rely more on the late part of this game more than anything else. Early is definitely not in their favor by any means. I mean, SquadX isn't a million miles behind in terms of CS. 16-8 to the 12-7. You're still getting a decent amount of denies at the end of the day, so he's fine doing what he can. So yeah, he should be able to still get his 6 online at relatively decent time. Meanwhile, up top, Inkswell connects onto 2. They're trying to focus down onto his MGZ. Meanwhile, because Surge is in aggressively on towards Antez, not enough damage to actually get the kill. But both supports taking a lot of beatings. We'll just have to fall back. Another kill. FNG falls down for the 3rd time this game. Kiritich, without his position 5, can't get anywhere near these creeps by the looks, just gets harassed continuously. And Tez will at least make a rotation to deny the refill there for Slaytums, which is actually going to be really big. Might be enough of room there for SquadX to actually get some decent amount of pressure going himself. If FNG respawn him, tries to just run in and make space there for the anti-mage, but it's very hard to do so. Actually getting quite aggressive on towards Matthew there with the lead C drops as well. Kiritich thinks about jumping in, but FNG just dies! What? Playing way too crazy. He's just charging in there on his own. Creeps and heroes on top of him both, but he doesn't care. Maybe he was just really relying on Kiritich to jump in as well, but I think Kiritich had the right idea. Don't go in. Just play safe. Chill out a bit. Try and secure farm, because at the moment it's 30-10 for their Centaur to the 17-4 there of the Anti-Mage. And now the Centaur also has the Vanguard completed on top of everything else. So you struggled in the lane before. Now there's absolutely nothing you could do to really contest this Centaur. Kiritich, he's going to have a rough time. Let's be honest now. He's already been having a rough time. It's just going to get even worse. But again, just like game number 1, it was pretty bad then. He was able to recover. So it's going to come down to if he can rinse, repeat that same performance. Stroke. A little bit off the mark there. Doesn't quite connect. MJZ as well. Going to try and force Antares back. 6 minute runes up in just over 10 seconds time. It's going to be a big one to try and pick up. FNG will be there to help the bomb on Antez. might end up dying up towards this top here, but unfortunately this is a mid Earthshaker, and they do not like to level Fisher. It is a complete waste of level for him, but maybe going to get punished right now as a charge comes through from Natus. The totem slam is there, just not in time. So Slatums will actually go down. That is exactly what VP needed to start trying to balance this game out a bit more. I mean, they know that there's not really anything you can do to stop the Morphling from farming up top. And Natus is like, yeah, I can't do anything up here. At least I can go mid, get a kill, which he does. Make space for Squadix. And now we can see, in terms of CS, the Pangolin is actually ahead of the Earthshaker now. So at least one lane is going decently well for the side of VP. I mean, Natus isn't having a terrible time at top either, but it's just when you compare his CS to that of the Morphling that it looks pretty bad. Even the Centaur, still 10 behind that one as well. Meanwhile, 7-minute bounty spawn. FNG trying to, unfortunately does just get caught out. But with the Stampede there, he is just brought to his knees. Unfortunately, you know, sometimes you've got to try it. If you can't get the Wisdom Rune Steel, it is super, super good. But unfortunately, this time just does not pan out. Gives away another kill over towards the Centaur. At the same time, though, you could say space created, guys. Look, Kiritich has room to get one creep wave. that's the big play. And to be honest, anything like that could help, really. As Kiritich desperately needs it. I'm assuming that the AM is just going for the standard Battle Fury build. Yeah, that's what he's going for. Power Tread's already up along with the wand. We are in the mid. Rolling Thunder's used. Connects through onto 2. Slayham as well in danger. Charge comes through from Natus to make sure they do guarantee the kill. Even the Never Strike on towards MJZ. Is trying to get away. Dives down towards the south side. But FNG's going to try and cut him off right now. One more swashbuckle gets the double. And this is really good moves here coming out from Natus, you know. Really abusing the maneuverability factor of this Spirit Breaker to always bring the numbers here in the mid. Because they know, like I was saying, top and bottom lost. At least win this mid. And 2 kills now onto Slayham is a huge, huge bonus for themselves. Squadix is recovering nicely. Still behind in CS though. By a fair amount. But every little helps at the end of the day. Wait for G. Spied out Slayham. The stun won't actually connect there from the tome. But actually, Squadix is also here. They're going to turn. Matthew will get brought down right now, but with Sacred as well, Slayham's coming through. They want to focus on towards FNG, and they should eventually be able to bring down this position 5. It's taking a long old time, and Squadix in the meantime is doing a lot of work into the back lines. Slayham getting very low. Another swashbuckle forwards. He's getting down well close to Death's Door with this arcane rune in the hands of Squadix. He's continuously spamming these spells. Another swashbuckle. Not quite enough to actually get the finishing touch, but even still, he's just going to carry on running away and avoiding all of the gank potential coming his way. Meanwhile, Tez got Picard's hot on his heels. Surge up in 2 seconds time. A waveform. Not going to be able to get it though. We'll let him slip away. Another chaotic little engagement. 6-7 on scoreline. Less than 1k gold lead right now here for Boom Esports. A charge from Natus. They're coming after Slayham yet again. Can they get the kill? Charge even connects through on towards the Phoenix. This time the Enchanter is in time to guarantee block the stun. Eden strike. Oh, not to get the kill. They will still fall regardless as well. As the Echo Slam there to get the grab on towards Natus. It's a trade of 1-for-1 at the end of the day, but Boom Esports getting the kill onto his core is super beneficial. Morphling has now turned up. The Strength Morph is going. Guys, it's going to be fine. Rolling through. Mood in place. Swashbuckle off to the side. Able to actually dodge the waveform damage. If he didn't actually avoid that, it might have been a free kill there. Going over towards the cards. Very, very close indeed. And we'll still see Kiritich try and get what farm he can going here at the bot. At least now he's not dying anymore. He's been left sort of to his own devices. He is recovering in terms of CS, but still bottom amongst all the cores in terms of net worth. 1,000 gold behind that of the Centaur. 700 behind the Morphling as well, but at the very least, the Earthshaker has been hindered a fair amount from all these rotations to the mid. Sure, he did get that kill into the mid there against Noticed, but you know, it's still time, forcing him away from the creeps. Really just slowing down his overall progression.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
A couple of TPs going down towards the bot lane as well. Yeah, we want to try and set up for a kill here on towards Sacred. FNG is here as well as Squadix. Code is jumping in, making sure there isn't enough mana for the Stampede. With the mana comes through, we'll be fine. Gets away, Matthew trying to go for the gate through, but it doesn't matter. Mana Void there to get the stun cancelled out. Even using the False Promise. I mean, Matthew knows he's dead. He's just trying to waste as much time as possible, as eventually he will fall. Kill going over towards Squadix. Meanwhile, Antares in danger. Has to just go for the Ancient Creep deny. Very wisely done. Charge comes through, but once again, man, because this is so damn quick on this strength morph. Very slippery customer indeed. But still, 8 for 8 was a scoreline, less than 1k gold lead. Maybe looking at trying to make a move here on towards Bakaz in the mid. Charge comes through. He wasn't actually able to get the strength morph off in time. I cursed him. I was complimenting on how well he's been able to do it up until this point, and then he just dies as a result. I apologize, Bakaz. The curse is real. At the same time, their Squadix has now completed the Diffuser Blade, so a bit of extra damage and control coming through on that end. But big ticket item there for Slaytums here on the Earthshaker. The Blink Dagger is online. And you got to be really, really careful if you're on the side of VP. Blink Echo could just spell doom and immediately turn away a fight before it even begins. With tier 1 basically dead. Is it even worth the 9? Who knows? Probably not. Hand of Midas though actually was the item of choice there for Natus. I mean, I can kind of see why. There's a Morphling and an Anti-Mage in the game, so you're kind of expecting the game to go late, in a way. Not exactly the most common item you see for a lot of Spirit Breakers. He's actually already bought the Octarine Core recipe as well, like before he has a single component of the rest of the item, which is quite interesting. Sometimes it doesn't matter, but it does just delay getting that first actual stat-producing component online by like an extra couple hundred gold. So double blinks are now online here though for Boom Esports. One for the Centaur, one for the Shaker. Feels like this is a little power spike that they've hit. Whether or not they can actually try and make a play happen with that is another question entirely. I feel like Kiritich would be their primary target right now. Try and kill him at least one more time before he can complete this Battle Fury and just slow down his game a bit more. You know, provide that extra bit of space for Bakaz to actually overtake him in far. But notice charging on forwards. Blink there from Slaytums. We'll just pull him back to safety. Not going to fully commit on the charge this time round. Just poking on towards Sacred. Literally does 0 damage to the guy though. Now Stampede, they can try and turn this around with the Blink. Echo is going to be there. All the control from Kiritich. Can he get the jump? He will! Managing to reflect the route as well. And now the potential turnaround is Squadix getting involved. Another double stun there from Sacred. The unit is still, the Centaur is in so much danger. There will be the False Promise. Matthew, unfortunately for himself, he will still die. Squadix not choosing to dive underneath the tier 1. As, God damn, Sacred basically goes up to full HP. Centaur, man. Stupid hero. So after all that, it's just a death on towards the Oracle. Maybe MJC is going to fall here as well. He does have Supernova. Will he be bothered to use it? He will, as actually the Fisher block is on the correct spot. Kiritich stepping forwards to kill it, but no one else is helping. And the perfect chain stun comes out. Slaytums and Sacred putting their Blink Daggers to good use. And they just get out of there. 100% Squadix had the right idea. It was like, we're on the wrong side of the Fisher. Let's just get out. Kiritich there, a little bit greedy. Punished hard. Very, very huge punish. And as I say, you know what you got to do? Kill him at least one more time before that Battle Fury comes out. Slows down his game a tiny bit more. Has now been completed at the very least. But we can see in terms of net worth, Bakaz nearly 1,000 gold ahead of that of the Anti-Mage. 15 minutes in. Ooh, FNG looks dead. Yeah, we'll see on this replay. It was great. Fisher's there. And then Kiritich just goes for it, despite the fact that he knows there is at least an Earthshaker nearby, because he just got hit by the Fisher. But he goes for it anyway. It's very bold. It's very risky. Very punishing at the end of the day. Meanwhile, another connection goes on. FNG get caught there from Slaytums. Kiritich is going to bring down Matthew, or at least Squadix will. Slay him though with the Stampede, going to be able to disengage. But elsewhere, on the other side of the map, and Tears as well, Noticed was actually able to kill Bakaz. So they get that retaliation. They managed to take down the Morphling, super impactful. Now Kiritich going to be able to secure up this Ancient stack unless Squadix tries to steal much of it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, I think they pretty much give it all over towards him.
Bottom tower is under attack.
MJZ did just scout out, but
Radiant
unfortunately
structures are fortified.
no one else is really nearby to try and make some sort of counterplay happen. It's Sacred, man. He's got his Blink, he's got his Vanguard, so he's just going to go straight in for the hard to ask. Why the hell not?
Is under attack.
Become that beefcake.
Radiant's bottom
Basically
tower
just become
has fallen.
unkillable entirely.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now we actually do see a 2,000 gold advantage for VP. I don't know how this has happened again.
Dire
Like,
are scanning.
the top lane was fine. Like, Bakaz had a perfectly fine time free farming against the Spirit Breaker. Bot lane was a huge win for Boom. They killed FNG and Kiritich multiple times again, just like game number 1. And the mid lane was going Earthshaker's in Earthshaker's favour until, of course, the rotation started coming through. But just fantastic players for VP have been able to balance out this game. They do obviously just lose FNG, but he's able to scout out the high ground ward at the very least.
Dire are scanning. Radiant structures are fortified.
So that ward will be going
Dire's bottom tower
at some
is
point,
under
I'm sure.
attack.
But for now, Boom Esports just going to make sure they've taken control
Radiant's
quite
top tower is under
easily
attack.
of the Radiant Triangle area, just making it so difficult for VP to come over here whatsoever. Going to be able to take down this tier 1 now,
Has fallen.
so frees up a little bit more space. At the same time though, you can see Kiritich is actually having to farm up the Dire Triangle area. You know, you can't use your own triangle, so you may as well use the enemies. Makes no difference whatsoever. Creeps are creeps.
Radiant are scanning.
Everyone from
Dire's
Boom,
bottom tower is under
well,
attack.
at least the majority of them were in the mids, maybe thinking about trying to make a jump on towards Squadix there, but not able to actually get the jump in time. This Battle Fury has been completed for a few minutes now for the Anti-Mage, but still isn't really able to close the gap between themselves
Dire's
and
bottom
Bakaz
tower
on this
is under
Morphling.
attack.
Still like 1,000 gold difference between the two of them. Or 700 I should say, 1,007. That's not much difference there guys. Well, Echo gets dropped. Just to kill Antez though, not really the highest priority kill, and actually looks like the immediate response comes in from the rest of the VP to try and get this grab on towards Matthew. Overgrip is there, False Promise also used, as well as the Rolling Thunder. Here is the rest of Boom Esports though. Egg was dropped, but it doesn't matter, the damage is done, everybody just rolls away. So in all honesty, that's a very chaotic fight. I have no idea. Like, it was so many almost committed. And actually, it's not even done yet. Notice was FNG. They're on top of Slatums right now. Not a single other member of the squad nearby. And the Earthshaker drops once more. 4,000 gold lead now for VP. And yeah, just now we're a 4,000 gold advantage here. This is really exactly like how game number 1 went. Boom Esports had a really good start. They had a lead. But it just slips through their fingers. Just VP are able to play so damn well even when they're behind. They can just keep doing what they're doing. This time round though, it's a lot more on Noticed as well as Squadix that are able to carry the team through it. Before, Kiritich was able to actually come out about like 20-25 minutes or something. He had a couple of items and he was able to actually get involved in these fights. Where now in the Anti-Mage, not quite the same. Noticed playing around with Bakaz right now. Don't know if this is an easy kill, but actually they're getting there. He's getting super low, but we'll just turn around with the strength morph. Notice just making sure he's charging creeps to keep himself getting the stun lock going. In comes the rest of the squad to try and focus him down. Balto's not enough to push him through that one. When you got 4 enemy heroes on your face, you're just dead. Nothing you could do. Although VP, they still want to try and take this fight. They're going to jump on in. And then Squadix immediately clips himself, has to jump down to the low ground, cancels it out. But it doesn't matter, they still do get the kill on towards Sacred. You know, even though it's a little bit awkward, they still get it. Who cares? They'll take that one. You know, this is all space as well, being made for the Anti-Mage. who is, you know, he's climbing up there. Has now overtaken the other two cores on the side of Boom Esports at the very least. Or at least one already was in front of the Earthshaker, because poor old Slatums, man, he is having a really, really rough game right now. 7.7k net worth at 21 minutes in. He was doing fine in the lane until Natus started showing up, and then it was just all downhill from there. He couldn't get anything done. I mean, his score isn't terrible, 2, 3, and 5. It isn't, yeah, completely out there, but he just hasn't really been able to find the time to get CS and actually build some decent items. Just continuously pressured again and again.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Manta now also up for Kiritich. So they've got that extra means of avoiding some of the lockdowns there on the side of Boom. You know, the route from the Oracle can be pretty damn annoying. The Fire Spirit's slow from the Phoenix. Getting rid of those is always impactful. FNG, he's found the Morphling. Do they want to go for a charge with Natus right now? Maybe they want to see how much he actually morphs up. He's still on 1.1k HP. Not an easy target to kill by any means. He's just stalking him. He's just like a shadow. Always on his tail. Can't obviously chase if there ain't no trees. Meanwhile, the rest of VP are going to be able to take down the Tormentor. Free shard there for Squadex, who's got the little roll up now.
Middle tower is under attack.
Which is always a very, very useful tool at trying to chain together some kills. The scan! What is that scan? That was perfect! Just lands immediately where FNG is. Who did that scan? That was on point. Such a huge game sense coming out of there. Spidey senses were tingling that there was a tree lurking in the trees. And they just tear him apart. Very nicely done. But in all honesty, small play like that is nice, but it's not doing anything to this net worth lead, which is growing by the minute. Now 8,000 gold for VP. Really starting to get out of control. Neither team has really put any focus on towards the Roshan just yet. But I'm sure that's probably going to be entering their minds soon. Obviously, Aegis for the Morphling or the Anti-Mage is going to be super, super important in these early fights. Whichever team can get it, they need to. Kaz as well. He's got Manta, he's got Lincoln's. Trying to go in for the Silver Edge as his next item. There's some pretty decent passives to break. There's like the Lucky Shot from the Pango, the Bash Chance from the Spirit Breaker, Mana Break from the AM as well. I'm not really going to say Nature's Geist, because like, breaking that is kind of pointless. You hit him anyway and he kind of loses it, so that doesn't really matter. Yeah, it could be a nice pickup for sure. Especially just help him get into a good position to get into those backlines every single time. At the same time, BKB is now just completed up there for Slatums on the Shaker. And that Shadow Blade. So it looks like Boom Esports, they're ready to try and make a play. They've hit a little power spike right now. Maybe they were thinking about going Roche, but it's moving up to the Dire side in just 30 seconds. So it's not really going to be much of a time to get anything done. And they smoked. There was actually an Observer Ward there on the VP side, so that might have actually been scouted out. I'm not entirely sure. Actually, I don't know if it was, because it's a really awkward little chunk at the bottom which doesn't quite land. Although FNG looks like he's in a spot to break the smokes. Doesn't actually break him. This whole smoke maneuver isn't actually going to yield anything. Everyone for VP going to dodge it, but going for a smoke move for themselves. Because runs straight towards that Tears. Poor old Grimstroke doesn't last a second right now. Yules as well trying to control up Natus, but in comes the Roll of Thunder from Squadex. They're going to focus immediately on towards MJZ before the Supernova can come on out. Slayham as well has to pop the BKB, trying to turn around. FNG with the Overgrowth, holding them at bay. No help for the rest of his team though, so he will die. Double kill goes over towards Pakaz. So it's a 2-for-1 exchange. Kiritich finally shows up, but the show is already over. And maybe this is enough of a window of opportunity here for Boom Esports to take Roche. It is up here. Overgrowth is gone. Rolling Thunder is gone. Nothing really VP can do to stop it. And sure enough, Pakaz rolls straight on into the pit. He's going to try and get that nice little upgrade for the team. Or at least for himself. Kiritic, though, is definitely getting bigger by the minute, getting so close to that Skadi. Only 800 gold away. And it's going to be a real problem to deal with. Thinking about maybe trying to jump into the Roshan pit. It is dead. Ron Thunder is used. Squadic is in there. Kiritic, though, can't quite get the grab here on towards Matthew. Good counter push forward, force out the false promise. Egg's also been dropped into the back lines. Notice as well as Squadics are in deep. They're going to try and run away. The stun just barely connects on towards the Spirit Breaker. Jumping in from Slatum. But he actually just gets turned on. Notice gets the kill. The Sun Ray, not enough actually to finish the Spirit Breaker. And with the Soul Bite, get the double one point comes on through. The Centaur in danger. Will be dropping down. And Morphling has to just run away. It's a disaster fight here for Boom Esports. They get the Aegis, but they lose everything for it, including the Aegis itself. It is awful. And at the very least, they did get the Spirit Breaker, but they just weren't expecting that. Even I wasn't expecting it. Like, they had no overgrowth or anything. They were kind of split, respawning, but they trickled in, and it somehow actually worked for them in their favor. Huge, huge win for VP. Skadi is now also online here for Kiritic. Probably not going to be able to get this tier 2 actually taken down. Gonna get close though. Actually, maybe he is going to actually get it before the backdoor protection comes back up. There you will. Free tier 2. He's happy with that one. It's now 11k gold lead. Just when it was looking up there for Boom Esports, Gaben has a completely different idea on how this game is going to pan out. And flips the script entirely. Ag's now also completed for the Grimstroke there, so now you've got the old Dark Portrait. So you'll have a Morphlin running around hitting people. That's pretty damn scary. Oh, Notice charging through, runs into quite a few members there on the side of Boom Esports. He's trying to run away with the BKB plus the Bulldoze. Stomp doesn't land. He's juking left and right, but it's just not enough as he will get caught out. Down for a full minute. And Picard's getting the kill as well. It's very, very nice. Good amount of money there. It does sort of subsidize the losses a little bit, but still not quite impactful enough. Although here's Picard's top of net worth now. Still ahead of the anti-mage. Obviously with that Skadi completed, actually going for a Diffusal Blade next as well. Get that double mana break coming through, plus the Diffusal Blade from Squadics as well. Just ultimate mana drain coming out here from VP. They want to make sure that Boom Esports can't cast a single ability this game. They're really damn annoying to play against for sure. Plate mail as well here for Squadics is queued. We'll see what he's actually going to turn that into, because it doesn't have anything else up there, whether it's going to be a Shiva's or maybe an Assault Cuirass. I feel like Shiva's is not a bad shout this game for sure. So I won't be too surprised if that is going to be the item of choice. Well, FNG just being a real nuisance. Oh, just cancels the TP there from Picard. It wastes so much time. Now you can just see on the minimap, Picard's having to run back to where he was going to TP to. As a result, the tower's just going to fall down.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And every time they all turn up, tower's already gone. Sacred actually gets a two-man stomp right now. Slame also jumping in with the BKB. No further lockdown though, and actually looks like VP are going to try and do some sort of counterplay with the roll boulder going on forward. Matthew has to false promise himself. Not quite ideal, as they're still going to lose Slatums off to the side. Does Matthew actually live through all of this? He will not. Gets blown up. 2 kills gone. No buybacks available. VP look like they're going to carry on diving in. They found MJZ deep inside the base. Sacred as well. Trying to get himself away. But Kaz was making space there, turning himself into the Spirit Breaker. But unfortunately, it just doesn't do any different. They lose another one. 3 people gone. No buybacks. And this is very, very similar to how game number 1 went. They lost that fight by their tier 2. And then all of a sudden, they lose a full set of barracks. Maybe because he shows up way too early. None of his teammates are there to help out. He's just gone, down for a minute. And this is one full set of barracks, maybe even the top set of the as well. I mean, Notice making sure that they could try and take down this tier 2. Wanted to go for the middle set. But that is now a Lincoln's can play for Notice, a Basher for Kiritic as well. Link Dagger for the Grim. They just got even more items. And they're still just taking buildings away. 15 without the Centaur. Maybe they could try to do some cute play and go for a buyback onto the Morphling once the Centaur is actually up. But it's very, very risky.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
It looks like they'll probably just take these buildings and fall back. Unless VP just feel like absolute ballers, they will end the game. And that is exactly it. And GG's called! They just tap out. Boom Esports are done. Not even wanted to play one more team fight. They're like, yeah, okay. Okay, this is it. GG. And that is quite unexpected end. But this felt like the exact same game as game number 1. Literally exactly the same. Boom Esports had a great start. Mid, started off great, went a bit sour. Bottom lane was just a big win in general. They had the advantage, but again, they just completely let everything slip through their fingers. A real disaster, and I don't know if maybe they were suffering for some tilt there at the end, because that was a very early GG, I feel like, for Boom Esports. They definitely had at least one more team fight in them, but, they felt like the game was over. They didn't want to put themselves through it anymore, so you can't really blame them for that. So as a result, it is a 2-0 victory there for VP. Just really are showing that they are the better team in general. And we'll have an actual look at the groups now, just to see how this series is going to affect everything else, see where everybody is standing right now. As we can see, Virtus.pro now top dogs, position 1 with their 3 points. And unfortunately for Boom Esports now, they are last place, so they will be there, -4 for themselves behind MarsBet. 2 2-0 losses in a row. It's not great, but it's not over. There is still definitely the chance they can get themselves into the 3rd position to actually get themselves into the next stage of the tournament. I believe if they get if their next 3 games, they win 2-0, then they will be on 2 points, in which case they will equalize. Actually, no, they only have 2 more games. Okay, so if they 2-0 their next 2 games, they can end on 0 points, and they just have to hope that either Team Klee, Cyber Team, or VP to start dropping points, and they can actually overtake them that way. Not really a great position to be in, having to rely on other teams to not perform as well for your chance to go on through. But, sometimes that's just how these the group stages end up working out. But even still, just a really nice played game there from Virtus.pro. The anti-mage pick was interesting. The lane was awful for him, but he was able to recover and actually get some work done. But at the same time, I feel like the only reason this anti-mage was able to work at all was because you had Noticed on the Spirit Breaker, and you had Squalix's Pangolier as well. They were the main 2 making so much space at that sort of like early mid-game time, where they were constantly shutting down the Earthshaker, to the point where Slatum's on the Shaker was basically a position 4 at that stage. His net worth was tanked massively. He was like 3,000 gold at least behind the 2nd lowest core in the entire game, which is not great. I don't have to tell you guys that is not an ideal position to be in for a mid laner by any means. But, hopefully they can bounce back on their future games. Just reset a little bit more, come back into it with a good mindset, and actually get some wins on the board. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of this series. We do have 2 more series coming up for you today. There will be a little bit of a break between the games, so we'll just load that up for you. So there's still another hour and 6 minutes until the next series starts, which is actually going to be Alliance versus Keydstars. And then the final game at the end of the day will be Na'Vi versus MoneyMakers. And those 2 series, guys, will be covered by Hairy Freak, who's going to be jumping on in. So make sure you give him a good old time. He's going to perform as he always does. Fantastic stuff. But thanks for tuning in for this game, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you have enjoyed, and we'll see you all in about an hour's time to continue the Pinnacle 25th anniversary show. We'll see you soon.
Oh, eSport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. This And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
This day of the Pinnacle 25-year show is kind of filled with a lot of downtime. We had 2 2-0s today, guys, and because of that, we had very long breaks. But do not worry, we still have 2 more best of 3s to play, so that means more Dota for us all. We had Sibe beat Mars Bet Team 2-2-0, Virtus.pro, they beat Boom Esports 2-2-0. Now, we are gonna be moving on to Alliance versus Keystars, and we are gonna be ending the day with Navi versus MoneyMakers. So we are moving over to Group D. That is the group that we're gonna be looking at, seeing that Alliance are crushing it with a 2-0 score, meaning that Vivo Keystars, who are currently 0-2, they did win 1 game, however, though that is not that reassuring because Alliance have been playing good Dota, and Keystars, they did manage to take a game of Namiga but got destroyed by the Dudley boys. It should probably put Alliance in a situation where they're most likely going to be winning 2-0, and we are most likely going to be going on to another long break, but who knows. Let's get into the match. I mean, this is what we want to be looking at. Keystars are still a team that went to TI. Alliance are not a team that went to TI, even though Keystars didn't really do too well there. We know that this team can sometimes wake up and just start crushing everybody, though. Will it happen here? I'm not sure. Alliance are looking much better. We're seeing Charlie, Thompson, S4, Pablo, and Hanskin. I just need confirmation that Thompson is gonna be playing again instead of Chuan. No, it is actually gonna be Chuan. So I know all of you Thompson fans were maybe excited that you get to see him, but that is not going to be the case. Vivo Keystars, Costabile, Analog, FCR, King RD, KJ, sticking with the same roster. I'm always a fan with doing it, though a little switch up here and there isn't too bad. The honeymoon period is something that teams need from time to time, and Vivo Keystars, they've had this up and down slope all the time, meaning that there might be some room for some change in the near future, though we'll have to find out what they will actually come up with in this series and in the future of this team and these 5 overall amazing players. But as I mentioned, it is just like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, or 1 step forward, 2 steps back kind of a scenario for Vivo Keystars. I've casted quite a lot of tournaments of them being in them, and sometimes they are just amazing, while others you can see that there's something missing. And I think it comes down to form. So maybe work harder, work longer hours, take it more seriously. Maybe that's the approach, though who knows, we can only speculate at this point. What we are not going to be putting up to speculation is that Alliance, well, they're back. They're back. A lot of people are going to be writing that in chat as they get any kill, first blood, or whatever big team fight. It is going to be written in the chat that the Alliance are back, and they really are looking quite solid, right? They've been winning at pretty much a standard pace, showing that they have an idea of how they want to play Dota. So they're winning between the 40 and the 45 minute mark, basically, which is kind of the standard for the current meta, given that you get that early lead, but it's not the easiest path to ending the game. There's some exceptions to different teams, but Alliance overall, they have been well, they haven't really been rushing it, and that is quite nice. So they beat Namiga. They opened up the tournament with that versus them, actually, and they beat Klimsanic, who I thought are actually going to be doing well here, but it seems versus the Western European teams, they just aren't doing that great. So Alliance have not played in the new patch. Oh, actually, they have played versus Klimsanic, I guess. Yeah, they have played versus Klimsanic. But overall, I mean, not much has changed. I'm going through the drafts from the past few days, and we're seeing there's not many things that have been added. We saw Broodmother, which is kind of weird, but it happens. It did lose, however, though. I don't know if we can put it up there as a hero that's going to be continuing to get picked. We did see a couple of lines. That's kind of interesting, though. Namiga did win versus Vivo Keydstars with it, which is quite nice. And we actually saw Tiny, which is from Vivo Keydstars, which is quite nice. The hero received a solid buff. I think it was mana to avalanche at levels. Now it's 90, 100, 110, and 120, and it used to be 120 all the time. Though, we're not going to be speculating about the picks any longer because we do have a draft on our hands. Let's get into it to see what the teams have prepared for today. And there we are. Alliance versus Vivo Keydstars, Pinnacle 25-year anniversary show. Alliance 2-0, Vivo Keydstars 0-2, though Vivo Keydstars are not -4 with the points, they're -3, which is still pretty bad, but it could have been worse, right? You know? It can always be worse, guys. The thing is, it can almost always be better, apart from Alliance, who are 2-0-2-0. Who cares? They have 4 points, the maximum amount at this moment. One of the favorites for the entire tournament with the way that they have been playing so far. Though, the thing is, it's hard to say when you have 5 teams in a group. We have 4 groups each, if you guys don't know about it. So we have 20 teams in total here in the tournament. 2 will go to the upper bracket, 1 will go to the lower bracket from each group, and 2 will have to say goodbye to the Pinnacle 25-year anniversary show. If Vivo Keydstars lose this one 2-0, they might be the ones saying goodbye, or probably are going to be the ones saying goodbye, or one of the teams from Group D that will be eliminated. But overall, as I mentioned, it's hard to say how teams will play in the playoff, as 4 games isn't really enough to completely analyze their gameplay, especially if they're outclassing some of the other teams. So we'll see how they do versus Falcons, versus potentially Na'Vi, if Na'Vi do go through the group, Team Tickles. You know, those teams can be pretty scary overall. So Vivo, they open up with a Nature's Prophet. No surprise, I like it. It does give you this opportunity to overtake the laning phase, overtake the map, so I like it. I actually love it. I'm a big fan of the Nature's Prophet. I guess that's probably because I haven't been playing Dota so much lately. If I had, as a support player, having to buy a Quelling Blade every single time because of this guy and not have a extra regen or a sentry or something, it gets pretty annoying pretty quickly. But overall, in watching competitive games and how the hero can sometimes completely shape the laning phase depending solely on the decisions of the player, it's beautiful. Actually, it makes up for good Dota. I know that at some point it's gonna get nerfed. It's not gonna be as strong, but it is super fun watching it, even with it being picked up so much. Phoenix is very popular. The thing is, his win rate in the first 2 days was abysmal. I don't know how much that has changed. So yeah, Navi lost versus Falcons with Phoenix twice, so it's even worse. The Dudley Boys did the win versus Vivo Keatstars with the Phoenix, which is kind of nice. I'll level up loss. So overall, this hero and its win rate are catastrophic in our tournament so far. Let's see if Alliance can change that. Alliance are one of the teams that actually won with the Phoenix, which is not common in this tournament. Quite annoying, really. I'm a big Phoenix fan. I think I have around 700, 600 games on the hero. That's quite a lot, actually. The thing is, guys, I don't even know how to check things in Dota any longer ever since they changed the okay, I know. Oh, I know. Oh, 575. That's quite not as much as I thought I had. But yeah, I definitely like this hero, and I like watching it as well. It's always fun to see how teams actually approach dealing with the Phoenix in a game. Do you run from it? If you want to run from it, usually pick something like a Centaur, which could be a solid pick for Vivo Keatstars, because they are missing on some initiation, a little bit of tankiness, pipe builder, something to escape the egg, right? There's no reason not to go for it. Tusk is actually a pretty good one to keep people close to the egg, at least that one guy that is trying to run away. The Walrus Punch and the Snowball, even though they seem like not that great of a combo of stuns, they last for quite a long time. There will be a Dazzle coming out. We can assume that it is going to be a mid lane Dazzle, because that's where the hero is most often played. A lot of the times we see him banned out. The problem I see with the early Dazzle pick, even though the hero is pretty powerful, is that it kind of dissuades your enemies from getting a lot of units, and then your aggressive Shadow Wave isn't gonna be as effective as you would like. Earthshaker comes out. Okay, those are two heroes that could go to the mid lane, so it is gonna be fun to see where they put it. Vivo Keatstars, so far they have not played the Dazzle. They have played some interesting heroes that we don't see too often, like a Timbersaw. I mean, not too often nowadays. They played a Timbersaw, they played a Slardar. Slardar is actually a hero with which they won the game. As I mentioned, they played a Tiny. Oh, they did play one Dazzle. Let me check which position that was. That was yesterday, I think. So they played an offlane Dazzle. Cool. That's actually quite fun. Oh, Dudley Boys played the offlane Dazzle. Oh. Mind Control played it as well. Yeah, I'm getting some info from my production as well. See how easy it is for them to give me info. But yeah, Vivo did play it as well. They played mid lane Primal Beast and the 4 Tiny. From what I'm seeing. Overall though, Shaker, I would want to see him in the mid lane. The hero thrives there currently. And again, the position I see mostly in. As Alliance, they pick up a Queen of Pain. That's great. Good versus both of these heroes. Earthshaker later on though can be a problem for you. Spectre, I really like this hero now. It's a lot of fun. You don't even need the Aghanim Scepter to make it fun. Back in the days where you had to buy to have the Shadow Step. But I don't know. I feel like Alliance are lacking in the stun department. And the burst of the Queen of Pain, I'm not sure that that can actually do enough in terms of killing some of these heroes, especially if you're playing versus a Dazzle, mind you. So killing heroes is not as easy as it would seem. And Nature's Prophet and Earthshaker are no pushovers, right? Nature's Prophet TP's back, he gains that extra armor. It could be problematic actually bringing him down. Of course, later on the Spectre will deal with all of your damage issues. You're gonna have the Sunray, stuff like that. I'm talking strictly here about the early mid game, right? Coming out of the laning stage. In the laning stage, the Tusk will provide the damage, so there's gonna be some kills going the way of Alliance. But overall, you do get slowed down in the early mid game. Though this is kind of my 10-year 15, 20, I don't know how many year Dota experience talking, where early mid game you had to make something happen. Nowadays you don't really, because the map is so vast, you can actually get yourself quite a lot of farm. The Vivo Keystars, they go for a different approach than, oh, you might not be able to kill us, so we're gonna kill you. They actually go for the Naga Siren, so we're gonna farm faster than you. And if you do not apply pressure, we might actually win 30 minutes in. So I like this. I really like the Naga Siren. Illusion-based heroes are naturally pretty solid versus the Spectre, especially heroes who do build into a lot of stats. Naga Siren fills that category quite nicely. I guess Spectre can go for the Radiance, so that can be good versus Naga Siren. But overall, the strength of this hero usually lies in being able to outpush the waves. You outpush the waves, Alliance cannot catch anybody, meaning the Spectre won't have targets to go for with a Shadow Step. So Alliance, they ban out the Grimstroke and the Viper. So they're afraid of a potential Viper being sent the way of the Spectre or the Queen of Pain to cause some issues. So I'm fine with that. Viper, we have seen a couple of them in the tournament so far. Not that popular of a hero, but it is normal to see him pulled out from time to time. The Vivo Keystars, they got rid of the Dawnbreaker. I like that. The Tidehunter as well. Tidehunter would allow you to push in the towers. There is going to be an Ember, meaning that this is most likely going to be a 4-shaker with an offlane Dazzle. Maybe vice versa, but I'm thinking it is going to be a 4-shaker. So Vivo, they get themselves an Ember Spirit. The hero just hasn't been looking the greatest for the past 2 months, I want to say. Okay, now he's going to be looking catastrophic. If you put this Queen of Pain in the offlane, this poor Ember, this poor Ember will have so much trouble. The problem with Alliance though is you again don't have too much catch. It is gonna be Chuan though on the Queen of Pain, so it is gonna be a Queen in the mid lane. Definitely easier for the analog Ember Spirit, but then the Naga Siren is gonna be suffering a little bit. Like, what are the Nature's Prophet and Naga Siren gonna do to S4? Overall though, you can punish him first 2-3 levels. But considering that there's a Tusk there, a pretty solid one to save the Necrophos, plus both Necro and the Tusk do solidly well versus the Illusions. I'm thinking this is gonna be a solid lane for them. I'm loving the Alliance lanes. I think they should only be somewhat afraid of Charlie's lane, and Spectre loves when other lanes go well, does not care if she loses the lane, right? Spectre herself as a hero doesn't care. You win my lane, no problem. I'm gonna Shadow Step somewhere else and just get my kills, get my levels, get my gold, and in the end get to the later portions of the game where this hero can be hella scary. Vivo Keystars, especially with the current results, or more so Alliance with the current results, I think are coming in as the favorites, and I like their draft. As I mentioned, I have some issues with their lockdown, but we have seen this approach where if you can shove out the waves, you might not be needing that much lockdown, especially versus Vivo Keystars. But that's where the strength of Vivo comes from, right? If they have been doing well lately, I'd be going for them, as they do have really good split push, right? The problem is I don't see much potential to get kills if the Ember Spirit loses his lane. and or let's not say he loses his lane. If the Ember Spirit is weak and versus the Queen of Pain, there is a chance that the Ember will actually be weak. So I'm gonna be leaning Alliance. I don't necessarily think they have a better draft. Their draft is not the easiest to execute, but having the stronger lanes, being the stronger team, you can put the enemy team under so much pressure that they start making mistakes, and that's kind of how I see this this game evolving. But overall, speaking of which, we do have a game ready. Let's get into it.
What a beauty.
And there we are. Alliance are already in the smoke. Production wanted to put us immediately into the action, and that's where we're gonna be. This is the third best of 3 of the day. We have 4 like every day of the group stage. A lot of Dota for all of our amazing viewers as KJ is ready to slaughter some couriers. Look at those 2 poor pandas. Endangered species, but Nature's Prophet, he doesn't care. Doesn't really care about it. But doesn't have any ward there. He might place it.
30 seconds.
I actually am a big fan when they place a ward behind the tower of the mid laner and then kill his bottle. That is something that can change the outcome of the mid lane quite heavily. KJ is thinking, I kill a couple of couriers, I get maybe with that 1.5 CS in gold advantage to my mid laner, and then he gets a bottle. There's the ward being placed. Let's just focus on him. Who cares about no runes? Nobody cares. Let's see how many couriers die. Okay, 1, 2.
Has been killed.
He had the 3rd one as well. KJ actually had a 3rd one, but he wanted more. I think that was greed, right? Because he wanted to attack 1 that was going into the fountain. He went over the threshold, the attack doesn't come through. Then he goes for the next one, the attack doesn't come through. And then this 3rd one that he could have killed 100%, it was way too far out. He doesn't get it. Though he did use the teleportation for that, so yeah, has the scroll to go towards the bottom lane. But mid lane, let's see how that one goes. So some solid starting gold for Analog as 2 couriers did die. So pretty nice. Still, let's see how well he does versus the Queen of Pain. Sometimes the Embers actually do well versus the hero. There are times when you start getting bullied, but if you, and it's very hard to dodge the Shadow Strike. That is one thing to think of. Actually, they did swap out the lane, so it's not gonna be Naga versus the Necro, but rather it will be a Dazzle. So that's gonna be a much better matchup. Of course, when you use the Ghost Shroud, though it's a question when S4 will actually get that. You don't take any damage from the Dazzle spells, but overall, as they are all physical damage for people that might not know, it's still weird for people that are new to Dota, but we all remember about the minus armor and added armor that the Dazzle was giving. It was kind of the idea of the hero, so him doing physical damage makes sense. But overall, this is gonna be an interesting lane for sure. Bottom lane, I don't know so much about that one. I think KJ is mostly gonna be looking to go towards the top lane as the Phoenix and the Spectre. Their ability to kill the Naga Siren is, I don't want to say non-existent, but it's very unlikely that will happen. S4, Blood Grenade, bye-bye S4, the Snowball save. It will give him a little bit more time for him to get a hit up, but not enough for a kill. King RD had the stick charges and he just rolls himself away. So the first blood does happen. FCR secures it, which is pretty big considering this hero likes rushing the Aghanim Scepter. So you get some nice early gold. You're gonna be happy. And I thought this alliance lanes are gonna go well. Well, they're not going well at all. Analog is winning the mid lane so far. 2 points in the Shadow Strike. Now it's going to be becoming a little bit tougher for him in terms of harassment. The Spectre is not having a lane. It's not even a contest between him and the Naga Siren at the moment. They screwed up the equilibrium at the start of the lane. Handskin? Was that bait? He's going for Costabile. Doesn't have the mirror image at the moment, so he cannot remove the overtide damage, but still, it's only level 2 Phoenix, so level 1 Fire Spirits for all of you Phoenix players out there, or Phoenix player wannabes. It does very limited amount of damage. It's not even funny sometimes how much you're not doing anything to your opponents. Chuan? Or Chuen. That is the proper way to pronounce it. Is he dead?
Death.
Okay, that's a dumb question. He's very dead. The snowball save here, not enough to save S4. So Vivo, they came into this series. They probably heard me talking here, underestimating them, and they're about to show us how you play Dota. That's gonna be a huge slow. A couple of more hits, and Pablo, he's crawling around this tower. They're just switching attack left and right, and knowing that the Necro came back to life, they're gonna be taking it easy a little bit. Pablo, he waited out the poison attack, meaning that he will be fine. But that really was scary for him. Very poison touch. Overall, things looking good. But S4, despite dying twice, he has more CS than the Dazzle. And KJ is being targeted. Handskin a little bit too deep. The Wildwing Ripper pulled him towards the illusions there. So Dota working against him a little bit. The Blood Grenade does connect. Costabile maybe needs one more hit. Now he's going to be needing two. But actually it's going to be the Blood Grenade that gets the kill. KJ from the other life, from the other world. Like we'll be getting a kill. Fourth one for Keystars and Alliance. They get themselves on the board. There's the poison touch. S4 is in a lot of trouble. There will be a snowball save. Let's see how long they're gonna be waiting for that one. He didn't give the kill to S4. That means that he's definitely dead. We'll just be ticking out to the poison touch. Tusk, his one did expire. FCR of course isn't gonna be looking to attack one and then the other. But overall, that's a pretty good kill. You lose the Shaker, you don't really care about it. If S4 maybe got the kill and the Heartstopper or a regen kicked in, we might have seen a turn there, though very unlikely even in that scenario. King RD is running forward here to slap the backside of the Queen of Pain. Shaker always seemed like a gentleman. Now we're gonna be learning differently. She's double Tren. He didn't lose this mid lane. He got schooled on how to play Dota, and you can see that he's not happy with how things went. Of course, you're gonna try to stay focused, but with his rotations from the Shaker, they just want to make his life even harder. Slide off his chains, fissure, and bye-bye Tren. Actually, got the blink off. He's gonna be fine, surviving. Costabile dies on the bottom lane, which is pretty huge. And Phoenix, once he gets 2 points in the Fire Spirits, this hero starts to hurt. Even though you have the mirror image to remove one of them, there's still 3 more to play with. Queen of Pain surviving, pretty big deal. The Emperor didn't want to chase. And the first power rune, Pablo is coming over. He's gonna try to get it, and he does manage to do so. It's gonna cost him his life, however, but maybe they bring down King RD as well. Chuan, he's gonna be thinking twice about going forward for that one, especially being half HP versus an over-leveled Ember. Even though he was low on mana, the Ember would be a threat. So it is gonna be rune denied or taken for you just giving your life away. The illusion rune though is pretty solid versus the Queen, or even a rotation from the Phoenix. So it could have made a difference. Charlie's having a solid lane, but again, it doesn't matter that much for the Spectre. You just want the other lanes to do well. So at least S4 is farming pretty well. The problem, of course, 3 deaths. That's gonna hurt in the long run. That's Tren. Is approaching level 6, so finally the Sonic Wave will be available. As Handskin, he did his best to steal the Wisdom Rune. Not gonna be happening. They gave the other one to S4, meaning the supports are gonna have some trouble. Handskin has been caught. He has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's gonna have to accept his destiny. King RD has enough mana there with the sticks, and it is gonna be a dead Phoenix. Very hard to steal a rune from a Shaker, a hero that has so many stuns. Maybe a Tusk could do it, a Phoenix. No way in hell. So pretty optimistic from Handskin, and now he doesn't even have a TP to the lane. So the Spectre will be left on her own for some time. As we're seeing Chuan, he wants a Midas. He probably needs a Midas. The Spectre not going for an Urn, but a Blade Mail. That's fine. So I like the Urn. Maybe somebody else is buying, possibly the Phoenix. Pablo. Okay, he's not liking his current position. Now he's completely trapped Goes for a snowball. That's gonna give you 3 extra seconds to live. The Queen of Pain is in the vicinity. Sonic Wave hasn't been skilled up just yet. And Tren, he pops the DD. Charlie goes in. They want to fight this one. The 2 supports, they're gonna get absolutely slaughtered here. Tren doesn't have the ulti. And Charlie, oh, King RD, he's fast. Is he fast enough? Turns around with the Fissure. And actually, the Spectre won't be killing him there. I thought Dispersion would be enough, but Tren will be falling through. And actually, Tren needed that kill more so than Charlie. So not that bad for Alliance. They give up the Tusk and they get themselves 2 support kills. Considering you're behind and considering your Queen of Pain is suffering, this is quite nice for him. It's Pablo sees FCR, but he understands this is not an easy kill. Him on his own can't do it, but with the rotation of the Phoenix, it could happen. Dive in, Handskin doesn't connect.
Dire's middle tower.
ERD coming over and KJ as well. Handskin, he doesn't have a dive away, so he's pretty much dead. Spirit of the Flame versus a Flaming Bird. And of course, Analog comes out on top there with a dominating streak currently. The difference between him and the Queen of Pain. This is the difference that could cost Alliance the game, right? Because you don't really have much to catch the Ember Spirit. You have a potential to lock him down and kill him with a Reaper Sight especially. But it is not easy. Not easy whatsoever. Snowball, to FCR. They do have the Reaper Sight. It is just enough. S4 gets the kill, goes for the Depth Shroud, and Charlie joins in on the fray. King RD is super slow. This time around, he's not running away from the Spectre. As Analog comes over, S4 looks very much dead, so Analog will just right-click him down. Nothing special done from the Ember there, apart from having impeccable positioning. He's even going for more as they're looking towards Pablo. And looking very much dead. He's gonna be inside of the Snowball. A little bit of time for him. Actually, a lot of time for Charlie to turn around and get the kill. Pops the Blade Mail. Analog has been slowed down to a crawl. He's gonna have another Sleight of Fist in a second. Pablo trying to juke through the trees. You're never gonna be able to dodge that one. Analog, he finds him with a slide, but puts himself in an uncomfortable position still with a couple of bottle charges and FCR returning to the lane. It's not gonna be anything that can actually threaten his life. But FCR, what about his life? His life is very much threatened without the grave. We're gonna be getting one for you though. Chuan, very deep, has the blink away. Will not be able to survive the Sleight of Fist actually connected on him, and Hanskin, you're next, gets burned down as well as Analog continues his onslaught around the map. Uses every little bit of mana to get what he was aiming for, and Charlie TPs to the bottom lane, but way too late. Costabile has already done the damage, pushed in the wave, made sure that the tower has fallen. This is it. Ember creating space around the map, and the Nagas aren't pushing out the waves. If Lions are not winning the fights, they're gonna be in trouble this game. And I really like the way he killed the Queen of Pain. The Sleight of Fist, she was in range when she went for the blink. He used it earlier, and it always connects later on to you. That is just how the spell works. Even though it looked like he was home free. Nature's Prophet, Spirit Vessel almost done. That's huge. You're playing versus a Necro. He's gonna have a level 6 soon as well. Costabile working towards the Manta. This Naga is having a great game actually. Behind the Spectre, despite the lane starting off pretty well for him, but opening up the bottom of the map so early and already being at a part of the map that you're gonna be safe and getting a ton of farm, it's insane. It's KJ. Gets the Wrath of Nature, another big damage spell, another lane push out spell actually, which is maybe even more important than the damage that it's gonna be doing.
Dire's top tower is under
Jen,
attack.
still working towards that. Midas finally gets the money to buy it. Both the supports of Alliance are actually level 6s, which is nice. Considering that Test 4 took the rune, one of them could have suffered, but overall they were given the space necessary to get their level 6s. Pretty important for them. As Tusk is their only lockdown, the Phoenix is their biggest team fight. So finally that Midas will be on the Queen of Pain, so the comeback has started. Wrath of Nature doing so much damage. Handskin is low. 2 more Sleight of Fist to kill him, even under the tower with the extra armor. So he just wants to force out the egg. That's gonna be enough to force it out. Actually, the chains were enough. They're maybe looking to re-engage here. That's a big team fight spell that was just forced out, and there is a shield rune on Analog. He'll stop. Or will he? Analog is still doing his thing in the mid lane. Still being hella annoying. Tren. It's his farm. Blinks away. That was very scary. A level 6 Earthshaker coming towards you. They did find a Nature's Prophet in the triangle. It will be off screen as it was pretty bloody there. And Analog, he gets himself away, had a remnant back, so it'll be fine. Reaper Sight wasn't used. S4. I have to be careful, my friend. 21 charges, but if you don't use them, you're as good as dead. Is going for a shard into an Aghanim Scepter on the Necro. So for now has the bots. Wants to be able to maneuver around the map properly, and I think that's the biggest problem that Alliance are gonna have to deal with, being everywhere, dealing with the Naga illusions. And there's the Ghost Shroud for you. It looked like he was close to death, suddenly back to full Ghost Shroud, 21 charges, and the Death Pulse. Naga Siren has a Manta, that's huge. Going for an Orchid Nest, that's gonna be a problem for a Queen of Pain that is currently screaming. Kingardi survives for a little bit longer, gets the Echo off. That's gonna be enough for Pablo to go down. It is gonna be Analog that picks it up, his 9th kill of the game. Started off with a solo kill in the mid lane versus the Queen of Pain. As for Enhanced Skin, while Pablo is dying, they're gonna be trying to do something else. It was a couple of TPs forced out. Thing is that nobody's doing anything to the Naga Siren, and Naga Siren is doing quite a lot to S4 with the Ghost Shot. He'll be fine. Diving from the Phoenix, the chains actually connect on him, which means that he's very likely that goes for the egg. They might have enough right click to go for him. Actually, there's the Reaper Sight. No, it's not going to be an all. Costabile comes in just in time. KJ will die for this one, but so will S4. And now Pablo puts himself in a very uncomfortable position, especially Queen of Pain coming in. Doesn't do anything without the Sonic Wave, and that's going to be another one. Costabile rotates as Vivo Keystars. They're not winning this game, they are crushing it. The top spot of the group versus a team that has lost both of the game. Glim Sanich is at the bottom, but Vivo Keystars is right next to them with -3 points. They're winning a team with +4. Winning against a team with +4. We know though, Alliance, they have been winning the games at 40 minutes. But they were usually doing well in the games. Very rarely did they drop behind. And I think in this game in particular, they were expecting 2 of their lanes to go well. But the lane swap of Vivo Keystars and the mid lane going horribly wrong for the Queen are 2 things that they didn't expect. I didn't expect it either, so it makes sense that it is what they drafted for, right? It just sometimes doesn't work out. Aghanim Scepter on the Dazzle is done. Spectre will have the Radiance fairly soon, as the Naga Siren has been caught, and Naga Siren gets the song off. Doesn't matter, dies to the Sonic Wave. Tren gets the kill. Usually you can't sleep when there are people screaming around you. I know I have very noisy neighbors. Imagine how noisy of a neighbor they have when they have a Dota caster in their building. Blink reveal. And S4 is no longer there. Very clean kill. Also, I like the no hesitancy policy. Oh, Queen of Pain caught. Tren looking very much dead. KJ will take him down, no problem. As Alliance lose another hero. It's just left and right their cores are dropping. And Analog, he finds Pablo as well. It looks so easy at the moment for them to be getting these kills.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maelstrom and Kaya on the Ember Spirit, and finally a Radiance on the Spectre. The question is, how much can this actually change? The Spectre in the late game can be problematic. Costabile, he does not have a song, which means that Costabile is so freaking dead. A couple of hits and it will be the Radiance burn that actually gets the kill. And S4 AJ, nice tree planting there. It just goes to show that Nature's Prophet is one with nature. He's gonna be one with the ground once they put him in it. The egg goes through, and Ember tries to go for it. That's not gonna be happening. He will be stunned up by the egg. Analog should still be okay. Here's an Ember Spirit, gets himself away. King RD comes over, smashes the ground. Charlie thinking about re-engaging. FCR behind King RD. Probably won't allow him to die that easily, but King RD, he's dropping low just from the burn, and he will be taken down. FCR, no grave from him. That will be Charlie getting another kill as Analog going for the TP out. Sleight of Fist change there onto Pablo, and he didn't even have anything left in the tank to stop that TP. Ember has a remnant back as we saw there on the map, so will be able to rejoin the fight as soon as he wants. But the Spectre Radiance getting a couple of kills here for Alliance. It is a start of a comeback. Costabile even loses his career. Veil on the Phoenix. This is... I was looking at the damage that him and the Spectre were doing, and like, that's insane. But the Veil really does increase that damage quite a lot. S4, he's getting a sentry down, and he is surrounded by enemies once again. Goes for the Ghost Shroud, trying to kill him up, and he will be saved for a second. He's still alive. Analog coming forward. He has so many kills. He needs to run away. It will be KJ getting S4 down, and FCR, the Grave protecting him for the time being, but that time will pass. Echo Slam, amazing with so many Ancients. Thank you for stacking all of them up. King RD gets an insane amount of gold. Charlie, 826. He was godlike. Not any longer. There is a god in this game, but his name is King RD. That was just insane. If there was no ancient stack, there was no kill. He just would have been another casualty of war there, and the Alliance would even get a bonus. But there was an ancient stack. There were so many units to echo from. And Spectre, even the Queen of Pain got destroyed, barely getting out of that one alive.
Shake things up.
Slamman is right. He's level 14. S4, he's dead, right? There's a shaker here, and you just saw a second ago just how powerful he is. King RD just smashes him to the ground, bites a mech. He just wants to be this utility hero, it seems, considering how strong he is. He already has the levels to do the damage. He's over S4 in net worth. He's gonna be taking over the Queen of Pain after that dunk. And only the Spectre is looking like a real core currently on Alliance. Both of the supports of New Key Stars are looking to overtake them. Oh, at least they're gonna buff up Pablo a bit. He's gonna get the shard for the shards. We'll see how much that actually helps. It's not too bad controlling the Naga Siren illusion sometimes. Or the Naga Siren herself. Queen of Pain. That's looking very much dead. It's just so easy. And also the Nature's Prophet ulti connected, but even without it, I think Analog gets the kill there. Queen has a Yules. It's just insane how catastrophic Trans game has been. Ember caught. Oh, they needed the Reaper Scythe. Actually, Pablo made a mistake there with the snowball. You need to go for the punch, then for the snowball. It's fine when the hero doesn't have a mobility spell, as the Walrus Punch is a slow as well. But it's an Ember Spirit, so they need to be faster with that. Alliance not looking clean today. Not in the lanes, not in spell usage. We can't really talk much about positioning, as, well, they didn't set themselves up for success. Vivo Kid Stars punishing it every step of the way. Not even getting a Roche for Analog. I still haven't been able to take him down. Gren, he wants the Kai and the Aghanim Scepter to start doing some damage. This is smoke from Alliance. They're trying to find something. Vivo Kid Stars, they have no reason to engage. Though, with this first Aegis, getting one or at least, like, two or at least one tier 2 towers should be the main objective. Charlie is still a dangerous hero which can take you all down if you're not careful. Especially now when he gets the Manta. The damage output will be insane. But King RD and Analog, they are hunting. Fortunately for them, and fortunately for Alliance, it's not gonna... Late game though, you're going versus a Queen of Pain Spectre Necro. That is not a great thing to go against, especially you have a Naga Siren. This hero doesn't do well versus them in the late game. Now it does well, right? Despite the Spectre Radiance, it's not that big of a deal. You can split push, you can get your lead up, you can pressure the base, get some damage onto the tier 3s. It's all possible. Later on in the game, when you cannot really punish them, when you cannot really kill them, it's gonna be a problem. The thing is though, Spectre is the only hero. Yep. Snowball save? Oh, he's alive. He's actually alive. He tried to go for the sleep. Costabile doesn't get it off, and that's gonna be Pablo saving his buddy. I really like the idea of Costabile going for a sleep there. If he did, then the snowball save wouldn't have done anything. But the second Pablo saw that, he saw the animation happening, he popped the ball just to make sure that the stun goes through onto the Naga Siren. She wasn't that far away from it, and then the blink out from the Queen comes. Goes on the Ember, Handskin just gets himself away, Sleight of Fist only connects onto Tren, and the Queen and the Phoenix will both be fine. Handskin still level 11. Though that's not as bad as S4 being level 12. I think the Necro having a bad game is probably a bigger problem than the Queen. Queen is getting some levels and you use your spells in a fight, people are still gonna die. The Necro, on the other hand, he usually needs to get a little bit closer to get into the enemy personal space to actually do anything versus them. And there it is. They are trying to apply pressure, and they should be trying to apply even more pressure now. It is just making sure that this tower takes as much damage as possible. Dragon Scale and Analog as well. Yules is now ready on S4, so it's gonna be a little bit tougher to kill him, but this tower is already dead. Those Naga Illusions, they're not gonna die easily. And also the Guardian Greaves for the Shaker. Yes, he has Guardian Greaves because he's that strong. That's a really big problem. He actually dies. The snowball save. Pablo wasn't fast enough. Analog still alive, but even though he has the Aegis, he can still stay there. He gets himself away for now. Doesn't want to lose it just yet. Another minute and 50 seconds left on it, and Vivo Keystars, they're going for the jugular. 25-minute game here to get the first Raxes. We'll see if they can push it even further, if they can end it. But the Spectre is not in the vicinity. What is he waiting for? That heart on the Naga Siren makes her virtually unkillable, especially not in a big fight. The Phoenix is a problem. Sunray can be problematic for you, but Costabile is still surrounded by his teammates, especially FCR will probably be guarded. Lives, they still have one glyph on Alliance. The glyph on Alliance, it will not be refreshing after this tier 3 falls. Have a tier 2 on the top lane. That's a big one. Analog standing his ground. Aegis for 1 minute and 7 seconds and just annoying his enemies as much as possible. Gets the Remnant back, and Analog will be fine. Are really forcing this one. They're not allowing the top lane to push out either, so once they're done with this, they can switch to the top lane easily. Of course, the Aegis will be out at that point. Can they get another lane Rax? They're focusing on the melee Rax, thinking they can bring it down. Range Rax might be a bit of a safer choice. Analog dancing around. There's the shard from SCR being revealed onto the Spectre. Charlie, a little bit too tough to go for. He's level 18, the Spectre. It's not to be underestimated or risky. King already comes forward. There's gonna be Yules on him. They need a snowball save. Nice silence onto the Tusk, not allowing him to snowball, but the Spectre survives either way. He'll be fine. Finally, Vivo Keystars are pushed out of their enemy base, but the damage was done. They got a lane of Rags. They got an extra tier 3. They got a tier 2 now. No more outer towers at all. Charlie going for King RD, who does have the Guardian Greaves. The smoke from Alliance from the back, and Charlie will not be pursuing any longer. Some daggers flying out there as Charlie is starting to move forward again. Not really sure if he should or not. His teammates are in the vicinity. Now, this becomes pretty obvious. The thing is, you're versus the Nature's Prophet, you're versus the Naga Siren. Your two cores are not cores at all. They cannot survive an attempt on their life. We saw it was hard even for the Spectre. Jumping onto the high ground, they actually found King RD. He's dropping low, but he will be able to get himself away for now. The dagger slows him down. Costabile goes for the sleep, and that's gonna be enough to turn this one around. They're not running away. They want to fight. And Even King RD, he stayed close. He is still alive. The Phoenix dies before using his egg. He has to buy back. FCR has been found. Grave? Oh, he lifted his arms. It's not going to be enough. They lost the Tusk, however, but the buybacks with the supports of Alliance. They want to continue fighting. Spectre dropping low. Analog will be caught inside of the shot. He's literally not moving. S4 coming forward. Heals himself up. The Ghost Shroud comes in handy. Where's the Reaper sight? There it is, and goodbye. Finally, the Beyond Godlike streak of Analog will be going towards S4, meaning that he overtakes the Nature's Prophet in terms of gold, and King RD finally falls, surrounded by enemies, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's gonna be the 4th casualty, as Alliance did use 2 of their buybacks, but it is a small price to pay. 2 supports buying back for you, almost cleaning up the enemy team in a game that was almost out of your hands. Alliance are trying to switch this one back. Spectre, of course, dealing the most amount of damage, but everybody on Alliance contributing and doing their fair share. The win probability still close to 20% for Alliance. So Vivo Keystars, they haven't broken their spirit or their chances just yet, even though they're so close to getting this game 1 to go their way and be the first team that takes the game from Alliance here at the 25-year show.
Middle tower is under
Stabile doesn't have the sleep. He's in so much trouble. The Spectre comes over. Costabile is gone. That's gonna be the 5th one that dies. It is not really a team wipe, but he's the 5th hero in quick succession from Vivo Keystars that has lost his life. The only one that survived the previous fight as well. That's looking so big for Alliance. Now they can play a little bit more aggressive on the map.
There may be many Earths, but there's only one Earthshaker.
Really? I would assume if there's many Earths that there could be multiple Earthshakers, but nope. The Shaker gives us a little bit of a lore there. Only one Earthshaker. Let's look at the items. So KJ will have an Aghanim Scepter that's big. It's a Bloodthorn Costabile, so you really have to be careful. FCR, for that Octarine. He'll have it in no time, so good luck versus that Dazzle. Though earlier he did use the BKB and didn't really use the Grave. Probably would have been a bit of a tougher fight for Alliance if he did manage to do it.
Let's shake things up.
We're looking at the heroes and the sets. Everybody's back in the on the map, but something is the problem. We're gonna be gazing in the Queen a little bit longer. Nope, they're not gonna give us the satisfaction. As we look at KJ, and as we look at him, he gives us a thumbs up. Let's go. The game continues. The goal lead is still super high in favor of Evo Keystars.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But not insurmountable, as was seen. Is that ward very deep in the Alliance base? It will expire. It's not gonna get dewarded, which is huge. There's only gonna be a gem on Vivo Keystars. Alliance don't have one. Demmer Spirit has an Aghanim Scepter. Good luck catching this guy now. He was 12-0, did die, so that's pretty huge. If you continue on the trend of killing him again, it's gonna be quite nice. Especially Queen of Pain regaining her footing as a core. FCR, he has been found. There's the uppercut push immediately with the Reaper Scythe. Charlie did come over for the extra damage, but might not have been needed considering how they deleted FCR. King RD could be next on the menu, has a blink in 1, should be fine, no hesitation. Sometimes professional players, they wait a little bit to dodge some spells, but in this kind of a scenario, you don't even want the enemies to spot you. You cannot allow that to happen. As Charlie gets only the 2nd tower for Alliance, but the Spectre is looking hella scary. Now has the heart, 3200 HP. It is the damage output of the hero that you should be afraid of. Once he gets the Eagle Song, even more attack speed for him and his illusions, the Desolate will be melting heroes. Then, Aghanim Scepter done. Okay, that is huge. We're gonna be hearing the screams of Evo Keystars throughout these fights. And of course, pushing out the waves is going to be much easier for the Queen with her Aghanim Scepter. Use that, use the stream, you get away, the wave dies. Charlie Is he baiting or is he just dying? There is an Echo Slam ready. They're not gonna be going with it, just going with the stun. He pumped the Blade Mail. That is too slow. You needed the Echo Slam to start off, as Charlie is not really taking that much damage. He has the heart. He can definitely turn this one around. Going on to Analog. The egg gets popped. Can they kill it? They're not even trying. Actually, they're trying. They go for it. The egg is low. It will not pop. 75 seconds on the sidelines. They just went for the song. Nobody to slow it down. They have the net and the silence onto the tusk. No snowball for you. He's trying to survive. Not gonna be happening. He will be dying to the Bloodthorn damage. Two supports without buybacks. KJ, the Grave will be there. Trent dies as well. He doesn't have a buyback either. KJ going for a TP out. Even he's gonna be surviving. He can rejoin the fight if he wants. Now they found the Spectre. How are you gonna survive without your friends? King RD giving the Grave so that they can continue doing the damage through the Blade Mail. And that's gonna be 4 Heroes of Alliance down, meaning even more structural damage going their way. Most likely, this is gonna be game 1. Without a single hero buyback and having a glyph that's gonna buy you 7 seconds. How do you think that you're gonna be managing to keep your base alive? S4, he has been in tough situations previously in his career. This is not the one that you can get out of. Them killing the egg was the biggest thing. Hanskin needed to have that egg a little bit further back or earlier. The second that the egg died, it was over. And you can see that the Ember Spirit just went forward. They also didn't have the Reaper sight. That is a huge deal, as Analog maybe could have died there. Also, I really like how their focus was in the fight. Also, let's not talk about the fight any longer, as the base is dropping. Getting mega creeps might be more important than that previous fight. Just kidding, that previous fight did open the path to megas, as Hanskin is going to be diving in. And it seems like the lane of Rax will be protected, meaning that this game still isn't over. Costabile going to be slowed down. He has to be KBTP out if he wants to. But for now, he's just going to be running away. Ulti from the Nature's Prophet roots them all. Hanskin has to go for the duels. The question is, can you really survive? Costabile, he goes for a song. Just give some time to his team to get away, and he will be doing the same as Alliance. They did enjoy that lullaby, but now back to reality, where their base is being overwhelmed by creeps. You have to go for a smoke. You have to protect Trosh. It is daytime, so it is going to be on the Radiant side, but they don't really have any buybacks. Oh, it being a Radiant side, Roche won't really help them all that much. They have, however, all of their spells. Reaper Sight, Egg, both active. Sonic Wave there as well. Tren, can he do a lot of damage in this fight? Can he find multiple heroes with his ulti? The Naga coming through. Pablo, his smoke breaks. Immediate blink out, and Tren, he jumps onto the Ember Spirit. That's not a hero that you can bring down. What a nice fissure with a follow-up stun. There's gonna be a silence on Pablo. Is he gonna get the snowball off? No, because he's gonna be hexed up there by the poison touch, and the Spectre goes in thinking that he has friends, but he's surrounded by enemies, gets himself back to where he was previously before using the Shadow Step. The fissure does connect onto S4. There's no follow-up stun, but there will be a net. He has the Yules to get himself up into the air. How long can he survive? Not long enough. The silence was immediately there, and his death was swift, meaning that the Lions, they lose too. They tried to make something happen. In the end, it's not going to be good enough. Analog, he might have died once in this game, but they didn't get even close to bring him down even a single time after that. Hanskin gets himself away. Look at FCR just running fearlessly into enemy territory, but has the bots to rejoin his team to help with the Roche. That's going to be Aegis Cheese. Most likely all the strength that Vivo Keystar need to end this game 1. So Analog, he gets himself the Aegis. Cheese gets left in the pit. It is gonna be KJ that picks it up, but was given to the Dazzle. We heard him there say, "My gratitude," and something was given to him. Had to have been that. Charlie, he bought the Eagle song. He understands. I'm not winning this game with the buyback, and Spectre buyback is not what it used to be, really. It is still quite strong, however. Yeah, well, maybe you should have saved it, because you're not really gonna be there to say anything. He actually pops the Blade Mill. They can't really go for him all that easily. The ulti from the Nature's Prophet roots everybody. Pablo gets low. He will have the snowball to the back. He's alive for now. KJ was a little bit too deep. There's the Reaper side, but only onto support. The egg was popped. Analog dropping low. He's gonna be losing his life. Actually, he does get grazed, but the egg will pop 100%. Analog, he will die. Once the Echo Slam, he finds them. He destroys them. King RD, you have to stop annihilating your opponents this much. The supports, they got got their buybacks back, but they don't have the cores. They don't have anybody to do the damage. S4 is the only one left standing, and we know that he has had a hard game. The Aegis was taken, but the cheese is still there for Vivo Keystars, so they still have some kind of an advantage from the Roshan. The only hero that you have killed will be back in 20 seconds with the TP. S4 posturing aggressively, trying to do something. The poison touch has been annoying him for this entirety of the game. Nice snowball save there. King RD will get stunned. The uppercut punch will connect, but S4 is dead. That's gonna be him. 50 seconds on the sidelines, and finally the GG is called. Alliance, they know that game 1 is over. It's out of their hands. So Vivo Keystars, very nicely done. Alliance, so far, we're undefeated, haven't lost a single game. One series they played with Thompson, the other one they played with Xuan, and in both of those, they won with a, I don't want to say quick 2-0, but it looked like they were in control all the time. Here, it was the other way around. They lost the laning stage, they lost it heavily, and they never got it back. There were times where it looked like Charlie was doing enough damage, maybe enough to get his team over the edge, get his team back into the game, and possibly win it later on. They did have a solid late game lineup, but when you lose lane so much, you don't have much lockdown. This is the outcome. Vivo Keystars will win game 1, and if they win this series, especially with the 2-0, they're gonna have a solid chance to actually go into the playoffs. But for now, we are not gonna be going to the playoffs. We're gonna be going to a short break before game 2 starts.
we've come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Before the series started, the Lions were undefeated, but then comes Evo Stars, who have been looking not so great in the tournament, but they looked amazing in game number 1 versus Alliance. Everything went their way, their team fights were solid, the execution in team fights from King RD was on point with his Shaker, and they got themselves the victory of game 1. Of course, Alliance did go for a bit of a different thing than what they've been going for in this tournament so far. They went with a very low amount of lockdown and what they thought were gonna be stronger lanes. They wanted to ride those strong lanes and eventually win the game. Strong lanes never happened, they never got the advantage in the game, and they just lost. There were a couple of solid moves, there were them a couple of times understanding how to engage the fight, but the definite problem was the gold, were the levels that Vivo Stars always had the advantage in, and Vivo Stars will get their second victory of a map in this tournament. They are yet to win a series. Versus Namiga, they did win a game. It was also game 1, and then they got smacked in the second and the third match. But it doesn't have to be that way. Vivo Stars, I already mentioned it, this team is unpredictable. When they know what they want, when they know how to get it, when they're motivated, they're gonna be showing us what they're made of. And when you're playing versus Alliance, a team that has TI under their belt, of course, many years back, 10 freaking years. Yeah, I am old, I know, doesn't matter. The thing is, this is a big organization with a lot of fans, and you want to get your victory versus it, and it always gives you that little bit of a motivation to jumpstart you, to allow you to go forward. And I have to say, I think Alliance were taken aback, but by just how well Vivo Stars were playing Dota in game 1. Though game 2 starts now with the draft, where Alliance are gonna be trying to change something immediately. There we are. Game 2 draft starts. Alliance are gonna be on the dire side. Let's see if they can make anything happen this time around. They're gonna have the first pick. This is the standard distribution. First pick and dire, and the second pick and side rate. Inside on TI had almost 60% win rate, which is huge, to be honest. As Vivo Stars, they ban out Muerta, they ban out the Spirit Breaker as well. And Lions, they got rid of the Dazzle. What's gonna be a next ban? Let's find out. Dazzle really was a problem in the previous game. The biggest problem with the Dazzle in a draft is its flexibility. Mid lane, off lane. I don't know if in this tournament, but in this meta, we have seen position 5 Dazzles. All of those things really get you wondering, and in every position, he's quite decent. It's not like you're completely sacrificing him if you're putting him in a position 5 role. He's still gonna be able to do well in the lanes, get some pretty nice items. Nowadays supports actually get a solid amount of farm, and you have a Solar Crest Glimmer Cape, you are a problem as a Dazzle. Vivo Keystars, you're gonna get rid of the Weaver and the Nature's Prophet, so when they don't have the first pick, they definitely don't want to be playing versus this hero. It did contribute early on, though I have to say the Shaker rotations were a little bit more prevalent than the ones from the Nature's Prophet, which is interesting, but it just went that way, right? The Nature's Prophet rotated to the Shaker lane, they got a couple of kills, and then the Shaker later on rotated a little bit towards the mid lane, towards some other lanes, as well as Alliance will be opening up with the Kunkka, bit of a flexible pick. And Vivo Keystar's instant Lone Druid, have they played a Lone Druid so far in the tournament? Let me check. No, we have seen a couple of Lone Druids though, so it's gonna be cool to see where they play it. I'm leaning towards FCR taking it, but I'm okay if it is a carry Lone Druid. I doubt it. Most likely it's gonna be FCR on the hero. The Kunkka is actually really nice, right? This hero is very well established in the current meta, despite some nerfs that he got. Let's see what exactly did they do to our boy Kunkka. Something was changed, or am I crazy? Yeah, Ghost Ship damage delay decreased from 45 to 35%. That's a good change. Tidal Wave damage decreased from 250 to 180, and Torrent Storm duration decreased from 5 to 4, and cooldown increased by 5 seconds. Look what they did to my boy. Yep, they kind of massacred him. I don't want to say massacred, but it definitely isn't that great for him. There will be a Pugna pick, so I'm assuming KJ will be playing this hero. It's good when somebody gets X'd, that you know that you have some kind of a save behind. Of course, you have to be careful not to use the Decrep on somebody before the boat hits, because that spell hurts. But overall, it is solid, though. Of course, if the Pugna is the one that is being targeted, the hero doesn't really have that much HP, and it can be problematic if the boat does hit. It's very easy to hit the boat, though. A lot of people try to time it or something. You just use the X, you wait 1 second, then use the boat. That's it. That's the only thing you need to do, guys. And then you can go and sleep. Doesn't matter if you get stunned or whatever. It's always gonna connect. And it's quite easy to do. Right? So there will be a Naga Siren ban on the one side, the Shaker and the Tusk ban from Alliance. So they don't want to allow King RD to play his heroes. King RD is the classic position 4, right? I'm gonna take these Blink Stunners and I'm gonna show you how Dota is played. And that's what we all like. I'm a support player. That is how you play position 4. I remember the old days. For me, those were the golden days of Dota, when a little bit more emphasis was put in the mid lane, so there was constant rotation between the mid lane and the off lane, even the safe lane. It was pretty cool when you would, as a position 4, decide how the lanes were going to be played, if it's going to be 2-1-2, if it's going to be 3-1-1. It was mostly your decision. Then they put an extra creep in the mid lane, then it was more about the mid lane, but overall it's you still had a lot of freedom. Nowadays you kind of have to lane 2-1-2 with constant rotations, but still you have to lane that way. Alliance will get a Phoenix again. As I mentioned, this hero just doesn't have that great of a win rate, so I'm hoping they know what they're doing. I'm not saying Hanskin played a bad Phoenix game, but sometimes the hero is just way too easy to punish, right? That's the one that I like, especially versus the Pugna. Versus the Lone Druid, so and so. But overall, it's still nice. You connect the Phantom's Embrace. Lone Druid doesn't have the greatest attack speed, so if he's not able to use the true form, it can be a problem for him. But I overall love the Grimstroke versus the Pugna. Use the Crab defensively, suddenly there's a Phantom's Embrace on you, you're taking massive amounts of damage, you will take even more massive amounts once it pops, and there's no other spells that you're able to use. So Alliance, I really like what they have right now, a lot more lockdown than last time. Teamfight is also pretty solid, they have very good catch, though if you catch the Lone Druid, he'll always use the true form, and that's a bit of a tougher hero to kill, but Phoenix can go for the Spirit Vessel. I don't know if you guys remember the Kunkkas buying Spirit Vessels. Doesn't happen nowadays. I'm guessing it can, but if you have a hero that can buy it, you'd much rather go for a Blade Mail and then straight into Axe or something along those lines. So Vivo, they're taking it back a bit. I think they might need somebody to catch the backlines, because Grimstroke and the Phoenix are problematic. They'll go for the Sven. Okay, that's not a backline catcher, nor is it a hero that really likes playing versus the Phoenix in general. I can't say I'm a fan of these two picks that they came up with. Sure, the armor of Alliance heroes is not that high, so with the Great Cleave, you pretty much kill all of them. But if the boat comes out and the egg come out, you're not winning a fight. You are not winning a team fight. No way in hell. So it's gonna be a rough one for sure. The Lifestealer comes out for Alliance. This looks amazing. Amazing versus the Lone Druid. Amazing versus its Bear. Doesn't care about the Pugna. Sure, you save people with the Crab, but that's about it. Sven hates playing versus the Lifestealer, even though sometimes you can catch him and destroy him. And Train Protector, I can go both ways, right? But at some point you get a Manta or a BKB, and then you're really not afraid of the Train Protector. So I'm loving this Alliance pick. I think they outdid themselves this time around. It just looks amazing from their side. Now they ban out the Ember, which is a solid hero versus the Kunkka laning wise. I don't know if you guys remember when Kunkka could deny creeps with his Tidebringer, which was kind of stupid, as it wouldn't put it on cooldown or deny them with the damage from the Tidebringer. There were very limited heroes that could actually lane versus the Kunkka. Ember was one of them. So nowadays, when the Kunkka was changed, the Ember Spirit actually, I don't want to say it became a better matchup, but it is actually a 50-50. Plus, Analog already showed us what he's capable of on the hero, and since you do not have this guy that's gonna jump in the back and destroy the supports, give you that great vision to the Sven, it's much better to poke, find an opening, then go for the jugular. I think that's the best way for Vivo Keystars to approach this, especially while you're poking, you're getting all of the attention there, and that means that the Lone Druid can deal with the towers. So Vivo, they ban out the Invoker. Could be an offlane Kunkka, not out of the question. It's Vivo that almost certainly need a mid lane hero, though who knows? Who knows? We have seen a mid lane Pugna, though it was Thompson playing it. There will be a Huskar ban and the puck gets picked up. Chuan, he is insane on the puck. I think Alliance got all the heroes that they wanted. Now you pick like a Dragonite, the Lifestealer, the Phoenix Sunray, they'll eat you up. So this is such a hard position for Vivo Keystars to pick a hero. They have 45 seconds in the reserve time, so they can definitely think about this. Though I don't know if there's a perfect pick. I'm trying to see what they played. Nothing really fits. Primal Beast is banned out, though again, how great that would be. They did play a Tiny, however Didn't play it in the mid lane, but I wouldn't mind the Tiny actually. If Chain Protector is giving vision, Tiny wins the mid lane, he can burst down these supports. And having a repositioning spell is nice. They go for the Lina. Okay, you have solid attack speed to deal with the egg. You can catch somebody off guard and kill them, which I think is very important. This is gonna be a much tougher game for Vivo Keystars. I think I really prefer the Alliance draft. Last game, I was torn, but I thought, okay, Alliance are playing better. They should win. They didn't win. And they didn't win the lanes. This time around, I think they should be able to equalize it. FCR just rocked his entire table. You can see that everything is just moving. Overall, it's looking very good for Alliance. I think they have a lot more lockdown. The Lifestealer pick, I'm loving it. The only time I don't love a Lifestealer pick is when they have a Meteor Hammer builder or something along those lines that is going to be able to get the tower down, and then the whole idea of picking the Lifestealer to be in the lane for a very long time is out the window. Here, that's not the case. So I'm actually really liking what Alliance has. I think we're going to a game 3 for the first time today, and it would be fun. It's very bad to end the day with all 2-0s, right? We want more Dota, we want more hours, we want to be able to watch these teams fight for a longer period of time, and of course, play some bets. So go towards pinnacle.gg/odds and place your bets on your favorite teams. It doesn't have to be this series, it can be a future one, or maybe some other titles, but let's get ourselves into the game to see what the teams have in store here for us in game 2. And of course, guys, we do advise you to bet carefully and responsibly. You have to be 18 plus, of course, and only put down, guys, as much as you are willing to spend. Cannot emphasize this enough. As game 2 underway, this time around the Alliance are not going to be looking for a first blood. Makes sense. You don't have a Tusk. You're not that powerful. Kunkka level 1 is kind of bad. And I'm interested as to why Alliance didn't run towards the bottom lane to maybe cut down some trees. Oh, actually, it's King RD on the Treant Protector, so it is gonna be a top lane Treant laning with the lone druid. Okay, so the top trees need to be cut down, and the Lifestealer is already on that duty.
Thanks.
In terms of runes, S4. Be going for the enemy one there. They see him on vision, however, so he thinks he's hiding. There's some people that are just not good at hide and seek. Even when they find a good hiding spot, by some miracle somebody spots them. Yep. No, it wasn't a miracle that S4 was spotted. He's gonna eat the blood grenade as well. They don't have another one, I think, so he should be fine, but that's a lot of damage that was done to him. Speaking about hide and seek, I remember there was a spot, a really dumb spot, a small tree that during nighttime in the neighborhood I live in, you really couldn't see if somebody was behind it, and it was so freaking easy until everybody figured it out. Because if you really look hard, you can see that somebody is hiding there, but it's just such a small tree that you think it's just that there's no street light getting towards that little point. It's beautiful. Yeah, the good old days playing hide and seek was fun. S4 is being chased down. He's gonna be taking a ton of damage. KJ is very, very fast. He turns around with the Tidebringer. Nobody cares about your little damage, and KJ will run him down. As S4, he thought he would be able to escape, but that's not gonna be happening. And once again, his laning stage starts off catastrophically. He has 1 CS. He has already died. Sure, the Sven wasn't farming all this time, but it is gonna be the first blood towards the enemies, even faster than it was in the previous game. So S4, he woke up today probably feeling good. He's not gonna be feeling good any longer. These guys are making him suffer. As Charlie on the top lane, well, that's a bit of a different story. Lifestealer here should not be suffering whatsoever. And he shouldn't be suffering in this game. I'm seeing maybe he gets bursted down later on by the Lina, but that shouldn't really be happening. Hanskin getting targeted. They're going for the kill, but FCR doesn't close the distance fast enough, and Hanskin will be okay. Usually want to use that time where you're level 2 and your enemies are level 1, and they did attempt it, but ultimately nothing was accomplished. Mid lane, actually, it's again Yoki starts winning. This time around, that's fine, as the puck should lose versus Delina. That's no surprise at all. But previous game, a Queen versus an Ember, it is shouldn't be that easy for the Ember to come out on top, especially not that much. King RD loses his life. There it is, the second they hit level 2, Ghoul Frenzy. It is not a friend to the Treant Protector. If he's not protected by the trees, if he doesn't have the extra movement speed, he will be crawling. Treant Protector is actually quite a slow hero, but we're used to him walking through the trees where he has those bonuses. So S4 is getting some farm. They're not really slowing down the Sven, but at least he's getting something. King RD, as soon as he comes back to the lane, he starts smacking Charlie. You want to be able to apply as much pressure to the Lifestealer before he gets extra armor. Handskin, that entangle is really scary. Pablo dies. S4 could be next on the menu. They're gonna chase him down, especially KJ. We talked about the movement speed of the Pugna, 330, level 1, or without boots. Just make it feed. That was so close. That would have brought him down to 1 hit from dying, and then you probably have enough movement speed to run him down. At least Pablo will be bringing some regen to S4, so the Kanka will be able to continue laning if that's how we can put it, because mostly he has been running away. Those chases are costing the Sven some gold, so that's I was about to say that's a positive way to look at it. There's no positive way to look at it any longer. S4 is just super low once again. At least this pull comes through, so they'll be able to do that. A little bit of a mistake from KJ from allowing that. Usually when you're this far ahead, you just want to punish them even more. Yuan gets into the hands of King RD, but a gentleman's agreement, they decide to get themselves away. But at least King RD did get the water rune, so Chuan, his lane is not going to be continuing that well. He's already a little bit lacking in the mana department. Charlie, at least he's having a good time. This is kind of to be expected, but FCR is starting to apply pressure just with the right clicks. It's a lifestealer with 2 points in Feast, and I really like that he went that way. We're seeing that FCR doesn't really want to allow the bear to get close to the lifestealer, as it's way too much heal. And at some point in this game, once the open wounds are ready, you literally won't be able to kill the lifestealer. He's gonna have a satanic for 1400 gold. You use it on the bear and you just heal back up to full in 2-3 hits. Not even fair. Oh, he's just running towards the Treant. Immediately TP away. He didn't use the healing Lotus. King RD could have survived that 100%, but he was greedy, and he really didn't expect the lifestealer to be so fast. This hero is already fast enough, and now he has the phase boots. So this is what I was talking about. Once the lifestealer gets the phase boots, your lane becomes this. You're just afraid of him. The little pokes from the lone druid won't hurt him, and he's just fast enough to get on top of you. Dunka with the boots, steals the bounty rune. KJ is just annoying the hell out of S4. The thing is, this lane has already gone so bad that you have to try to make something happen. He's being tripled by the Sven. So the only way that you're going to be able to farm at least somewhat safely is if you pull the waves. But even that we see is a bit tough for the Kanka Pablo. A lot of trouble for him. That attack won't kill him. They stopped chasing him, thought he was dead. It wasn't the case. The coil will be used on Delina. Turns around with a stun and the Laguna Blade. Thank you for giving me the kill. Chuan will try to get the return kill, but Analog, he will be able to dodge it. Chuan won't be going for Analog, especially with him finding a shield rune. It would be suicide to even attempt it. And it is going to be a kill on the Phoenix. Puck doesn't get the kill. The first coil unsuccessful. The first Laguna very, very successful. The Phoenix gets obliterated. Yoki Stars continue to do well. 2k gold lead, kind of reminding us of the previous game. Lifestealer is still doing well, but he's the only one. S4 shouldn't have lost the lane that much. That early chase of the Pugna and the Kunkka and then the first blood, it really did change everything. we're gonna be looking at the net worth soon to see actually what's the difference between the heroes. The Lifestealer are obviously doing well, but the difference between the Sven and the Kunkka and the Lina and the Puck is enough to make you scared if you're an Alliance fan. Nice ward there behind the tower of the Puck. Puck isn't an easy hero to bring down, but once the Laguna is back up, which is gonna be now, one mistake, one stun connects, and suddenly you're dead. So that is something they're gonna be gunning for, though the Puck does still have some raindrops, which make it even harder for anybody to threaten his life. Costabile got broken there, so just waited for his cleave to come back, as Charlie is now the one that's being targeted with 2 supports here. It is kind of dangerous for him. Lone Druid still not level 6, and Pablo does come over as well. He was spotted by the tree protectors. King RD is trying to run away, getting into the trees, and he's not going to be protected by his brothers. It will be Charlie that gets the kill. The one who was being chased turns into the hunter. The hunted becomes the hunter and gets himself a kill. Pretty big. Nice response from Alliance, fast enough. Usually when you're diving the tower, you kind of disperse nowadays, and it makes the diving easier, but also escaping harder. Pablo dropping low, a couple of more hits. They need one more, and FCR won't be able to get it. KJ going for a TP out. Will be successful. The infest damage not enough. FCR will be losing his bear, who will get the 300 gold. It will be Charlie on his Lifestealer, so you might not kill the Pugna with the infest, but you will bring down the bear. Of course, there is a resummon on FCR, but still, it doesn't feel great giving that much experience and gold to the enemy team, to the enemy carry, to be exact. And the Lifestealer will have the armlet in no time. His game is going amazingly well. You're gonna have phase boots armlet, meaning that the heavy physical damage of the Sven isn't gonna be bothering you overall. It's looking okayish for Alliance here. The problem I see still is this Kunkka. He's gonna be taken easily. FCR, he needs to go for the true form. There it is. The Sans will connect, but he already made it happen. So Hanskin, now you're a little bit too deep in, and a couple of hits. The second that the entangle connects, it's gonna be good night for Hanskin. He's actually gonna be doing a good job trying to get off the cliff there, but nice response immediately. Costabile goes for the ulti. The stun was already used, giving Charlie more than enough space to run away. He also had the rage if necessary with the extra movement speed, but not really needed. Costabile with his rotation, this is what I like. You need to be pressuring the Lifestealer tower. You cannot allow him to stay here forever. And Sven is a solid hero to push him out. No matter how much armor you have, it's still quite scary. Lina, Inkswell connects. They're doing a lot of damage to us. Sticks are gonna be used. Turns that around and gets the kill. Trian, he's staying in place, and he's actually gonna die before the Lina analog. He's just standing his ground and smacking him until he is gone. The Phoenix goes in. The overtime damage won't be enough. That's only a level 4 Phoenix. And what a turnaround for Vivo Keystars. It felt like a done deal, Lina being dead, but it wasn't the case. Pablo not using Dinkswell on the Puck was a problem, and Hanskin doesn't have a dive away. King RD is chasing forward. He won't be able to get on top of him since the illusions. One of them will die. The other one still alive, but definitely not a threat to Hanskin. So the Treant almost level 6, Hanskin. If this lane is given to him, he'll be there in no time as well. And it seems to be the plan. Vivo Keystars, their supports, they have their level 6s. Life Drain is available, meaning killing this Lina is gonna be even tougher. And that's the core that you want to take down. The other two, a little bit too tough to kill. S4 at least is level 7, so it's a little bit better than what it was for him in the previous game. Still not ideal. The biggest problem is that this Puck wasn't having that bad of a game, despite laning versus the Lina. Now it's looking really bad for him. Chuan and S4, both game 1 and now in game 2 are they're struggling. There's no other way to put it. I think every single time somebody says Alliance is back, that Alliance loses some of their power. That's the case, so they win 2 series in a row. Everybody starts spamming Alliances back, and well, then they're not. So all of you Alliance fans out there maybe should stop saying it. Maybe that's the play. There you go, with Alliance are doing it. a 5k gold lead. That is scary. There will be a blade mail on S4. Goes to show that his game is going much better than the previous one. But look at FCR is coming forward. He will be protecting the DD rune. That's gonna be one for the Lina. I think every power rune that go towards Vivo. I think the Arcane is left and then Invis, if I'm not mistaken. So those are the ones that are gonna be followed up next. A whole round of power runes need to be gone through for us to get the repeat. Things have slowed down, and overall this game has been slow. We only have 9 kills, 13 minutes in. That's not a action-packed game. We're seeing the lone druid going for an Echo Saber. Considering that FCR is completely uncontested, he should have it fairly soon. He didn't get that much from the laning stage, but compared to the other cores, the other two from Alliance, he's actually in a really decent spot. They're sending him towards the bottom lane, and Vivo Keystars are smoking there as well, because they know Alliance need to open up the map. It is a necessity. Mid lane way too hard, top lane impossible. The Alliance, they know something is up. If Alliance die here and lose the tower, you could say that they've lost the game, right? Coming back in the next 15 minutes is going to be impossible unless big mistakes happen. FCR, Silence will connect there onto him. They're trying to kill him, but the life drain will be there. And now he goes for the ulti, so he's definitely not going to be taken down. S4 will die, however. FCR, his bear will be dead. We go for the coil onto the Pugna. Still alive, protected by the stuns from Lina, dodging the orb, as well as Hanskin just dives himself away. King RD in a very aggressive position, doesn't have the overgrowth any longer. FCR coming forward, has the diffusal blade. Inkswell and the stun were used. This egg is going to be taken care of easily. A couple of more hits. The bear, of course, doesn't do anything versus the egg, and Pablo actually denies. Hanskin doesn't allow the enemies to get the kill, but this is so huge. The tower has fallen. The map is completely open. Alliance, they have nothing to play with. You just couldn't afford to lose this fight. They went for FCR. That's way too hard of a target to bring down. And Vivo Keystars, just with systematic movements around the map, have secured themselves such a lead that at the moment it looks kind of insurmountable. At 8k gold lead, pre 15 minutes, Vivo Keystars are the ones controlling this game. Vivo Keystars are the ones controlling the series, and by the looks of it, Alliance are gonna have to perform a miracle to come back into it. Also, guys, check out Pinnacle Esports Dota 2. We have Dota 2 bingo. Some pretty uncharacteristic stuff need to be happening in our games, and we're just crossing out one by one. Of course, there we're gonna be posting every single time something gets crossed out. So there's not much to hope for that one, but it is actually quite fun to actually see if we're gonna be able to hit all of those throughout our tournament. We still haven't hit most of them, so it's not like we're gonna be talking about one or two, but there's a couple of fun ones there that I'm hoping we do get to see. Stars are gonna be losing their Pugna, or are they? The Crep is protecting him, still alive. KJ survives. The overgrowth does connect. He turns around with a life drain and he cannot die. Just a couple of hits. Costabila gets the kill. There will be a fear onto the two supports, and the bear eats the one. And Pablo, you're gonna be eaten as well as FCR. He will be the top predator in these woods. Alliance, they attempted to make a play. Not even the Pugna can die. That's a position 5. Of course, King RD is below in net worth, and Chuan gonna be caught. He does have the orb to get himself to the base, so Chuan will survive, but he definitely feels scared right next to his tier 2 this early in the game. The glyph isn't available on Alliance. They're gonna be losing a tier 2 in the mid lane 16 minutes in, something that we do not see too often in the current meta. As look at those heals on KJ, the leech seed just coming in handy, allowing him to live. And then the life drain wasn't even that needed, as this diffusal blade on the lone druid, allowing them to chase down the supports. Charlie, he's not being targeted. He will be getting the radiance fairly soon. The sacred relic is flying towards him as we speak, but it is not a game-changing item. You buy radiance, it's not gonna magically win you multiple fights. Lifestealer, he needs to be constantly scaling, and the Sven, he's gonna be scaling
Radiant's
faster.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top lane, tier 2, looking very much dead. A Pugna and a Lone Druid. There will be a glyph being used. It is gonna give them a couple of seconds, but the next wave of creeps is coming, and the crep will be protecting the siege creep as well. As we're looking here in the jungle of Evo Keystars, where Hanskin is gonna try to TP away, barely makes it out. The Lina, guess, close, not close enough. At least Hanskin survives, but the gold lead continues to increase and the towers continue to fall as FCR is coming into the enemy base. You don't have a glyph. You need the Phoenix to slow him down. A couple of hits from this bear could mean the death of your tower, and there's also that Nether Blast that the Pugna keeps on spamming. Getting it lower and lower lines. They're bringing in more heroes. FCR, he doesn't mind his bear dying. But get it out. Goes for the ulti. There will be a soul bind being used. Double silence from the puck. They do bring down the Lone Druid Bears. Costabile is trying to find an opening. Jumps in with the ulti. The egg will be popped. BKB immediately. The egg will be taken care of without buyback. The Phoenix loses his life. That's going to be the tower dead. 100% tidal wave gets FCR and his bear a little bit deeper into the base. Not enough to threaten their lives, and they continue with the push. Costabile, he still has his ulti. The God Strength, it cuts down through these Raxes so easily. The glyph will be used. Another 7 seconds bought for Alliance, but they don't have the egg. The God Strength will be expiring fairly soon, so Vivo Keystars have to be careful. The turnaround could happen. Nice Torrent. Tidal wave as well. Gets them very deep into the base. The Sven turning around onto the Raxes being swell connect. So Overgrowth gonna be used, but the Charlie goes in. He's so low. Charlie's dying. He gets the Infesta. He's still alive into the puck. He has to get out of right now. FCR turns around to the puck. The stun connect, and the Lifestealer is there. They're just dying one by one. FCR, at least they're gonna be killing his bear, but the Sunray won't be able to bring him down as KJ comes forward, wants to deal with the sentries, doesn't want his ward rewarded as he just placed it down, and this lane of Rax will drop. The Sven dying. He is definitely not going to be too happy about it, but they get a lane of Rax, and they bring down all 3 of the cores of Alliance, putting them in an even better position. We were hoping for a 2-1 series on Vivo Keystars won game number 1. We all thought Alliance, they can take it back. They can definitely do it, especially with a solid draft like this one, but they just haven't accomplished anything thus far in this game. In this series, rather, I think that would be a better assessment of what's going on here. S4, he wants to be getting the Torrent Storm. Will that even be allowed? Vivo Keystars, right now you go for Roche and you just go for a push. It's hard to see how Alliance can stop it. Okay, the thing is, you won't have a bear resummon, right? So his bear died twice in that fight, and it's gonna be some time before he has the resummon, and that does give some time for Alliance to prepare. Hardy, that's fine. So Speed even has the blink, so easy to shove out the waves, and he's the only one. Look at the rest of his team; they're not even close. Nina, Aether Lens going for an Aghanim Scepter, has the blink. That's gonna be so much damage from the Flame Cloak. The Crep plus Flame Cloak? Good luck surviving that. You literally need luck to survive it. So, the Flame Cloak, it is 35% spell amp. And the Crep, I think it's like 60. It's 60, yep. 30, 40, 50, 60 by levels. Yeah, good luck. That Laguna is just gonna be killing instantly somebody. It would be cool if the Kunkka can get the Blade Mail off and then the Lina kills herself. Because that would be the best way to start the fight. Yeah, that Aghanim Scepter almost done. The thing is, of course, once you go for the Flame Cloak, you get 35% magic resistance as well. Flame Cloak is much stronger than it used to be. It used to be only 6 seconds, now it's 8, right? Yeah. That duration increase is actually massive. 25% increase to what it used to be. So we're seeing some TPs to the bottom lane. This could mean that they're eyeing the Roche. And yeah, Sven is just beelining towards it. That's gonna be a very dead Roshan. Goes for the ulti. You don't really want to be risking Alliance getting in there and fighting you. You're not on a clock if you're Vivo Keystars here. Lifestealer can be a problem. Lifestealer can win this game, but just as it was impossible for a solo Spectre to win, so it is impossible for a solo lifestealer to win. He needs the puck and the Kunkka to carry their own weight, which currently, with their net worth, they are not able to do. If the puck would get like Mjolnir, Ags, Shard, and Kunkka has Aghanim Scepter, I think is enough maybe for S4 to do something a little bit more in the fights. Contribute a bit more, maybe, but I'm very skeptical. It is not easy. Loco Stabile, he is going for a Silver Edge. Makes sense. It's not so much about the break. Breaking the lifestealer is nice and all, but it's more so about having better positioning and crit, and you don't want to be using 2 slots for that. Right? You can use 1 for it. You have the Silver Edge. It's gonna allow you to get a little bit of a better position. Of course, Sven does thrive on a crit. Before you get the Crystallis, you're not really that big of a damage dealer. You don't have that one BAM hit that just annihilates the enemies. Game is really slowed down. It goes to show when you're losing the game and you're allowing it to completely slow down, it means that you're forfeiting most of the map. Of course, nowadays map is huge. Charlie will be able to keep the net worth lead at, or deficit at 15k, which it's not something to brag about. Imagine you get to a party, get to a girl. I was not allowing my enemies 20 minutes in to increase their gold lead in Dota over 16k. I mean, if it's a girl that doesn't play Dota, sure, she might get impressed, or she might act impressed, but a lot of people play Dota. All the girls play Dota, everybody in the world actually, so she's probably gonna be looking at you, not understanding why the hell are you bragging, because they just destroyed S4. Charlie is trying to fight. There will be a 4-step to the low ground. There's FCR with the bear trying to kill Pablo. Not going to be able to do so. Now he runs with it. King Guardian a little bit too deep in the enemy base. He's running away. The coil will be used onto a position 4 in the enemy base, and the question is, do you even kill him? They're actually pulling the puck now. He's trying to suck out the life out of the enemies, and now the egg will be used. It's on level 1 egg. Costabile standing his ground, fighting, doesn't have the egg. It's actually on the Lina, so he'll be taken down. 3 heroes for Vivo Keystars are dead. It only costs 1 buyback from Alliance. Analog uses the flame cloak right now, gets himself away, and FCR trying to TP the bear out, will be successful at doing so. The X from the Kunkka won't be coming through, but it is a very nice defense from Alliance. Coil only onto a support in your base, and they still manage to come out on top. Goes to show the advantage of the high ground, and of course the lifestealer showing just how easily he can stand his ground against the enemies. Let's look again how this one went. And Hanskin getting that egg. Ostabile a little bit too deep. This is the time where you just get out. You leave King Guardian inside. You forced out the buyback. It is enough. Get some chip damage on the tower, and that's fine. King Guardian also had the healing Lotus there, so got a lot of his HP up. Sven jumped in. Oh, he jumped into the Inkswell. That's what happened. So he would have been able to kill Costabile. Those open wounds really make a difference when you're playing versus 3 strength heroes, and of the bear as well. Alright, Laundry is a universal hero, but I mean, I kind of look at him as a strength hero when you use your ulti for a lifestealer. So yeah, he used to be agility as well. Where some heroes just don't feel that way. He does feel like a universal hero, I guess, because he was an agility hero that his bear always felt like a strength one. But that Inkswell popping was actually huge, stopping the Sven from attacking the lifestealer. If he was able to get a couple of hits in and the crit comes through, lifestealer dies, completely different outcome. Puck will have an Aghanim Scepter. Talked about it. That is the thing that allows him to carry his own weight, both him and the Kunkka. They get their Ags Scepters and the game starts changing. Of course, you have the Pugna, you have the Lone Druid pushing, still quite easy. Aegis, 30 seconds left. Analog hasn't lost it in the previous fight. He has the Arcane Rune as well. And now FCR going for a push. There will be a silence. Lifestealer already used the Rage. So Evo, they can continue with the push. You have a little bit of a downtime. It's so hard to defend their axis versus the bear. Even Even with all the slows, he's still doing so much damage. There will be the open wounds immediately. The fear onto the lifestealer, and the range Raxes have fallen. That's another Rax. We're gonna be coming back. Costabile. Nice response there. Overgrowth will be used, but the Inkswell will pop it immediately. The stun on the Phoenix. He's dead. Does have a buyback. Not using it just yet. The both goes onto King RD. 4 steps to the side. He'll be fine for now. The open wound slowing him down. They need to remove the Phantom's rage. Will be able to do it, and the heal is coming through. The fear onto the puck. A couple of more hits, and there's Costabile. He actually won't even be needing to get the hit in. The puck is dead. 50 seconds on the sidelines. Nothing that he can do to come back into this fight. The Aegis did expire 20 seconds ago, and the push will continue. The Torrent will be on the mark there onto the Lone Druid, but Costabile does dodge it quite nicely. The Tidal Wave doesn't connect either. Costabile has to pop the BKB, but the Rax is super low, not dead just yet. Kunkka gets stunned up. King RD goes in, tries to root him, will be unsuccessful at doing that, but the Nether Blast will make sure the Raxes lose their life, and that's going to be a second lane of Rax taken down. Vivo Keystars, they've lost nothing for that engagement. The BKB charge from the Sven, and that's about it. Lifestealer is showing just how powerful he can be versus that bear, but you lost the early game so freaking much. So hard to come back. Get themselves there to secure the Wisdom Rune. Not gonna be happening. King RD picks it up. I saw the no hesitancy there from Alliance, but it was so tough for you to get out of the base in time. I think they realized a couple of seconds too late that the Wisdom Rune was spawning. Charlie will be given a gem. They cannot afford somebody to dodge him or something. He has a Manta on the Courier. It was bought but died. The Courier died when it was trying to come back to the base. We'll see if the Manta changes much. Actually, it might, as you won't be needing to use the Ink Spell onto the Lifestealer to pop the Overgrowth. That 4 staff from King RD also, allowing him to survive, it's insane. (17-8). Lions, they're doing their best to stay in the game, to stay in the series, but it's not that easy.
Radiant's middle tower is
Talked
under
about
attack.
Barley coming forward. There's the gem coming in handy. TP out. KJ. Low. Not low enough. They needed another hero to make him... to get him stunned. To do more damage. They didn't have it. Kunkka was in the vicinity. Not close enough. There's the Manta on the Lifestealer. And the Kunkka, he's getting his Aghanim Scepter. The items from Alliance are coming out. Let's see what they can do. Rage coming forward. There will be open wounds. He went for the ulti, so this is not going to be an easy kill. But the Lifestealer is doing his best. They're destroying the Lone Druid. It's not an easy kill. It's the easiest one they've ever seen. And that's going to be the Lone Druid dead. For a pretty long time, Alliance showing that now they can come out of their base despite 2 lanes of Rax being taken down. But of course, it is going to be a problem for their base. The puck now has the Aghanim Scepter as well, so the hits from the Maelstrom are going to start coming out super fast. The Evo Keystars, now they're going to be feeling the strength of this Alliance lineup. It has finally come together, and they get themselves the second tower of the game. Alliance immediately go for a smoke. They smell fear. They smell blood from their enemies. They're going to get Pablo in a smoke as well. They're trying to find something. Roche is up. You don't want to be giving it to your enemies. But it is going to be a Radiant side Roche, so they're moving to the wrong side. Lifestealer has the DD, however, if he gets on top of somebody, he's going to be completely annihilating them. Puck for now wants to protect himself with the Lincolns. And the jump in from the Sven is really the only thing that you have to be afraid of. Stabile finds Xuan, goes for the ulti, and Xuan gets himself away. Costabile goes with the blink, tries to get the stun, and he's running into his death. He doesn't know that he's gonna be surrounded by enemies. Gets the stun until Lifestealer immediately removed. The silence is on Costabile, but he did pop the BKB, so he's just running away. Goes for the invis. He has been X'd up. He's not gonna be running anywhere. He gets another Phantom's Embrace on him, and the Tidal will bring him into the arms of Charlie, who annihilates him. 82 seconds on the sidelines, has the buyback, but no ulti, no BKB. If you buy back, it's just gonna be a disaster. They don't even have the Overgrowth. What do you do? The way that you prevent this Roche is by pushing mid lane, pushing the side lanes, making sure that even if the enemies get it, that you do even more structural damage. Oh, Keat Stars. They cannot stop this Roche. And the thing is, you don't know 100% that the enemies are in there, right? You are the one that might be going into bad vision. Good thing for Vivo Keystars is that the Lions are very slow at taking Roche. They're coming over. This is dangerous. Lions are taking their time. The Sunray will heal the strength hero super fast. King RD got caught there by the stroke of fate. Oh, that's a very dead Grimstroke. A pretty big hero to kill. Thornstorm was used just to secure the ocean. It will be able to do so. Charlie is taking the cheeses on the ground. FCR not getting it, and that will be the Kunkka dead on the silence for 75. He doesn't have a buyback for now, but he will have it fairly soon. They're turning around onto the Lifestealer, uses the Manta, gets himself out of the entangle. They're still chasing, but FCR won't be able to get on top of it. He uses the dispel. Charlie TP out. They need the entangle. He won't. Oh, he got the root, but the Lifestealer got himself out. Oh. Buck also caught, taken down as well. There should be a cheese in the pit still. If I'm not mistaken, nobody has picked it up, though. Vivo Keystars, they haven't checked just yet. Lina pushing the mid lane. There is buyback on the Kunkka, but none on the puck. Vivo Keystars, they don't necessarily know this, so it is still dangerous. There is a Lifestealer on the other side, but you have a Pugna. So, slow siege is what you do, and with both of the side lanes pushing in, they actually have to be thinking about the tier 4s. The blade on the Lifestealer taking a lot of damage. There's now refresher on this Train Protector, so even with the Manta and the Rage, it doesn't mean that you're going to be protected. Charlie has been caught. The Laguna takes him down. It's only one death. Buyback from S4 was used, and we're seeing those Nether Blasts just continuing to damage the tower. Jumping, Overgrowth was using. He needs to remove. He cannot go for the refresher. He's silenced up. The boat is coming in. It's going to connect onto the Train Protector. He's still alive. The Life Drain is keeping alive. Bash onto Costabile. As Lifestealer thinks he can fight, he actually can. Costabile needs to run away. His BKB is running out, but the Tidal Wave will not allow it. He gets healed up a little bit. Not enough. The E-Blade gets used. The Crep and the Life Drain, not enough for him to survive. You've lost 2 heroes on Vivo Keystars, and the Lions are still there. The X was used. FCR's Bear has been caught, and with the Lifestealer there, he should be able to take it down. He waited for the Primal Roar to be used. That is gonna be a very dead Lone Druid Bear and a very dead Pugna. Vivo Keystars, they lose 3 heroes plus the Bear. Very cool plays from the Lifestealer. He hits the Bear. He slows him down with the Ghoul Frenzy. Savage Roar gets used by FCR to remove it, as he does have a shard. And then he uses the open wound. So Lifestealer dropping. They have to be very careful. The Selena packs a punch. E-Blade, Laguna, almost dead. S4 is going for a BKB. We'll see if he ever gets it. They used both the cheese and the Aegis in that fight. Actually, Kunkka had the cheese, so yeah, he did pick it up there in the pit, maybe with the courier. FCR needs to be careful not to lose his bear. He has 4 Wraith Bands. Look at the armor of the Lone Druid. It's kind of dumb, right? 36 armor. With the okay, that's that's 42 with the living armor, and then you use your ulti. It's even more. It's kind of not fair. Maybe he should use his real hero when fighting the Lifestealer. Right, with 50 armor, you're not really gonna be taking any damage. Gonna be reverting his focus from somebody else. The Lifestealer now has a BKB, so Rage, Manta, BKB, and the Inkswell. Well, double Overgrowth doesn't feel that powerful any longer, right? I don't know. He doesn't even have to use the Rage for a very long time. That is a dead Tormentor. The supports almost died, both of them. Everybody has a shard on the side of Alliance, so they're not really going to be getting anything out of it. S4, his impact, the later portions of the game was insane. And there's an Aghanim Scepter on Pablo. Not great targets for the portrait, right? Because I mean, Sven is fine, but it's not a PL, Naga, Terrorblade or something. I was kind of hoping he goes for a Hex. Speaking of which, the Lina has one. That could be huge in these fights. He does get a connection with the Hex E-Blade. It's gonna be so much damage. We'll see if... We'll see if they'll be able to save the heroes from the lead. Now, of course, you still have the Grimstroke with the Dispel, so you can remove the Hex as well if you want to. If you're in a good position to do so as well. The tier 4s are dropping low. That is the downside. But the Glyph is coming back for Alliance. So Vivo Keystars, they took a long time. Invest to Trien. Their smoke was used for him, as it seems like he already broke the first one. And they really want him, considering that he's infested. He needs to be hidden. Alliance are trying to find somebody. Trien, he saw Analog for a second blink out. And he really didn't see which way he was facing. That is huge from Vivo. They've dodged it. Plus also top lane tier 4 is taking a lot of damage as well. Not looking good. That's gonna be a tier 4 dead. This is the thing. Vivo Keystars, they got so much of an advantage early on with those Raxes falling, that the Lions, they just can't do anything about it now. Once a tier 4s fall and the throne is exposed, you're always gonna have to keep that in mind. And the thing is, it's getting super close to that to happen. Once you only have one tier 4, even then, just one wave of super creeps is gonna be enough to take it down. And we just saw they rushed it. They rushed it to Lions out of the base because they've got no choice other than to do so. You can see the Trend, he's infested for such a long time. Him and Charlie, two best friends, searching for somebody to kill. Just not easy to do. And the thing is, Vivo Keystars, they're not in a hurry. If you look at the Alliance's lineup, they're not really great at clearing out the waves. Maybe they're solid, right? Lifestealer is not good, but he has a Manta Radiance. The Puck is not great, but he has a Maelstrom. It's just the build that Pucks go for right now. And he gets a Spell Prism. Pretty huge for the Puck. We're still waiting on Trent to do something big in this game. His laning has been underwhelming, and even his coils in this game have been underwhelming. Very nice tier 4 items for the Lifestealer, and an Aeon Disc for the Puck. No Nullifiers on the other side, no way to purge that one off. So even if you get stunned up now, which isn't that easy to happen, not a lot of things to catch out the Puck, not gonna die. I thought the Lincoln Sphere was a good one, but Aeon Disc is definitely better. There's a Spell Prism on the Treant as well, and the Swift Blink on the Sven. We are only commentating on items because everybody is just finding items left and right. You have so much farm on the map and everybody has been using it, but nobody wants to get into an engagement. Your Keystars are waiting for Roche. Oh, there will be a Nullifier on the Lifestealer. Here versus the Pugna, here versus the E-Blade of the Lina. You definitely need it, and now you have it. So it is going to be a lot easier for a Lifestealer to just get on top of a target and kill it. We've seen so many 4-staff, so many of the creps change the fights. They pushed out the side lane solidly. So Alliance are going for a smoke. Pugna might get caught here, though. He'd much rather get caught than if it was FCR. And there was a Glimmer Cape. Nullifier immediately removes it. And that is a dead Pugna. They found the Puck. They get a Hex. He has the Aeon Disc. The Laguna Blade does absolutely nothing to it. Lone Druid. Is he going to be running away? His bear has been caught. The X, so he just dodges the Torrent S4. Messes up for a second there. You have to run because you know that your base is going to be in trouble. Costabile goes in, gets the double stun in the Puck. Oh, he got the phase shift. Nice Inks Wall just in time. The Torrent Storm is being used. Costabile standing his ground, fighting Charlie. I don't know if you can actually win that one. He got hexed up. He's inside of a call. He's getting destroyed. King RD, he used the refresher. Now goes for Yogro. The stun onto the Lifestealer will connect. But the thing is, you don't have your carry. Still, you have FCR who's not taking any damage. The tidal wave takes him back. Analog has been caught by the Lifestealer with Nullifier on him. He gets the stun off, doesn't change anything. It will be S4. The next casualty of war here. FCR is doing so much damage, but now he needs to TP away. Him and his Spirit Bear will get the hell out of there. But overall, Alliance, that is not too bad for them. A 3-4-3. Their base didn't get destroyed. Tier 4s still standing. Top creeps, though, are coming forward. They have the glyph, but it looks like the top tier 4 will be taken down, and maybe even the other one. The Aeon Disc on the Puck changed so much here. If Tren is dead, then he definitely would have died. It would have been a problem. There it is, tier 4 has died, and the second tier 4 might be going down as well. This is the downside, this is the problem. You can't take Roche despite having a decent fight going your way. Costabile has to run away from the lifestealer. It's just a it's just something you have to do. There's also a Hex now on the Phoenix, so Handskin is a problem for him. I'm really liking what FCR is doing, how much damage. Look at the lifestealer just tickling the lone druid. What was that? 49 armor. Yep. Analog also finally dies. Poor Kunkka. You never could have escaped. Harpoon plus the diffuser blade, and the overwhelming movement speed of the lone druid is also there. One tier 4 is still standing. FCR protecting the Roche. That's Aegis, Cheese, and then Aghanim Scepter, unless Roche does manage to survive long enough to travel to the dire side, which is very unlikely to happen. We'll see who gets the Aghanim Scepter. It wouldn't surprise me if it was actually FCR, right? The big fight comes out, and he just goes in the back and takes down the throne. With an Aghanim Scepter, he's bare now. I think he can even go through backdoor protection, at least on the Raxes, which is a problem. They give the axe to King RD though. So it is gonna be Eyes in the Forest. Does maybe the Lone Druid already have an axe? Can we click on the Lone Druid? No. Nope. No axe. Oh, actually the bear has it. Oh, but it's now a different axe. Yeah, I completely forgot about it. It's a different axe. It's not that you can attack from wherever you want. Oh, actually it is. I need to check this. Is it different when it's only on the bear? Oh, you have the allow spirit bear to attack it. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so it's fine. It's on the lone druid. He actually has the shard on the bear, which is fetch. Okay. It has a target ally, enemy, or rune, and uncontrollably drags them towards lone druid for the duration. Okay, so that's a shard. Fine. That's okay. That's okay. Fetch is a cool spell.
Radiant are scanning.
And that's a pretty solid lockdown as well. There's FCR running forward. Chuan gets hexed up. He has the knee on this. They're trying to pop it. Didn't manage to do so. Pretty nice from the puck to get himself away. But Yoki Stars, they got themselves in a good position now to continue the push. The creeps are coming in. Charlie gets the bash off onto the bear. Not really doing all that much damage. Just Costabile. He's level 25. Here's the Warcry. FCR trying to get the range Raxes. The Tidal Wave will get him into the hands of the Lifestealer. The Nullifier was used, and Sven, he gets the range Raxes down. FCR, look at how easily he's going through the Raxes. But they did lose the bear. You have to go for the resummon. You're gonna have to take it a little bit slower. Lions, 5 of their heroes are alive. They don't all have buyback, however. They have one on the Phoenix on the puck. Kunkka will have one now as well, and the Lifestealer has it. Pablo is missing it at the moment. Side of Yoki Stars, they're feeling a little bit more confident with not saving their buybacks. Grab on the Kunkka, live draining him. That's a lot of damage being done. The Lifestealer running in. Look at how fast he is. The X was used on him, but he's raged up, so won't be doing anything. Penguins on KJ, he's on the trees. They're stunned from Costabile, trying to do some damage. He's gonna be caught. He's right next to the Lifestealer. We talked about it. You cannot be close to him, trying to run away the Soul Bind. He's keeping in place. The E-Blade will protect him for now, and he has been leashed, but he'll be fine. The X does connect, doesn't have the BKB any longer. It gets pulled back. They have the Sentry. His invis is not gonna be doing that much. The puck has been caught with the Hex and the follow-up stun. He'll be taken down. The stun from the Lina off the mark. Charlie gets the kill on the Sven. Actually, it's Hanskin who gets the kill. FCR in the back. He's gotten the Mega Creeps. He's got it going for the throne. This is what I was talking about with an Aghanim Scepter. We can't really stop him. Will he be able to take the throne down? That's gonna be insane if he can. He uses the Savage Roar, but finally dies in the end. Gives away 300 gold. Nobody cares for the 300 gold. The throne is exposed, almost dead. And one more move like that, and the game will be over. Especially with you not having the glyph, the Eyes of the Forest, just seeing in the enemy base Alliance. coming back from this game, almost impossible. If they do come back, we're gonna be scratching one thing from our Dota bingo, and that is the 30k gold lead comeback. But it's looking very much impossible for Alliance to do that. The Lifestealer is approaching level 25. We'll see what he goes for. Win probability, 3%. 3 in every 100 games. A team would win in a situation like this. In a competitive game, I'm thinking that the percentage is even less than that. Charlie is doing his best to deal with the Mega Creeps. He doesn't have the Radiance any longer. He did disassemble it. As the bots do, that is a necessity now, as you won't be able to control the map without it. You have to be shoving out the waves if you're a Lifestealer. He has the Abyssal Blade, so even more of a way to deal this fan. Nice and fast on the Phoenix. Will allow him to live. The overgrowth was used. Hanskin gets out. Gets out as well. Again, level 22 on the puck. They would probably like to go through his A on this. Right now, the Keystars, they just need to wait for the creeps to go in. They are going to be losing the Aegis in a second. The Lions, they cannot find that timing to take it down. 65 Torrent AoE on the Kunkka has been taken. So his Aghanim Scepter is going to be even more of a problem. Trent goes into the backlines, finds the Lina. That is a great hero if they can take her down. The heals are coming through and the Lina is fine for now. The life drain is keeping alive, and there is the E-Blade as well. Charlie going for TP out. It doesn't matter. The throne was taken. Of course, FCR is doing his job, which is winning the game for Vivo Keystars. They tried to make a play, but you always have to keep that bear in mind, and they didn't. They didn't keep it in mind. And now it is gonna be Vivo Keystars winning the series 2-0. They lost their first series 2-0. They lost the second one 2-1, and now they're gonna be winning versus Alliance, who were until this series not undefeated in a series, undefeated in a single map. Vivo Keystars disposed of them easily after 2, I don't want to say quick games, but it did look easy for them from start to finish of both game 1 and 2. They were the ones that were controlling everything. So overall, it does look really good for Vivo Keystars. I thought them coming into the series, considering that the Lions were playing well, that they were most likely going to be losing this one 2-0, and with that being very close to elimination, having only one more game to play. Now after this win, they're only -1 point, meaning there is a solid chance of them going into the playoffs. We'll see if they can go into the upper bracket. Very unlikely, but there is a chance for them to stay in this tournament. Still are on the 4th spot, still facing elimination, but they did win against a pretty solid team. They need to be playing versus Dudley Boys and Klim Sanic, but if they play Dota as clean as today, they have a really good chance to beat both of them. With that being said, that's it for now, as again we have a 2-0. I seem to have jinxed it. We already had 2 2-0s today before this series, and now this is the 3rd one. So only one more best of 3 remains. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to be taking a longer break, as this series did end 50 minutes before the next one starts. It is gonna be a fight of Eastern European teams. Navi will be taking on MoneyMakers, so be sure to be here in 50 minutes. The Dota continues.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, And surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
After a long break, we are back with the Pinnacle 25-year anniversary show. I'm Harry Freak, and we are watching the 4th best of 3 of the day. We already saw 3 of those, and every single one ended in a 2-0. So let's remind ourselves here with the schedule. Of course, our production always on point, coming in just in time, perfectly. Sibe did beat Marsbet with a 2-0. Virtus.pro beat Boom Esports. Alliance lost to Vivo Keystars, even coming into the series as the favorites, and now Navi will be facing off against MoneyMakers, an Eastern European duel. Let's see how their group has been going so far. That should be Group B, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, of course. There it is. As no, that's Group A. We need Group B. There it is. Navi Junior. It does. This is the thing, guys. Caster curse is real, even when production is in place. You see, we say something good about them, and then instantly something bad happens. Just kidding, of course, who cares. Navi versus MoneyMakers. As we see, MoneyMakers, they did have a bit of a better score. They did beat Atlas Burden 2-0. Navi, they beat Atlas Burden 2-1, so that's why Navi are at -1 and MoneyMakers are at 0 points at the moment. The other series that they played, both of the teams have lost. Overall, on paper, Navi should be coming in as the favorites. I don't want to say the heavy favorites, but overall, in the past couple of duels between these two teams, Navi have been doing well. Though MoneyMakers are never to be underestimated, especially in Eastern Europe. They know these teams, they know how they think, they know how to play against them. But then again, the opposite is true as well. So let's get into the rosters to see who's going to be playing for Navi and who's going to be playing for MoneyMakers. Shigetsu, Melojul, Nefrit, Zayats, and Malady. Zayats, of course, bringing in that experience into the team, though. Of course, when you have a team that doesn't have that much experience, when you add it instantly, sometimes players just need more time to adjust. So hopefully they're going to be able to do so, as we have Yegor, Palantimos, Bignum, and Slayer. Last tournament or qualifier for a different tournament, MoneyMakers played with Warwick instead of Yegor, but Yegor is back, so now it's the same lineup apart from Palantimos being there for as a replacement for Vierg, who has been out of the team. I think in the Pinnacle Cup Melta Vibes 4 we had Palantimos, but in the third one we had Vierg instead of him. That's kind of the timeline in my head. We can check that one a little bit later on. But overall, we have 2 lineups that have one very experienced player each. Of course, Zayats has a little bit more of a professional success than Palantimos, but of course, they've both been in the scene for a very long period of time. Overall, though, Navi has been winning in quite a lot versus MoneyMakers in DPC, in Division 2, and Division 1, then in some qualifiers for different tournaments. They would always get placed higher than MoneyMakers. But in this tournament, MoneyMakers, at least when it comes to the results, doing better. We mentioned Atlas Burden, and overall Na'Vi, they did lose to Falcons. Okay, that's one where you're probably screwed anyways, and MoneyMakers did lose to Falcons as well. So yeah, they played same opponents. Na'Vi are not looking as good as MoneyMakers, though neither of the teams are looking super hot. But overall, on paper, Na'Vi have been more consistent in the past year. With this lineup, a little bit of changes, of course, Zayats being a big addition to their lineup, though so far they haven't been able to capitalize on that addition and show some amazing results here at the 25-year show. But that can very easily change. As we saw, Alliance were doing amazing in the tournament. Vivo Keystars were getting crushed, and well, a completely different scenario we saw in that series, right? Where Vivo Keystars, they crushed Alliance, and we just expected the complete opposite to happen, but it didn't. You know, as in Dota, anything can happen until the throne falls. There is always a chance that you're going to be able to win. To be honest, the Vivo Keystars, they did win those two series at the... they were winning it from the start of both games. It's not like they were falling behind at any point in that series. But overall, we're hoping that this series is going to be a little bit closer. Every single game was 2-0. Overall, how have our days been going? So seems that mostly 2-0s. No, we're kind of at 50-50 basically. That's how it is. So here, looking at the groups overall, Team Tickles in Group A, they have lost a game in both of the series that they have played. So that is something that can concern you from time to time, but they're still at the top spot, so most likely will be coming through. Level Up, a team that qualified for Division 1, is at the bottom of that group. Group B, of course, Falcons, well, they are undefeated, untouched, and really coming into this tournament as one of the favorites, if not the favorite team. Here we have Virtus.pro, that somehow they had plus 3 points there. They should be 2-0 overall. Yeah, today they won their second series, and we see here Alliance. They started off the day as the top spot, not any longer. So we're gonna be seeing my face for a second. Some of you are glad, some of you are not, but what you're all gonna be glad about is that the draft is ready, so we can talk about the heroes now. There we are. Na'Vi versus MoneyMakers. The draft has started, so the series has officially now started, guys, and we're gonna be enjoying ourselves, seeing what these teams have in store. Usually Eastern European teams don't really come up with too many new things. They play the tried and true, and they do it in a best possible way. Clean Dota, that is what we expect to see from this series. Overall, though, doesn't mean that they can't pull something out. Na'Vi can pull out a Weaver or maybe an Ursa, which are heroes. Okay, Weaver we see, but Ursa not so much. And you know, you have Shigetsu. Oh, Weaver went through. Come on, Na'Vi, pick it up, let's go. Shigetsu, Weaver. It used to be when Shigetsu played for a team called Cybercats, they would always first pick it for him if it was available. When it was somewhat in the meta, not really that much. The guy plays a mean Weaver, a mean Slark, a mean Ursa as well. Of course, he is not bad on other heroes either, but these are just his go-to comfort picks that when he has them, his team feels more at ease. Let's put it that way. Shigetsu, also known as the god carry of DPC Division 2. Who named him that? I did, right now. Okay, he was really good in Division 2 always, and I was always hoping that he would make it Division 1. He would go there, then he would get eliminated, back and forth, but he was always really good. They'll start off with a Kunkka, so that's gonna be their opening. Both Melojule and Nefrit can play this hero, so it is definitely going to be a flex. MoneyMakers respond with a Tusk. I like this. The reason I like this is because Kunkka hates playing versus the Tusk. You literally snowball somebody, and once the X comes out, you blink in, snowball, pick them up, and, well, the X won't be doing anything, right? You're in a snowball for 3 seconds, plus during its travel time, another second will pass 100%, so that means that the X is usually pretty useless. And even if the spells do connect both the torrent and the boat, the snowball save is pretty easy, as you know exactly where your teammate will be positioned. It's very hard to actually hide it, right? X marks the spot. You literally give the coordinates to the treasure to your opponents. That's how the hero works versus a Tusk. Not too great. So they did ban out the Necro. I get it. If you have a Kunkka, Necro can always be a problem for you laning wise and game wise as well. Plus, if I remember correctly, MoneyMakers played Necro. No, they didn't. Really, they played Pugna quite a lot, but they banned it out themselves, scared that Navi would pick it up. Navi used a ton of reserve time. Was another, yeah, Klim Sanich has been using quite a lot of their reserve time in the first pick phase as well. I'm not a fan of that at all, but it is what it is. Actually, Navi, when they played versus Atlas Burden, they lost game 1, and that was their debut game of the tournament. So maybe they took it a little bit too laid back. Then they gave the opportunity to their enemies to strike back. So we can amount it to that one. Navi, they ban out the Weaver themselves. Okay, I get it. We are too strong with this hero. You wouldn't be able to take us. Let's make it a fair match. Cool. Very nicely done from him. You know what would be a question? If somebody would come to the stream who's not too acquainted with the Dota scene or competitive scene of esports at all, then he would hear me talking, would he think I'm seriously saying this? I don't know. Hope not. Hope not. Anyways, MoneyMakers, they pick up a Triad Protector. This is probably going to be their support duo. I haven't seen a core Tusk in quite some time. I'm not saying I would hate it, but it's just not very common nowadays. So Navi, now they have the 2 picks. You see the Treant, you see the Tusk. 2 melee heroes. You can punish that for sure. They are both strength heroes. Maybe change Tusk to Universal. I think not. For the entirety of my life now, even though I think I know all of the Universal heroes, I'm gonna be asking myself when a hero gets picked up, is he a Universal hero? Is he? Bane is a Universal hero, however, so he'll be picked up by Navi. Interesting. Again, a hero that really hates playing versus the Tusk, because you don't really have to stun the Bane, you just need to pick up a hero that's been gripped into a snowball. And that's a save. Grimstroke, on the other hand, well, Tusk used to be a laning counter to the Grimstroke when you couldn't control when your Inkswell pops. Now, not so much, but even so, you wait for a second, you go into the snowball, and then the Inkswell isn't really gonna hurt you all that much, or the Grimstroke will have to use it in the first second and a half in the laning phase. So overall, this Tusk is looking very useful at the moment. Also, one thing you guys might not know the mechanic of, if you get caught in the soulbind, you cannot snowball, right? But if your 2 teammates are caught in a soulbind, you can snowball and pick them both up into the snowball. So that is pretty nice to know, is once you pick somebody into a snowball, the Phantom's Embrace dies as well, going on cooldown for the Grimstroke, and it does really annoy him. So if you play the Tusk properly, you can be a nuisance to this hero. I'm really liking the Tusk at the moment. I'd love to play it in this game. There's just so many possibilities to make good plays. As MoneyMakers. Oh, okay. They pick up a Razor. I guess now you pick something flexible as well. You pick up an offlaner, let's say, and then you just put the Razor wherever the Kunkka goes. I think that's actually a very smart choice if they want to go that route. But maybe they want to be playing an offlane Razor, right? That is a possibility. Palantimos is kind of a greedy offlaner, so Razor does go well with him. But then again, the Razor Treant Protector is a good lane as well. Plus, Lucas in the past has played this hero. For Yegor, I can't say. I don't remember all that much, but I know that Lucas has played it. Lucas has always been versatile. Let's put it that way. So they'll go for the Dawnbreaker. Okay, that's the offlaner. I like this. I really like this. Plus, the Dawnbreaker and the Tusk are a very strong duo. Bane can use the sleep, but you're not going to be dodging all the Starbreaker damage. Plus, with the Starbreaker, you don't really care about the sleep, as you will not be triggering it yourself. But you might get slept yourself if slept yourself if you try to go for the Starbreaker on the Bane. Still, one misstep from the Bane and you're getting slaughtered by these two. Plus, a lot of potential to move between the lanes for both the Treant and the Tusk. I like this. I really like what MoneyMakers are doing with their draft. It does look pretty decent. Here's see what kind of a build the Razor is gonna go for. I guess it maybe depends a little bit on where he's gonna go. And Navi, they go for the CK. Okay, so MoneyMakers are coming up with a cool draft. Of course, all these heroes except the Razor are already very well established in the 734 meta. But it's a very interesting decision to pick this way, right? And the Razor changes the dynamic of the draft quite a lot. Navi, they are thinking Kunkka is strong, Bane is strong, Grimstroke is strong, CK is strong. Their synergy isn't really there. Their ways to counter the enemies isn't really there. But you can catch people around the map, and with 2 or 3 heroes you can bring quite a lot of them down if they're not ready with the response. So plus these heroes can be very strong in lanes, apart from the Kunkka who might struggle if he does lane versus the Razor, but we'll see. So Navi, they ban out the Dazzle. That could be a mid laner that punishes the Kunkka. It's a solid hero versus the CK. Of course, Shard from the Dazzle does not kill CK illusions. CK illusions from the ulti are considered strong illusions, just like the Tempest double of the Arc Warden. So when you use the Poison Touch on them, they do not disappear. They turn into a piggy and then they come back. So guys, don't get surprised in your games. Like, ha! They have a CK, I'm gonna pick a Dazzle now and crush him. Not gonna work. Even though it's decent, right, versus a CK, you do want to grave somebody. CK is a burst type hero, especially if he gets a little bit ahead. And then if you allow somebody to live for those extra seconds, can be a problem. So MoneyMakers, they ban out the Brewmaster and the Centaur. Navi most likely need an offlaner, because versus a Razor it would be foolish to play an offlane Kunkka. He would get completely obliterated, and that S4 performance in the previous series where he didn't really do too well on the Kunkka would be looking like the best Kunkka game in the world. As Navi are taking their time with this last ban. It is hard. It is very hard to ban right now. They'll get rid of the Lina, pick up a Puck, so it is going to be an offlane Kunkka. I think this is now going to be a carry Razor. It makes a lot of sense. You have a solid amount of damage on MoneyMakers, but I don't think you can get away with the Dragonite here. It's actually Tower Push, Counter Initiation. Dragonite actually looks really good. The only question is, does Yegor want to play it? And I think he should be wanting to play it. Late game wise though, you could be, no, you wouldn't be in some trouble, right? Dawnbreaker, Razor, DK doesn't sound too bad. But I'll go for the Morphling, so that puts the Razor in the mid lane actually. So it will be a Yegor Razor. Okay, cool. Lucas goes for the Morphling. In this game in particular, it is a pretty solid Morphling game, right? You can dodge quite a lot of things. Manta is a great item. You needed maybe a little bit of a mixture of magical and physical damage, and that's where the Morphling comes in as a carry who does it, and he does quite a lot in both. So I'm okay with it. I just think maybe you could have set yourself up more for success from the lanes, but I get it. Currently in the meta, the Razor is you probably don't want to have him as a carry. you're gonna be needing to go for maybe a different build than what you're used to. And I'm really curious to see how Yegor plays it. I haven't been following the professional pubs. I don't think we have really seen Razor in the tournament so far. I haven't casted any Razor games, I'm sure of that. And not sure if there was maybe okay, there was one picked up by KZ team. Let's see where they played it. They played it in the offlane, I think. Played it in the offlane, and he went for classic items, Manta, BKB and stuff. So Yasha, BKB into a Manta. Kind of makes sense. So with that kind of a build, maybe a carry Razor would be okay. So I'm not certain. I'm not certain if I would like to be seeing it in a carry position. It has its vulnerabilities, and you have only ways to increase his attack damage and not so much to increase his attack speed, which he usually needs. So let's get ourselves into the game. I'm very curious to see how this mid lane in particular goes. So there we are. The game has started. I haven't given my prediction. Today I have been 100% wrong. So that's pretty great. Overall, I have to say I'm leaning Na'Vi. I think Na'Vi have really strong meta heroes, and I've seen in this meta, even when you have cool heroes, interesting things that might work versus the enemy team, that there's just so many opportunities to dodge and catch. And when it comes to dodging and pick off, Na'Vi are better. This is where the Treant Protector though comes in. There's always but, right? But I just think that it's a little bit easier for Na'Vi to do so. Treant and the Tusk, it's on them for me. If they can, for the Treant scout the enemies and for the Tusk be ready to save his teammates, a couple of saves like that can completely change the game. Long have I waited. Vignum just invades the enemy high ground in the mid lane. Gets smacked because of it. Though Tusk, we all know that he can take a punch. Because it doesn't matter how hard you can hit, guys.
The battle begins.
Did watch just a second. Zayats comes over and immediately he's being pushed back. It's gonna be 2 for 2 in terms of runes. Zayats will live, but it'd be him taking some nice damage. So I did watch an interview with Stallone, him talking about rating the Rocky movies. So that's why I'm getting a little bit of a vibe. And there will be a pause. It always gives us some time to look at the items that some of these players have. Puck is just beautiful. We don't appreciate how beautiful some of these sets are. I remember the Dota 1 days. You had no sets. Your heroes would always look the same. Maybe in some certain versions they'd get a different model or something. There's some packet loss problems. Although Eastern European teams have them. So let me check MoneyMakers. Which country are they from? All of them. So 2 Russians, 2 Ukrainians, and 1 Belarusian. So we can't really say much about the about it because we don't know who has the problem. It's actually Lucas, it seems. So okay. So I went to Russia for boot camp, to Ukraine I went for casting, and both times I had really good internet. And especially when I was in Ukraine, everybody told me that the internet there was amazing. Though I remember some stutters, in a sense. If I would stream, it would, every 5 minutes it would stutter and I would lose like a couple of frames. But I think that was just in our building that was an issue. Something was not connected properly. Even at a hotel, the internet, like literally cable internet in a hotel, was great. That's one thing. And I usually see these Eastern European players have some issues. I didn't have that problem though. In Ukraine I was in Kiev, and In Russia, I was close to Moscow, so maybe, you know, smaller places have issues. I'm not sure. Say, but I have seen this so much, casting Eastern European DPC for 3 years now, 2 years. I think it's 3 years, though there was COVID. No, not COVID. There was when the war started, then the Eastern European DPC was cancelled for the time being. Yeah, I remember that. So then maybe it took longer than it should have. Doesn't matter. Either way, I know that this happens a lot, and it's weird, right? Especially when they're playing versus each other. So the server is definitely gonna be benefiting both of the teams. Big countries, though. Both Ukraine and Russia, so it is normal to have different connection at different parts of the country. As we do go back into the game, and it is going to be a 0-0. The game hasn't even started. We saw 2-2 in terms of runes. I even forgot about it from my stories about Russian and Ukrainian internet. Shigetsu stunned up. He will be fine, though. The Starbreaker doesn't really get him all that low. CK, of course, we saw the nerf to the Chaos Strike, so now when hitting creeps, when critting, you're not going to be healing all that much. So I'm curious to see how well Shigetsu does in this lane, especially with these two just doing so much damage. But him and the Grimstroke actually have quite a lot of kill potential. The Puck is... I don't even want to call this suffering in this lane. He's being absolutely and utterly demolished by the Razor. So far, the laning phase for MoneyMakers, especially this mid lane, is going amazing for them. A Slayer, well, you can't really fight the Bane. Despite you having so much damage, the Bane has a decent amount of damage as well, but there's a big difference in armor. Oh, Melojule is trying to get a little bit more in terms of this CS, but he's just being schooled by the Razor. It makes sense. Razor should win versus the Puck. I don't know if by this much, but yeah, it's the orb now, especially at being slower than what it used to be. It makes sense that so much damage is taken from you, and the Puck is already in trouble when it comes to damage between the two. Very nice torrent there from the Kunkka. And Zayat is really applying pressure here. Still, even with all that pressure being applied, it's not a big deal. Shigetsu, the Inkswell, protects him for the time being. The Celestial Hammer slowing him down. He's fine. It looked scary for a second, but Shigetsu does survive. You get into the tower, and the slow did expire. So the extra armor is there, and you're already afraid. If two of your hits do not manage to connect on him, CK is a pretty fast hero, so he'll be out, and you're going to be putting yourself in a very uncomfortable position. So I like that they gave it up. You apply pressure, you go back. You're gonna kill him next time. The thing is, usually you get pulled into it if the first blood hasn't happened. MoneyMaker's not gonna be making that mistake. 3 lanes, 1 for them. The top lane is even, but mid lane and the bottom lane definitely in favor of MoneyMakers. The Grimstroke is getting the solid amount of CS, so that kind of equalizes the bottom lane, but you would want that one on the CK. It's very hard to go aggressive onto the Tusk and the Dawnbreaker. First of all, they're both very tanky. Second of all, you have the Snowball save from the Inkswell, and that is your main fighting spell here in the lane. And finally, the Chaos Strike will be available for Shigetsu. So some heals will be there. See if it's enough. Melojule secures the Water Rune. The other Water Rune will be picked up by Zayat. That's pretty huge. That is pretty huge for sure. So Nefrit has a bracer on the Kunkka. The boots are coming as well for the Kunkka, as we're seeing that he's overtaking the Morphling. Usually the Morphling struggles a couple of first levels and then starts catching back up. Seems like the Kunkka has done a good job actually from the last few waves to get ahead. We still haven't seen a kill. This is classic Division 2 Eastern Europe, right? This is what you always see. There's a snowball. The Inkswell will do absolutely nothing. They might even try to do some serious damage to Shigetsu. Exactly. Starbreaker. Shigetsu is dropping low. He turns around with a stun. He needs to get away. He has 8 stick charges, so he's baiting. He does bait him super deep right now, but he should have baited them better as he does get taken down. Bignum will die to the tower. Not a big deal. Losing a support after your offlaner has secured the first blood. Beautifully done. MoneyMakers, they get themselves the first blood. Getsu, he thought he was baiting them. 8 stick charges, just not enough. That also forces the TP. Of course, the Bane can go through the portal, but this is gonna be making it a little bit tough for the Kunkka for a wave or two. As Ayats isn't going. He wants to apply pressure here, or at least by him missing from the map. The Dawnbreaker and the Tusk are very much afraid now. Dawnbreaker just comes over, kills the flag bearer creep. That's how much he's afraid. Palantimos doesn't really care. The puck did manage to equalize the mid lane. I think that's one of the biggest things, especially with there being very limited, actually no lockdown on MoneyMakers. You might connect on him with the Walrus Punch once you get the Blink follow up snowball, but that's about it. I don't think you are killing this puck in this game. Definitely not easy. And that's why it was so important for Yegor to win this mid lane, which at the start he did. Now we don't really see it. Of course, we are going to be turning to net worth fairly soon to see how it's going in that department, where the Razor should probably still be a little bit ahead. But overall, it's kind of even. And that's what happens when you take both of the water runes. Instantly, it's much easier for your mid laner to play.
Dire's courier has been
So a very, very slow start here to the game. Both of the teams content with farming, and the puck has a DD rune, so with the coil, the Razor is actually a target. If he'll be able to use this DD rune properly, to use it for a kill. Of course, he's gonna be needing some help. I don't think he's solo killing the Razor, but with a Grimstroke rotating, it could happen. Actually, both of the supports are rotating by the looks of it, and with them missing, that should be a red flag for the Razor. Maybe the Treant Protector gives his life away. Zayats deep. He wants to find him. See? His distance. Not going in. Yegor into the trees. And Slayer is in the vicinity. The coil will be used. Puck doing some damage there with the DD. It's not enough. He's taking so much damage. And there's a snowball. Meljul. We talked about him not being able to die. It doesn't matter. Even a little bit of a stun with so much physical damage will be enough to finish him off. And that DD actually baited them in a bad position. The shard's a little bit off the mark. If they were better, that would have been a dead Malady as well. So he'll be able to get himself out. Stroke of Fate slow onto the enemies and MoneyMakers. They're still super happy with what happened. And Bane, TPing to the mid lane. They want to secure the next power rune. Not even close. Yegor will bottle the Invis rune. And that's going to be that for the mid lane fight. Zayats being a little bit annoying here. And he's going to kill the courier at least. I don't know what he was trying to accomplish on Zayats, but that definitely wasn't it. Right, so pretty weird, I have to say. Bottom lane, Inkswell was used, they have the silence, so going for a snowball, gonna be a little bit tougher. The Inkswell does spot, but Bignum is still alive. The shard's again off the mark, so not looking that great with the shard, but he's looking great when it comes to survival.
Radiant are scanning.
Nicely done there from him. Oh, going for Malady, draining the damage out of him. With that, the life will be drained out as well. So he's just dead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's looking pretty easy now for MoneyMakers to control the game. Though, they're not really that far ahead, really, when you look at it. The goal lead isn't even 1k.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
See, Palantimos is doing his best in the bottom lane just to push in.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And there's gonna be a coil. This time around, this should be a kill. A pretty clean one. Of course, Melojul gets it. He needs it. You want a fast Maelstrom to increase your farm, to increase your kill potential. I'm gonna miss the Witchblade days. Now it's all about the Maelstrom on the puck. It actually gives you almost as much damage as the Witchblade early on, and later on it's much higher. Though I have seen pucks still go for the Witchblade and then into the Maelstrom. Seems to be an overkill though. The goal lead is non-existent, but Moneymakers are controlling the tempo of the game. You having the Kunkka and the puck, you'd probably want to be doing that for sure. And the big thing is that the Morphling is so far ahead of the CK. Later on in the game, if it's not gonna be easy to kill the Morph, especially with so many things to protect him. Slower Guardian, Living Armor, the Snowball. Melojul using his spells quite nicely there. He got the silence on the Bignum so he doesn't get punched in. He was getting so much hate in the mid lane by pressuring that mid lane tower. Now everybody's rotating to the bottom lane where the Dawnbreaker died, opening up the mid lane tower as well. This is some great maneuverability from Na'Vi. Razor will deny the tower, however, so that's a bit of a blunder, but the tower is dead either way, and you actually have really good catch potential with the Kunkka. You want to open up the maps as much as possible early on if you're Na'Vi, because later on, if Moneymakers can read your moves, and it's much easier to do so with towers, then you won't be able to get that many kills with all the saves they have. And after 3 points in the X marks the spot, it might be time for this Kunkka to get active. But for now, considering that nobody is touching him, he wants to get the Aghanim Scepter as fast as possible. Then no amount of saves will actually be enough. Malady in a good position to break the smoke. He didn't manage to do it, but the thing is, do they know exactly where the CK is? He's gonna be going through the portal. Malady will get caught. This is an easy kill, especially with shards beautifully placed like that this time around. Bignum is not going to be making any mistakes in that, and he even places or the sentry was placed on top of ward, will be able to take it out. As he's going to TP towards the top lane, where there are a couple of heroes of Na'Vi. The Grimster will be coming back fairly soon, and this Kunkka is a tough guy to fight, especially with that Blade Mail being there. So you're running into a very nasty fight if you're Moneymakers here in an attempt to protect the top tower, though for now. Na'Vi, they're not pressuring it all that much. They're trying to rotate to the mid lane where there's nothing to take. So it's not even going to be a trade. Moneymakers, they get the tower. They don't lose the top one. Malady, back to the land of the living. He's just going to do his best to shove out this lane. 3-6. Moneymakers. They have a lead in kills. Nobody cares though, as Yegor dies in the mid lane, and it's very hard to catch them. Palantimos was actually chasing forward. That could have been dangerous. Sleep on the Morphling and a nice back out. The boat and the coil both were used. What does the Razor have in items? I think we haven't clicked on him quite some time. It is so he's going for a Yules. Basically, he's going for an item to save himself from the Kunkka X, which he already does have saves for. So I'm not entirely on board with this. And I mean, look at the Razor. There's no farming items, and it's catastrophic with his net worth at the moment. That is the thing that's making a difference. He actually started off really well on Yegor versus the puck. Seems this Morphling pick hasn't done much for them. I mean, the Morphling itself, he's at the top, but Razor laning versus the puck and now playing versus the puck is not going too well. The X will connect. Slayer is looking very much dead. Melojul will go forward. He uses the orb behind. He's actually pretty scared. Nobody's there, but they don't know it. On the bottom lane, sure, Moneymakers are there, but you have no idea about it, so you have to be very, very careful. Melojul doesn't want to die again. Malady running into his death. He is very much gone now. While he tries to pop it, he will be able to press his button, but no one will be in the vicinity. Very nice maneuver there from both of them. This time around, they will bring down Slayer, knowing where the rest of Moneymakers are. As soon as you have the info, you can go for plays like that. So Coil will be used. As Yegor
Radiant's bottom
working
tower
towards the
is under
Yules.
attack.
Oh no, actually Yules is done. It is being delivered at the moment. Solid amount of things to
Dire's top
dodge.
tower is
We'll
under
see if he's
attack.
maybe able to break the
Radiant's
coil with the
bottom
Yules.
tower is under attack.
It's not too hard, but in a game, in a stressful situation, you're very likely to make a mistake if you go towards the edge. And breaking the coil, I wouldn't recommend it. Bignum. Zayats is coming with an extra night vision. Now he's gonna be under vision, so Bignum knows that he just has to run away. Oh, can he get the ward down? It's expiring. And Zayats gets the extra gold, extra experience. Nice for him. Top tower, living armor is protecting it. It's not going to be protecting it enough. The glyph, however, 7 seconds. It will buy this tower 7 seconds. Melojule doesn't allow the siege creep to die. And he makes sure that the tower goes down this time around. No denies will be happening. Zayats comes over, DPs onto the outpost. Phantasm has been used. Bignum protecting himself with a snowball. Dinkswell was used, but does he have the shard? No, he doesn't. No, actually, he does. Pops it, and the overgrowth does get popped. Malady trying to survive a little bit longer. The Morphling is in the vicinity as well. Nefrit now trying to run away, but where is he supposed to run? He used the X on himself. No, actually, that was the Morphling turning into a Kunkka, Xing him and torrenting him as well. That's going to be a nice double torrent from the Kunkka just before he dies, but it won't change the outcome of the fight, which is heavily in favor of MoneyMakers. The only reason is they didn't burst down the Tusk. He needed to die. The second he got the snowball off, it was pretty much certain how the fight is going to go. So the Grimstroke has the shard, but it's not that big of a deal. And I'm so surprised Na'Vi lost that fight. Well, let's look at it once again.
Top tower is under
So
attack.
oh, Shards on the high ground. That's why they knew both supports are there. The Tusk solo won that fight. Solo won that fight for his team. He did die in the end, but nobody cares. The puck tried to do as much damage as possible, but it was understandable for Melojule to run away.
Radiant are scanning.
You have the high ground, you have the vision, you have everything, and you lose the fight because the enemy hero uses his spells perfectly. I talked about the Tusk in this game. It's just so damn good. You don't have, other than the puck silence or the coil, you don't have anything to really stop him from snowballing. And he sees a projectile running towards him, snowballs, over. Solar Guardian, everything else responds, and you're in trouble. Six to 11, Na'Vi. Win probability in their favor. I guess it makes sense. It's easier to play their lineup. Slayer, though, has found Melojule. No, he hasn't found anybody. He has been found by the sentry. Actually gets himself away. Bignum is in the vicinity, protecting his buddy, and the rest of them are coming as well. The Solar Guardian is available. Zayat's left all on his own. There will be a couple of hits there with the tag team, and he has absolutely no chances of getting out alive. Melojule, though? But they have the torrent. They don't want to go for it next because the Yules is ready. Inkswell available. So gonna be popped immediately. Backline has been caught. Shigetsu with the crit. No overgrowth. Dodges the Solar Guardian. Doesn't even get stunned up. And there will be a Soulbind. Pulls them both into nothingness. Double kill for Shigetsu and Melojule. He gets Bignum at the end, denying the triple kill potential from Shigetsu. But very nice team fight from Na'Vi overall. Understanding exactly what they need to do. And Shigetsu, beautifully done. You kill the Treant before he gets the overgrowth, and then you dodge the Solar Guardian. It's not super hard to dodge, but when you do everything right in a fight, it is damn impressive. This is the problem. You don't take that ward down. You have to take it down. If you don't, this is gonna happen. Like such a standard spot, and then you're hiding in the trees thinking you're safe. A second ago, you killed the enemy support in at that part of the map. Now some big items for Na'Vi after a successful fight. Shadow Blade on the CK, that's nice. But a Torrent Storm for the Kunkka, the Aghanim Scepter, that is huge. BKBs on MoneyMakers aren't really on the menu at the moment. Puck, oh, nice dodge there. Immediately there's gonna be a sleep. Melojule gets the blink away. Lucas, he wants to fight. They might have been able to burst down Melojule if everything went in, but it didn't. Lucas could turn into the puck, get the silence off, and then that would be a problem for him. Oh, they're rotating. Fiend's Grip is available. He's gonna go for the sleep. Where's the Torrent? It is coming through. The both will be there. Fiend's Grip. He does get the attribute shift off. But the thing is, can he get out of this one? Big Enough just jumps into the stun to die. Shigetsu has killed Slayer in the backline. Has found him with the invis. And just everything working out from Na'Vi. They're not allowing Moneymakers to have a coordinated fight. They fight left, they fight right. And Moneymakers, they just can't pull themselves together. I'm very surprised he didn't instantly go for the Fiend's Grip onto the Morphling. He probably would have died a lot earlier. This made it so that there was potential for a turnaround, but that Inkswell using it just as the Tusk jumps in was beautiful. Nice response from Malady. There's gonna be a Radiance on the Dawnbreaker and the BKB on the Razor. BKB on the Razor, it can change things, but Dawnbreaker Radiance, it is just gonna be a little bit annoying for the CK. We see that they don't want to play together anyways, Na'Vi. Even if it's a fight on the same part of the map, they want to split up Moneymakers. That's the right way to approach it. The Dawnbreaker is gonna be going for a shard. That's definitely gonna help you versus the Torrent Storm. Getsu thinking about it. He actually jumps onto Palantimos. The Inkswell will be doing now only damage to the Treant. Coming in with the Snowball. The Soul Guardian will be used. CK in a lot of trouble. Double Silence will connect, but CK has nowhere to go. Shigetsu, he knows he's dead. He's fighting as much as he can, but a couple of misses there from the Radiance, and well, he can't do anything. Palantimos gets the kill. Radiance actually coming in handy. A couple of those misses early on when they started onto the Dawnbreaker maybe could have landed them the kill. Though who knows. Kunkka has both the Shard and the Aghanim Scepter. That was a little bit too aggressive from Shigetsu. Does open up Roche for Moneymakers. They are still a team with a Tusk, so should be able to get this one fairly quickly. Let's see how low the Roche is. Are they killing it fast enough? It is half HP. The tag team, it should be up now. There it is. This Roche will die before Na'Vi make their way over. But the thing is, they can still catch Moneymakers all along here. Is it TP out time? Palantimos, he thinks so. The Aegis does go to the Morphling, and Na'Vi do not feel confident enough to go forward. They're going into enemy vision, they're going into an Aegis, and the enemies already had time to prepare. Usually if you're in the pit, even if you get the Roche, you're in such a bad position that, well, the enemies will be, most likely, will be able to punish you. But if a couple of seconds have passed and they manage to get themselves onto a high ground, whichever one, and prepare themselves for any angle at which you might engage, at that point it becomes a bad move to actually keep chasing forward. Big Numb does get a shard, so improved shards for the Tusk. I'm guessing they would have preferred if the Dawnbreaker got it. No, actually it would have been the Razor. Solid shards either way. Hello Jewel. Just poking a bit, seeing what's up. Morphling stands his ground. No, it's like when a kid comes over and punches you. You don't really need to strike back. You know who the big boy is. Puck though is the biggest boy on the map. However, he is the top net worth. He is not to be underestimated. Has the Aghanim Scepter, has the Shard. Mjolnir will be next on the menu. The amount of damage that Melojul can do in a fight with a good coil is insane. Moneymakers are in a smoke. They're gonna go Nefrit. He secures himself a Wisdom Rune. Moneymakers. It's very hard for them to find an opening with the heroes that they have. You need to jump in with a Tusk, and the Morphling instantly needs to be there to blow people up. That's how it goes. If it doesn't go that way, you're not getting the kill. And it's very hard to coordinate that properly. Lucas is now going for a BKB. Does get smoked up. CK has the Gossamer Cape. Not a lot of first hits that you want to dodge. Yes, it's still a good item, but having Gossamer's Cape versus a hero like a TA is usually much better. He is going for a hard standard item build for a CK. Though he really wanted this Shadow Blade before the Heart. Sometimes we see Heart before Shadow Blade, because it was important for him to find the backline. Understandable. Treant has a gem now. And there's gonna be a coil. He breaks it immediately. He is gonna be surviving though. Slayer is fine. Gets himself out. So the coil wasted. The only reason he went for that is because he knew this guy had a gem. Puck has a gem as well though. You don't want to be risking your life. That's one of the reasons. Also Grobbo on the Puck, meaning everybody's gonna be affected by that one. That's probably the best item for the hero. Tusk has the Philosopher's Stone from a brawler to a philosopher. Old age will do that to you. You know, when you're a kid, you always want to fight. When you get older, like, nah, wait a second. Let's think of a good solution for a problem. Then if there's no good solution, well, in Dota you just punch them. As the mid lane tower did fall, but top tower did fall as well, and this is a problem. You are the ones with the Aegis. You should be the ones taking tier 2s down, and you only take a tier 1. Sleep was used, and now the TPs will be for Zayas. He knew exactly what he was doing, and now he's easily out immediately. He's TPing to the mid lane, which means that the chase is on Efrit, pushing out the mid lane, but Bignum is there. He's gonna be jumping in. Solar Guardian immediately used the snowball onto both of the supports. They are annihilated. Lucas comes over to make it a little bit faster, but doesn't matter. As the wave comes in, so does the Torrent Storm, but the Torrent Storm won't slow down Moneymakers enough. Beautiful, beautiful gameplay by them. That was a fast move from Navi. 1-2, right? We are making a play on the top lane, now TPing to the mid lane, but the thing is, Moneymakers did not panic. Beautifully done. Both teams commendable there. Navi for the attempt, Moneymakers for the awesome response. A lot of the teams would panic, get 2 heroes on the top lane, then these ones in the mid would be in trouble. But we talked about tier 2s. There it is. Moneymakers, they get it. No glyph for Navi means no tier 2 in the mid lane for them either. And there it is. The game completely even. Left, right, left, right. The game cannot decide who's leading. Both of the teams are rich. Or both of the teams are poor. I don't know what's more true. I'd say rich. Look at the items they have. Nowadays you cannot find plate mail like the Kunkka has. Look at how beautiful it is. Anyways, he might be going for... Oh, he's going for a Shiva. So you want to be slowing down the heal a little bit. There's quite a lot of it on the side of Moneymakers. Razor is actually able to get a solid amount of items. He's nowhere near the other cores on the map, but Razor items allow him to fight. The problem is if he gets caught without the BKB, because if I'm this Tusk, let's say, and I'm playing, my job is either to start the fight, set up for the Morphling, or save the Morphling. I am not saving a Razor. You have a BKB, you should save yourself. You should pop your BKB early. It is the Morphling that needs to be protected. That needs to be a little bit more greedy. Imagine how badass you have to be to have a shark on your shoulder or a shark's head. Reminds me of Jason Statham. Jason Statham? I'd say Statham. Megalodon movie. It's the best movie in the world. So a shark is killing them. They're high-tech submarines. He just gets a harpoon, jumps into the water and destroys it. Like, just didn't want to act cool from the start. That's Kunkka, right? Jumps in the water, harpoons the shark, puts it on his shoulder. Makes sense. $12-15. A smoke from Navi. They want to change this. They want to be ahead once again. They were 3k gold ahead in this game, and again, we're gonna be having some issues. They're Definitely internet problems currently. Hopefully they do get resolved as fast as possible. He does reconnect immediately, meaning that maybe it was just the FPS or something drop. Yep. Hopefully that's the case. He's gonna say go. And nobody is saying go. Come on. Nope. MoneyMakers, maybe they have them muted. Though none of these teams are super annoying with their chat wheels or something. So I would assume that's not the case. I can't emphasize how buff Zayats looks on that picture. He's huge. We need to ask him for his bench and deadlift records. As Palantimos, Starbreaker gonna be used. There's gonna be a Fiend's Grip. Where's the Snowball? He cannot find anything because the Soulbind was used. Beautiful play by the Grimstroke. Just use the Soulbind on that hero. Because the second that the Tusk jumps, he's gonna be caught as well and he won't be able to Snowball.
Radiant's bottom tower
Oh, that's so nice. Usually it would be, oh, look at this idiot using Soulbind on a solo target. Haha, nope. This was amazing. Amazing from him. So now they find themselves 2 kills. The second you caught the Dawnbreaker, the fight was over. Without the Solar Guardian, you're just not winning the fight. And that was a 9-second BKB from the Dawnbreaker. So, big victory for Na'Vi. I mean, compared to what was happening in the last 5 minutes, where nothing was happening. Finally, the CK gets his heart. Shigetsu has had a little bit of a slower item progression. Next item gonna be Skadi. You want a Shivas, you want a Skadi. You're playing versus the Morphling. That's the right way to go. The thing is, Na'Vi didn't really have Spirit Vessel carriers, so it definitely was a little bit annoying for him. But in the later portions of the game, of course, the Shiva and the Skadi are gonna be better. It also makes sense. You freeze the water, it's much easier to destroy them. Shatter into a billion little pieces. MoneyMakers coming out of the base, and they have found the worst possible hero, the one that cannot die. Melojule. What was given to him? The Yules will prevent the TP. I don't know what he was thinking. He could have continued running. They would never be able to get on top of him. Melojule trying to get himself out. The shards will use coil there just to slow down the Tusk. He knows that this guy is a threat to him. The coil will be broken. Melojule is just killing Bignum by running away. You're running away and the attacks are killing him because the coil was on 2 heroes and there were so many procs. That's so insane. Imagine how that Tusk feels now. Even if he had broken the coil, the attacks would continue. If you break the coil, you stun. Oh, Puck silenced. Beautifully done by Lucas. That's the first time that Melojule has died. And now that death definitely makes it worth it. Beautifully done. He turns into the Puck, gets the silence just at the right time, and there is no escape from that. 3-second silence, way too long for the Puck to survive the overwhelming damage from the Morphling. Player TP out. Oh, he's out. Everything is so close in this game. The gold lead, the kills, the fights, the ganks, everything is super close, and people are getting themselves out from very, very tough situations. Na'Vi still heavily favored. If you itemize properly, really, it's gonna be easier for them to play the later portions of the game. It really is going to be. There is a Yule now on the Tusk, so he wants to be able to protect himself even when he's soulbound, even when the silence is on him, and really you do need it. The Yules is just a good item in this game in general. Kunkka going for the refresher. You have a Shivas, you have the extra mana, so you can most definitely get the double Torrent Storm off. In. Is hiding in the trees. Melojule coming forward. We'll be getting that ward down. Zayats was the one that plays the sentry, got the gold. His MoneyMakers in a smoke. coming over. They don't have the vision there, but they have a rough idea where their enemies are. Scan. Now Na'Vi know exactly where MoneyMakers are. This could be a problem. You're going into a trap. MoneyMakers, they're aware. They're aware this could be a bad idea as Bignum just jumps in. The silence does connect, but they do destroy Malady. The coil will be amazing. Look at what the puck is doing. Lucas has to pop the BKB, but he's being absolutely destroyed, and the Torrent Storm is keeping everybody away. Yegor trying to drain the damage, but he's not only fighting one hero. The puck is continuing to just dish out damage from the back, and you can see the zaps coming through. The blade mail will be used, but the illusions don't really care about it. Shigetsu will absolutely destroy him as they water this tree way too much. Usually you would grow, but this tree will drown Na'Vi. They only use one buyback, and I don't know if Malady was even needed there. MoneyMakers, they thought they had that fight. They thought they should jump in, and boy were they wrong. Puck doing amazing amounts of damage there, just literally annihilating the enemy team on his own. When you get a couple of heroes, 2-3 heroes in the coil, there's gonna be so many Mjolnir procs. That's exactly what won the fight for Na'Vi, or better yet, lost the fight for MoneyMakers. Puck now has a diffuser blade. He's going for a disperser. There's gonna be even more damage that Melojule is gonna be doing in fights. He's level 20 as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Things are starting to look grim. Starting to look very, very grim for the side of MoneyMakers.
A prize.
Train Protector has the Orchid. They're thinking we have to deal with this puck. The thing is, now there's gonna be a double Torrent Storm, a coil. If the puck just uses the coil, it's still gonna be doing so much to Shigetsu. With an Aegis, he's actually bait them in. The shards will miss. Shigetsu goes for the ulti, and there's gonna be a soul bite as well. They have to be so careful. The Torrent Storm is gonna start destroying all of them. The silence onto Yegor, pops the BKB, tries to run away. The stun, of course, won't be doing anything to him. He has been X'd. Will he come back? No. The BKB does persist. Morphling was caught, breaks the coil, gets himself away with the waveform, but Palantimo's not gonna be so lucky. There will be a Fierce Grip. He is held in place, and Zayat is looking him in the eye, just bringing death to the Dawnbreaker. Does have a buyback. The two supports, however, do not. There is a glyph on MoneyMakers, so he can definitely give themselves a little bit of time. But look at the damage from Melojule. Look at the attack speed from Melojule. It's insane how fast they push, even though this lineup not necessarily a pushing one. Push will continue. Buyback is at the ready. They're probably going to be waiting for their supports. They'll have another glyph. Na'Vi shouldn't be able to bring down the Raxes before MoneyMakers are ready for battle. Overgrowth at the ready. That's going to be the range Raxes down, and they decide not to use the glyph. Just let it go. Okay. You would be fighting into an Aegis, so maybe that was the idea. Don't go into a prepared Aegis, because you would have to jump and buy back on the Dawnbreaker. You still have the mid-tier too, though. There's going to be a last out of tower gone. Stun onto Bignum. He gets the ults off, but he has been pulled in already. The Inkswell will pop. He tries to get himself away. The Torrent stops it. Ogre Seal Totem. There's not a lot of things that stop that, but the Torrent in a perfect spot while you're trying to escape, it will.
Radiant's top tower is under
That
attack.
probably feels super bad for him. And the puck now has the disperser, so even the Orchid not gonna be an issue any longer. He does even more damage. He can remove the silence, and he's gonna be doing so much
Dire's middle tower
if there's
is
a
under
team fight.
attack.
This is looking so tough for MoneyMakers. Lucas is on the other part of the map. He has a Daedalus. He really needs to be doing massive amounts of damage. People on the side of Na'Vi need to die fast. Puck did go towards the top lane. Now that does give the Morphling a chance to come back and fight when there's no Puck. As she gets, he's going for the tier 3. Nobody is stopping him. He still has the Aegis. Very tough guy to kill even once. Rules will be used on a miscommunication. The Adaptive Strike does not connect. Run away, protecting him for the time being. The Inkswell is on him, but caught by the shard. Shigetsu cannot run away. Does he want to run away, however? Turns around. Palantimos has to be careful. The Phantasm was used, and he's gonna be pulled back. The Soulbind is there, as well as the double Fringe Grip. Solar Guardian will be used after the buyback. Shigetsu gets himself out of that one, even with the BKB. Doesn't want to get stunned up, and the Torrent Storm is going through. Shigetsu tries with the Armlet Toggle. He'll be saved by the sleep, but he died. Now with the tidal wave, bringing Lucas in. He doesn't want to fight. Super low, actually going in, finishing off Malady. That's gonna be a dieback. Lucas caught by the stun. A couple of more hits, and there's the crit. So Shigetsu gets the kill. The Yule's a little bit too late. Bignum, he is gonna be caught, as well as Ads finishes him off with the Fiends, with the Brain Sap, and that leaves situation for MoneyMakers, where they have 4 heroes actually buying back with 2 of their supports, 2 of their cores as well. Only the Morphling has a buyback, doesn't want to use it. It's gonna be Palantimo's dead. He doesn't have a buyback. The GG was called, and the game is over. Na'Vi, they win over MoneyMakers here in game number 1. MoneyMakers, they did have some shining moments, but overall, Na'Vi, they understood what they need to do, how they need to do it, and they managed to end game number 1 with, I'd say, relative ease, because the game was equal, and then one fight there on the vision of Na'Vi, and it was over, right? Roche, Raxes, fight, Raxes, GG. That's how it went. Pretty fast ending to a slow-paced game, but this is how it goes in Eastern Europe. These teams, they take it slow, they get their items, they find their opening, and they go for it. If it works out, it's usually gonna give them a game super fast, even though at some point it might have looked like we are in for a pretty long game. That's gonna be it only for map 1. We haven't seen a single 3-game series today. Hopefully MoneyMakers can take the second one so that we can see it for now. If not, the next one is gonna be the last game of the day. Either way, you guys should stay tuned.
come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
This day might be coming to an end with all 4 best of 3s going to only 2 games. Navi are fighting versus MoneyMakers here, and if they win game 2, it is gonna be done for this day of the Pinnacle 25-year show. I'm here, Freak, and I'm gonna be bringing you the action of this game and potentially game number 3 of the series if it does come to it. After game 1, Navi, they do look like the favorites, but MoneyMakers, they did have a couple of shining moments in that previous game. We're gonna be looking at them here. MoneyMakers, I think that logo will never get old for me. I just love it. I think it's creative. I think it's cool. I think we need more logos like that in the competitive scene, and also we need shorter time of caster speaking and more of looking at the draft. And there it is, right? We have a wish, it just instantly comes out from the sky. So anyways, these, you know, established orgs, they have, of course, Navi, they're not going to be changing their logo, or at least not changing it significantly. Maybe some colors, some additions or something could happen. But overall, when new orgs enter, I like something cool, something creative, like this MoneyMakers one. Maybe it can be done in a more professional way, but there's some story behind it, right? Not like we're warriors, or we just have our letters, or one letter from our name, but something funny like this, MoneyMakers, and then it's a coin that steals. Do you think he has tiny humans in that bag? Maybe, though it does say dollar, or close enough to a dollar sign. As we do see Kunkka getting banned out. Okay, so he's gonna be taken out. Really was one of the biggest part of the Navi victory. The Torrent Storm is so tough to deal with in a fight. Sometimes you don't even move, right? They've changed the talent, they've reduced the radius, they've reduced the duration, and it still doesn't matter. For 4 seconds, everybody is in the air, right? If you guys have ever been in those wave pools or whatever, you know that you can't control what happens much. I remember the old days when you could get into the wave pool. You didn't have like those big safety things. That was fun because you were fighting for your life. Nowadays it's very safe. Ooh, just kidding. It should be safe. and then have a separate one for people who don't want it to be safe. Anyways, Moneymakers, they're gonna be picking up a Grimstroke. The bans, nothing too interesting. Navi, they ban out the Weaver again, meaning that they don't want to be picking it up again. And me making my dumb joke again about them banning it because they're too strong with it. As Navi, they pick up a Treant. So it is going to be a Treant Protector versus the Grimstroke. The Inkswell helps you quite a lot versus the Overgrowth. You just need to wait for minute 15 if you have that 1400 gold. At least for one hero, the Overgrowth, it's not going to be a problem. So there's that, but the Treant Protector, of course, AoE ulti. You cannot save everybody with the Inkswell. He is extremely powerful in the laning phase. It's not even funny how strong the Leech Seed is. You think you've gotten a kill on him, he has one armor, you're one hit away, he pops the Leech Seed, and suddenly he's healing more than what you're killing him. And that is the same is true for his carry in the lane. Sometimes it's just not fair. Very nice bans from Moneymakers, though, I have to say. Those are two heroes that she gets who really likes to play, and now he won't have a chance. Though the Slark sometimes can hate playing versus a Grimstroke if the Phantom's Embrace does connect. Even if you've popped your Dark Pact, it won't matter. You do not remove the Phantom's Embrace. So Navi, they're taking their time with this ban here. It's tough when you have one ban in the second banning phase. You want to think about what could go well with the Grimstroke. I think banning out that CK would be a smart move, as they know how strong it can be with the Grimstroke in the lane, and they've played it themselves, even versus really good counters in the lane, and the CK still did well. Plus you have a Treant Protector, so there's gonna be two ways to remove the Overgrowth. It won't really you won't be needing to use the Inkswell on him, but they'll get rid of the Naga Siren. So there's gonna be an illusion hero that they're afraid of, though a bit of a different one. So Navi, they go for a Bane. Zayat, he did perform really well on the hero. Again, there's ways to purge off his ulti without stunning the Bane, which is a big deal, but he showed us that it's not impossible to play the hero. And his positioning in fights was rather aggressive, and he still wasn't dying all that much. Sure, they were winning at some point, but it was a pretty aggressive approach. And Moneymakers, they go for the Brewmaster Rubik. I haven't seen Rubik for quite some time. Solid spells to steal. Okay spells to have all the time, not really ideal. You usually want a damage spell that's gonna allow you to push out the wave, or a very good mobility spell. Time Walk, Blink, or whatever. But overall, a solid Rubik pick. Does go well with the Grimstroke. Fade Bolt that does so much damage if you steal the Fiend's Grip, the Overgrowth. And they're not hard to steal. It's gonna be a great teamfight hero as well. Lanes well with the Brewmaster. So overall, I see no downsides of the Rubik. Maybe Rubik and the Grimstroke are a little bit too squishy for my taste. But Navi currently, they don't have backline catch. Right, and if you would go for something like a Puck, sure, but this time around, lift into a Silence does kill the Puck quite easily, so Melojule wouldn't have a easy of a time as he did in the previous game. Navi, they're thinking about this one. What do you reveal now? What do you want your last pick to be? You already see the enemy offlane, so I would assume that you want to show your carry at the moment. Is there a range hero that is left? Nah, it's gonna be a Faceless Void. The hero has been played quite a lot, and when you look at the Grimstroke and the Rubik, they do like to use their spells a couple of times in a fight. The time dilation is gonna be annoying for that. Saves for the Chrono, non-existent. Damage into the Chrono, pretty much non-existent as well, but you're still gonna have your mid laner to deal with that. MoneyMakers, they go for the Puck. That is a hero that you actually kill in the Chrono without any additional damage, so I'm surprised they went that route. To be honest though, if the Faceless Void dies, the other one's pretty much unable to kill you, especially with the Inkswell protecting you from the Fiend's Grip. So I'm okay with the Puck. They just need to protect it in the lane. So they'll get rid of the Void Spirit, and I don't know if you get rid of the Dragonite, because Na'Vi, they need some damage from their mid laner. I actually wouldn't be surprised if they just pick up a Melojule Storm. Even though it's into a Puck, I think there's some merit to it. Is there anything that can do some serious damage into the Chrono? They ban out the TA. Actually, when you have the Celestial Hammer in the lane, at least, you're pretty decent at going through the refraction charges. I'd much rather they get rid of the Chaos Knight here. Am I crazy? Is it banned out? No, they'll get rid of the Spectre. Okay, I'm fine with that. If the Puck gets a solid coil, gets into the backlines, gives you vision, the Bane and the Treant are nothing for a Spectre. And it is one of those heroes that is pretty tanky, actually survives the Chrono. Especially with good itemization. And in this game, you do have heroes to bring down, and you do have heroes to farm with the Shadow Step. So it would probably mean that you're actually going to be just as or more farmed in the Void. MoneyMakers. Thinking about the last ban. What are they afraid of? What doesn't the Puck... as I said, I'd actually get rid of the Storm. I think it's a nice ban. It's Melojule's comfort hero. Laning phase wise, the Storm wins versus the Puck. Gonna have backline catch. Can get a BKB, let's say second item. Oh, I wouldn't hate that ban. Something else is an Ember, but that's not really a meta hero. We saw him today, and it actually did quite well. Vivo Keystars won versus Alliance with it, but I'd be surprised if Na'Vi goes that route. Eastern European teams are pretty meta oriented. Very rarely do they shift away from it. That's 4 seconds left on the reserve time. They'll get rid of the Lina. Okay, that's Chrono damage. I always forget about the Lina. It's actually a pretty powerful hero, and it does win the lane versus the Puck. They pick up a Morphling. What do they want now? Go for a Zeus. Okay. That's damage in the Chrono. That's even more global presence from Na'Vi. Especially when you have Zayas to kind of set up for Nefrit to come over. Go for the Fiend's Grip. He comes over with this Solar Guardian, can kill somebody. You don't really have too much backline catch from MoneyMakers. So I think in that regard, this use is quite good. But then again, you don't have much to catch the Puck. So pretty tough to kill any of these two. But when it comes to the later portions of the game, I think the Faceless Void definitely takes the top spot in terms of who's going to be winning this game. At some point, he's going to have the Skadi. At some point, he's going to be able to kill anybody in the Chrono. Puck, I think, is the only target here. And the thing is that you might not have that much damage in the Chrono. With the Zeus now, you actually have a little bit more. But what you do have is 3 very squishy heroes on the other side that don't have any kind of protection in the Chronosphere, meaning that the Faceless Void will be able to get pickoffs in the Chrono on 3 of the heroes on the map, whichever one he wants, but I think it's gonna be on whichever he sees first, and because of that, I'm leaning Na'Vi. Plus, the Faceless Void has been pretty successful here on our tournament, and yeah, I think it's gonna be continuing to go that way. Plus, Shigetsu, he's pretty solid on the Faceless Void as well. Not as good as on the Ursa Weaver. But he's pretty decent on the heroes. So I have faith that Navi should be able to take this one 2-0. But don't know. We are expecting them to be the better team. We're now waiting for the game to start, for the battle to start of the potentially last game of the day. I think we're halfway there towards the end of the group stage once this day ends. Yep, it's gonna be the 5th day ended, and we're gonna have 5 more days. So halfway through the group stages of our $100,000 prize pool tournament. We had 4 Malta Vibes tournament, each worth $50,000 now. This is gonna be a Pinnacle 25-year show, $100,000 tournament, the biggest one we've had this year so far, meaning that Pinnacle has given quite a lot to the Dota scene. But of course, they give you great entertainment as well, so be sure to go to pinnacle.gg/odds and put in your bets if you want to for this game or any of the future ones as well. We have the game ready. Let's get into it. Also, guys, bet responsibly and carefully, and only put down as much as you're willing to spend. Also, check out Pinnacle Esports Dota 2 X channel. And be sure to follow me on X Harry Freak and all of our lovely colleagues, so that you can get the info when we are gonna be going live. But every day, at least during the group phase at 11 CET, we are gonna be going live with our amazing games here at this so far amazing tournament. I really like how the games have been going. Really, not a lot of games have been boring though. Is Dota really ever boring? It can be annoying, it can be stressful, it can be frustrating. Boring, not so much. We are gonna have a pause. Faces Void with an Arcana, Zeus with an Arcana, Pain, eating cheese, and I'd like some cheese now. No eating during casting. I don't know why, guys, because the air builds in and it's pretty uncomfortable. Oh, he looks so cute from that perspective. Like, I don't know how we found out. There it is. He looks pretty cute. Imagine having a puck for a pet. He even talks, so not as good as a dog though. Okay, that's one ugly pet. That one I wouldn't want. Plus can drown me. That guy looks hella scary. On a mask. Solid pecs on the Grimstroke. Ah, those are the real pecs. The manly ones on the Brewmaster. As the belly as well. We're gonna be looking at the couriers because Melojule, he is still disconnected. Okay, that's we might be having little couriers as well in the future. We'll see if that's gonna be happening, as there's something weird between the Grimstroke and the Brewmaster courier going on there. But we are still waiting. Nefrit. He's definitely eager to start. See that he is not too oh, Rubik's Cube. Malady is actually pretty fast. You need to have a good cube to be able to move it that fast though. Though I haven't seen a bad Rubik's Cube for quite some time. So I understand that you're playing versus the Rubik, and you are solving the Rubik's Cube so that you have an idea of what kind of power he's bringing. Makes sense. That is actually genius, right? So guys, if you do know the... it's pretty easy to learn how to solve the Rubik's Cube now in the internet days. You go to YouTube and you just follow some steps, but if you can actually get into the idea of looking at the cube and without, you know, following the steps, being able to solve it, good for you. Good job. You know, it only makes sense for there to be a pause. You know why, guys? because the day would have been super short if there was no pause, right? So now when I'm seeing this pause, I'm expecting, yeah, we are gonna be here for game 3 as well. I know it for sure, as I really wanted this to go 3 games. I still want to, but sometimes, of course, you're like, okay, let's not cast deep into the night. And even if it was 2-1, wouldn't be the case. But if there is a long pause, and it's different. And Melojule does reconnect, says, nope, no long pause, we want to fight. And will the fight start? Zayat says, go when ready. Moneymakers are ready, very, very ready. And they start a game once again. They did try to take down all of the trees, but we see that Navi have gone there as well. And Moneymakers, they don't want to be playing around. That would be very, very dangerous. Aggressive ward was placed up by Navi as well, so that could have been pretty deadly. Valentimos comes forward. This is Void, not the easiest one to kill. Oh, but they find somebody else. Both of them are gonna be ignited. The Treant Protector is the target. Stroke of Fate, Bignum threatening with it. Malady will be taking a solid amount of damage, nothing too much, and it will be 3 for 1 in terms of runes. So Moneymakers, very nice play. Lucas though is gonna get smacked. Zayat's doing Bane things. Very nice movement speed of the hero. Right click damage pretty high as well, and Lucas loses half of his HP. It is still a Morphling, so with 1 tango you're fine. But you might need to morph a little bit more into strength that you would otherwise be comfortable doing so. Mid lane should be a little bit Zeus favored. Zeus has been buffed over the years quite a lot, so now even without using his Arc Lightning, he actually does... Okay, that's first blood. He actually does CS quite well. So he should have a little bit of an edge over the puck. We'll see if that does come to fruition. Overall, nobody should be able to kill the other one. So in all, mostly a farm trade. Maybe 55-45 in favor of the Zeus, I'd say. We didn't see the first blood. And no one really cares. We only know that the Treant died, went a little bit too aggressive. And, well, you're playing versus 2 heroes that actually can do a solid amount of damage. It is going to be a position 5 Rubik. Interesting. Not sure if I agree with that. This is a solid Rubik game. I'm guessing you're gonna have the Time Walk all the time, or maybe Arc Lightning, and then in fights you can steal pretty good spells. I really was it. Though Slayer is usually the one who does play the Rubik here. Plus, it's easier to ignite the Cinder Brew with the Fade Ball than it is with the Stroke of Fate, but it's not too hard to do it with the Stroke of Faith. Mid lane, completely even. Side lanes, other than the first blood happening, kind of even as well. Lucas is gonna be struggling a little bit here, especially with the creeps going a little bit more towards Nefrit's tower. But overall, it's not gonna be that big of a deal. You get to doing phases for your things, right? You get a couple of hits in, hoping for the bash, and then once the trading is done, you turn back time to when you were a little bit healthier. If there wasn't for that first blood, really the same start as in the previous game, first 5 minutes are probably going to be without much action. As I say, its Slayer is being targeted, but as soon as you try to go for the Starbreaker, you're going to get lifted up. So Slayer is moving around here a bit. He wants to take the healing load. It's not going to be happening. However, there's 2 heroes there. On the other side, it will be the Grimstroke picking it up. So 1 for each team. Both the offlane duos will be securing it for themselves. And it's going to be a farm fest. No big things there. I'm guessing once Navi get level 6 on the Zeus that they're gonna start playing a little bit more aggressive, but I think already you should be trying to eat a little bit through the enemy region if you want to be getting kills once that does happen. Though it does seem that they're content with how things are going, especially in the top lane where the Dawnbreaker is winning. I don't want to say heavily, but it is looking like the difference is increasing as time goes on. I'm really surprised about this Morphling picks. I know that Lucas is a big Morphling fan. It's just not that great of a hero to pick it up all the time. And now when you look at it, sure, you can get out of the overgrowth with a Manta. That's, I mean, there's so many heroes that buy a Manta. Things well used. Malady, he's dead. He's gonna turn around and do as much damage as possible. And Bignum doesn't even pop the Inkswell, knowing that he wants Palantimos to get the kill. The more kills, the more farm that the Brewmaster gets, the easier it will be for him to get a Midas. And with First Blood plus a follow-up kill, it actually should be a pretty fast Midas on Palantimos. Poor Rubik. Slayer is in trouble. He'll get the lift up, but he's not getting out of this one alive. And finally, Na'Vi will get themselves on the board. They kill the courier as well. Zayat takes it out. Slayer wasn't paying attention as Palantimos getting bashed up. Needs to be very careful about what he does. As the time where the mid laners will be level 6 is rapidly approaching. And at that point, the Thunder God's Wrath just kills you. The Lucas gets pushed out of the lane for now. Needs to wait for Slayer. Yep, Zeus is approaching level 6. Things are looking scary for Moneymakers. Both of their side lane cores are constantly low. It is a Morphling, but if you catch him morphing into agility, he's gonna die. And Melojul might even attempt to go for it when the Morphling is not showing, because you know that he's turning everything into agility then and staying on 1 HP. And after this wave, he's gonna be level 6. Yep, just one more creep. There it is. So now Moneymakers, they're gonna have to be a little bit or a lot more passive if they want to live. The question is, how much mana will the Zeus have, as the Thunder God's Wrath is a very mana heavy spell. But for now, he has quite a lot. Bignum slowed down. And there it is. The Thunder God's Wrath will be used. Who's gonna get lucky in terms of runes? It is gonna be the Zeus. He got the kill and he got lucky. Haze rune quite nice, meaning that even if you catch him in a coil, he can just pop the haze, break it, and run away. So very unlikely that they're gonna be able to kill him. The glyph will get used. This is just to save the siege creep a little bit longer. I'm actually surprised that Moneymakers didn't use the glyph as well, just to make sure that the tower is not taking any unnecessary damages. Speaking of damage, there's gonna be a lot of done into the Rubik. The coil was used, and it will be a dead Treant Protector. Their tower did take a quarter of its health and damage though. So Na'Vi giving their Treant Protector for that, it's not too bad. And the coil was used as well. That's a first coil for a support kill. Not the ideal scenario though. As we mentioned, killing the Zeus, a little bit too tough, and the hero usually does keep its distance. Puck and the Brewmaster, however, at the top of the network chart. The other cores aren't really all that far away. So it's... we can't really say that Moneymakers have crushed the laning stage or something. The Brewmaster, he wasn't farming better than the Faceless Void, but of course getting the first blood and the follow-up kill is gonna give you that bit of an edge over him. Let's see who hits level 6 first. If it is Shigetsu with maybe one rotation plus the Thunder God's Wrath, they might be able to kill Palantimos. Even if Palantimos is level 6, they could attempt to do it. Melojul, his Thunder God's Wrath will be there fairly soon. Blood Grenade gonna be used. Lair dropping low. Zeus coming over. Puck, very nice silence there into the back, but Melojul, he needs just one more zap, and there it is. The Arc Lightning gets the kill. And also, Palantimos will die on the bottom lane. That was a rotation from the Dawnbreaker, and that's without the Chrono. It was just the Solar Guardian that landed in the kill. No Primal Split just yet. He found the puck with the sleep. Zayat, he's just being annoying, securing the rune for his Zeus, but Bignum will be picking it up himself. Now Zayat, that means that he's in trouble, but this is a pretty tanky hero. The coil will be used. The Inkswell, he didn't pop it. Bignum, and he's gonna die for his sins. And very nice play though from Yegor, understanding he needs to get away, but the Inkswell should have been popped earlier, because maybe you would have gotten closer to getting that kill. Probably not, but would have gotten closer for sure. That's a huge one for the Zeus. Just like that, hero takes quite a lot. There will be a split going on to Shigetsu. Faceless Void has to be careful. Even if you time walk away, there's gonna be a pullback. There it is. The stun does connect. He should be able to jump himself out. Has the Healing Lotus as well. Goes into the trees. Shigetsu should be fine. The first split unsuccessful. Palantimos gets nothing out of it. A little bit of HP away from the Faceless Void, but with the mask of with the Morbid Mask, And the Leech Seed, he's just back to full in no time. And now he has the Chrono, knowing you don't have the split, so... It is Palantimos that is gonna have to be careful. No global ultis though for Navi at the moment. They need to wait a little bit for the cooldowns to come back.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As Malady working towards his level 6, staying with Shigetsu, leeching, not with the seed, it's with his presence. Malady, I'd like to know if he did manage to solve the cube, or was he just turning it left and right, practicing the movement of the fingers and stuff. Shigetsu, he knows that the Solar Guardian is ready, so maybe Palantimos is a target. Very close to the tower though, so TP from the Puck, that is a big thing that you have to be careful of. Puck is the best hero in counter-initiating over-aggressive plays on the side lanes. That's what the hero thrives in.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Finally
attack.
gonna get the rune? No. It is Melajul with the DD. So unfortunate for the Puck and Bignum. Whenever he comes close to the mid lane, he just dies. Melajul does way too much damage. Shigetsu, that's the Chrono for him. This is the thing. Shigetsu loves TPing to the mid lane. He just loves doing it. Palantimos, Zayat's coming over, he has the sleep, Fiend's Grip is at the ready, way too deep. This is a very dead Panda. Mask of Madness used, they maybe need a little bit more bashes. There's a Leech Seed, he will not be moving away from the Nature's Grasp, and Shigetsu gets the kill. Solar Guardian not needed, they even had that to work with, and the Thunder God's Wrath. Melajul, not playing like a pub player and using the ulti for a kill. No need to do so. He's gonna save it for when it is actually needed. Breaks the coil. The Silence connects. Solar Guardian is gonna use. There's the sleep on the Puck. And they're gonna be coming on top of him. He doesn't have the orb. He's so freaking dead. Or is he? Melajul will destroy. Multi is ready for this use. They get another one. Malady gets the kill with a right click. And Slayer and Lucas will be able to get themselves away. The safe lane for Moneymakers are alive. But their mid laner and their position 4 are gone.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Easy. It's looking very easy from Navi. They're just playing better Dota. There's a Meteor Hammer on Palantimos though, so he wants to be able to pressure the tower. The thing is, versus the Faceless Void, yeah, I was about to say the bashes are gonna stop you, blah blah blah, but actually he does deny the tower. A lot of the Meteor Hammer is already connected, and the tower was in deny range. As Nefrit is going for an Echo Saber, this Dawnbreaker will be so freaking dang. He doesn't even need to go for the Blade Mail, considering how well the game is going. He just wants to be able to smash everybody's head. Rubik has level 6, the Grimstroke. Probably didn't skill up the Soulbind. I would be very surprised if he doesn't have it. Yegor, Silence. Who's gonna get it first? It is gonna be Malady. The Stolen Nature's Grasp from the Rubik doesn't slow him down enough. Yegor just can't get a break. He wants that power rune and he's just not gonna be getting it. Melajul with his rotation on the top lane makes sure that the tower does fall. Nefrit will be the one to get the last hit. So even more gold into this over-farmed Dawnbreaker. His lane started off well, but he was in every fight. I mean, not in every fight. In every fight that he was needed, and he was getting quite a lot out of it. Player. Can he at least pick up these creeps? Nope, he's not doing it. Okay, he did steal some of them. There's the Fiend's Grip onto the Brewmaster. He has the split. They're not gonna allow him to use it. They use both of their ultis. I'm really liking how they're playing. In the early stages of the game, when your ultis are on cooldown, it's very unlikely that you're gonna be punished. As the game progresses, you use the ulti, you lose the tower. You use the ulti, you lose Roche. Stuff like that happens. But early stages of the game, there's really no reason not to get a hero off the map, and they then play a little bit more aggressive, pressure the towers a little bit, push them in, and prepare for a potential move of your enemies. So I'm loving what Navi are doing. Every single time they have the Fiend's Grip, every single time they have the Chrono, they're going to be using it. Moneymakers seem to be having the same philosophy here. Coil, Silence, Inkswell, and Malady will be going down. Of course, the Puck wanted that kill as his game is not going well at the moment, but the supports, they had other ideas. So Faceless Void now has the Maelstrom. Even more farming potential for him, and even more damage potential from Shigetsu. That's also one thing to keep in mind. Man, that storm stance, you're just dodging everything. Drunken brawler. Too hard to hit. Princess Void, though, considering he doesn't see, he shouldn't be fooled by theatrics like I'm drunk and stuff like that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Zeus continuing to pressure the mid lane tower. We've seen so many right clicks from the Zeus onto towers. He also has the illusion rune, which is great versus the puck, being able to remove the silence. You get coiled, you break it, you get silenced, you use the illusion rune, and you just jump away. This gives you so much in terms of confidence about staying alive. Two heroes probably won't be able to kill you, especially with the Solar Guardian at the ready. That's a really nice steal from the Rubik in a sense of defending tower. So last little hammer, Fade Bolt. If the puck is in the vicinity, it's way too easy. Melody threatening with the overgrowth. Palantimos trying to bait him a little bit closer to the Grimstroke, but you can see how they're playing with positioning. Their Malady knows from which angle the enemies want to come, and Navi are coming here. There's gonna be a silence on the face of Void. Immediately he removes it, doesn't want to get close to the Inkswell. Solar Guardian was used to make sure that Palantimos dies, and Bignum, poor guy, his eyes just destroys him, but it was Nefri doing so much damage to him. I don't think I've seen a game this easy today. It's just Navi are getting everything they want, and steadily they're increasing their lead. We haven't looked at the Morphling for quite some time. Shigetsu has the Chrono, and he's gone. Doesn't matter if you have the Chrono, you have been found. Yegor gets the Silence, gets the Coil, and they get the kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Poor Bignum. Was that Death Number 6, I think? How many times did they kill the Grimstroke? I'm hoping that we're gonna find that one out. Yeah, 6. That's Rubik. He has the time walk, gets himself away, still taking some damage. Zayats will get himself out. There's no Solar Guardian, there's no Thunder God's Wrath. It's Lair turns back time just time there before being deleted by the Zeus. Way too much damage being done. It's insane, this phylactery item. It sounds so negligible, the 150 damage, but every 6 seconds it's so freaking much, especially for a hero like Zeus that he uses those 6 seconds all the time. Looking at the win probability, 75-25 in favor of Navi. I think that's more than fair at the moment. Nope. I don't think we should underestimate MoneyMakers. What does the Morphling have? How is his game going? We haven't looked at the Morphling for quite some time. So he has Manta done, literally now being delivered. And he has a Morbid Mask. So classic Morphling items at the moment. He wants Scotty, he wants the Silver Edge. Makes sense, you want to have as many stats and as much burst damage as you can. I like that. I think the item choices on the Morphling are on point. The thing is he going to be able to do much? That is the question. Solar Guardian used. Lucas will survive. Turns around with the waveform. What was stolen by the Rubik? It is not the Fiend's Grip though. He got the sleep off. Tries to get out with the picky pull. Melojul jumps away. Not too far. He's still gonna be going down to Palantimos, who smashes the ground. There's gonna be 2 heroes dead. Pretty big. Radiance is done now for the Brewmaster, and the blink on the puck. Those are some huge items. They almost caught the Morphling. Very nice play. That ward on the Morphling, he was standing on it for the longest period of time, but they still didn't have the burst damage to finish him off. Nice response from MoneyMakers, and now they're targeting Shigetsu again. He's working towards the Mjolnir. He's not gonna have defensive items. A scan was used. It popped there for a second. Shigetsu will get himself away. Goes through the twin gates. He'll be fine. And Effort is there to protect the mid lane tower. Dawnbreaker is still ultra farm, but the Morphling is just behind him. Finally, he takes his spot at the top of the network chart. The laning phase of the Morphling wasn't great. They're still hunting Shigetsu. He has vision there, so once the smoke breaks, maybe he'll be able to see them. There's the ward, the lift. Nah, it was the Fiend's Grip that was stolen. They get the silence, and the Inkswell will get the kill. So Slayer, just no hesitancy there with the stolen Fiend's Grip. Just didn't need to use it in the previous fight. Yegor misses the coil. He thought he had Malady there for a second, but misses it by an inch. Just a couple of units away. And the Treant Protector does survive. Melagil continues to farm. He wants the bots next. I understand it. You want to be able to connect on any part of the map, and the Zeus doesn't really want to be with his team. Using the ulti is sometimes enough, but usually you want to come over. Fiend's Grip isn't ready. Zayat's coming forward, especially now when there's Inkswell with the shard. You don't want to be committing for that, but we see just how much only one spell does. Use the lightning bolt and a hero gets super low. Malady, looking for a Lotus Orb. A couple of silences, a lot of spells to actually push back. Not a lot of things to purge, I guess. The Tormentor is something that Navi are targeting now. They needed Zayas. You really do need 3 heroes for this. Zayas also barely survives there. Ulti from the Zeus, just to give a little bit of vision. And Shigetsu is the one who gets the shard. So that means that both of the supports have it. And it was actually between the Faceless Void and the Zeus, I think. Because even the Dawnbreaker has one. So even if she doesn't, she was the one at the top of the network chart. No, Bane doesn't have it. It was between him and the Bane. It was actually behind the Zeus. Okay, Slayer dies for his shard, but that is gonna be a shard for the Rubik, a pretty big one. Nice to save people. Even if the puck makes a mistake, you can still take him out maybe. Avi, they go for a smoke. You maybe want to kill into Roche. The bottom tower would be a big objective as well, just to make sure that for the next 4 minutes, Moneymakers don't have access to the pit. Shigetsu won't be able to find the Morphling. Malady is just gonna deal with the Lucians, but they're going deep. They really want the Morphling dead. Going into the triangle, they know where he is. Shigetsu found him. And Lucas turns into the Faceless Void. The Fiend's Grip does connect. The Chrono will be there as well. TP in from the Grimstroke. I don't know if he wants to get into it. Puck goes into the Chrono, but it does expire immediately. What was stolen? Zayas turns it around. Solar Guardian protecting him. He protects himself with the sleep. Yegor has to be afraid. If he gets bashed up, and he got bashed up, he stayed there way too long. He'll be the third one. Melajul being targeted. There will be an overgrowth to stop the Pandas, and Melajul, he's surviving for now. Doesn't have the jump for another 6 seconds, but they're doing their best to keep him alive. No, he needs more time, and this Panda should be able to run him down. No, the Zeus manages to survive, and now they might actually be able to kill the Pandas, to kill Palantimos before he even connects. No, he's gonna be coming back to the real one, but just a couple of hits, and he'll be taken down. He did his best to finish off the Zeus, not even close. There's gonna be 4 heroes dead. The Grimstroke is the only one that lives. Puck going way too confidently next to the Faceless Void. Just 1 bash was needed for the kill. And now the tower will fall as well. You don't have your ultis, so going for Roche, it might be a little bit dangerous, though. On the other hand, there is no split, there is no coil, and Navi could have an opening to get the Roche and get even a bigger advantage in this game. There it is, Shigetsu going in. Him and Nefrit, they actually have a solid amount of damage for this Roche. Getting close with 3 heroes for a clap. Maybe not something they were looking for, but this should be a Roche for them. Moneymakers, they don't seem eager to defend. They're not coming over. There's also Thunder God's Wrath if Melajul wants to check out if the enemies are in the vicinity. Bane, he might get caught in the top lane in his own triangle, though. He's the one that has info on where the enemies are. The Morphling, he sees him. You have to run away now. Lucas, if you want to live, though, Bignum is in the vicinity, so he's always gonna have that save from the Inkswell. Vision and Zayats, he doesn't get the sleep up. Wait for him to the side. Lucas hiding in the trees. He's gonna get slept. The Inkswell immediately used. They have to be careful. Silence onto the Faceless Void, but there is gonna be a Fiend's Grip onto the puck as the Solar Guardian does not connect. It does get cancelled out in time. Now trying to get away with the Bane, still surviving. They can't get the kill with the Brain Tap. He'll be fine, and now it is gonna be the Morphling going down. No, he turns into the Faceless Void. Times to walk away. Shigetsu coming forward. The Adaptive Strike will send him away. Lucas still running, but the Rubik, he's just not as fast. The Morphling Morphling waveforms out. They're still continuing with the chase. There will be a sleep onto Palantimos, and let's see if they're gonna be going forward for the Morphling, or do they want this guy dead? They're just destroying the Brewlings. They're getting annihilated. Only one is left. Palantimos will break his ulti, but also the Faceless Void will break his legs inside of a Chrono that just came off cooldown. Shigetsu didn't need it earlier. Anyways, and MoneyMakers, they don't even get close to winning that fight. Zayat was close to dying. Nobody else in any kind of trouble. They needed the adaptive strike onto Zayat earlier. The Puck lost way too much HP, and then just random things in a fight can kill you. Exactly what happened. The Dawnbreaker has a Deso now, has a BKB. They have the Aegis for another 3.5 minutes. Everything is looking grim for MoneyMakers, and Na'Vi are playing really, really good Dota. I mean, not so good. Clean, right? They're not putting themselves in positions where they're gonna be making mistakes. Zeus is gonna have an Octarine core fairly soon, if the game continues with this trend. And Na'Vi, they have the Aegis, meaning that you cannot punish their lack of ultis at the moment. They don't have a single one. There's absolutely nothing you can do about it. I was actually surprised that Palantimos went for his ulti. It was pretty apparent that he was dead. And his Brewling just gets deleted. You can't even escape with the Storm Panda as... Well, there's a Zeus, so he finds you. At least the Morphling will have a Skadi soon. I don't know, Lucas, he's able to survive longer in fights, but his contribution to the damage, it's not really there. Puck was caught. He gets himself out to the side where he's caught by Melody, and that's also a gem gonna be picked up. So MoneyMakers, they just bought the gem and it was stolen by Na'Vi. Everything that could go wrong went wrong. That's just how it is. They're not that great at pushing, but if you're persistent enough, the towers will drop. Consistency is key, guys, for everything in life. Same in getting towers down. They scan the Dawnbreaker. You're not killing that hero. The hero pops the BKB and can survive long enough. I mean, Zayat's blink. There's gonna be a split immediately. Solar Guardian will get used to try to save him, and Zayat is looking very much dead. They get the lift onto the Dawnbreaker. That's a stolen Solar Guardian. Very nicely done by the Rubik. From above the BKB in the backlines, the Chrono will be used only onto the Gripstroke. That's a very late BKB. Shigetsu gets the kill. Side of the Chrono, he still has the Aegis. He'll be losing it now, though. Lucas uses time dilation. They lifted up Melodril, so he dodged the time dilation. Very bad communication between the two of them. Na'Vi, they have two of their heroes alive. Shigetsu trying to run away. This is a potential for a comeback. Lucas finally did some damage. Shigetsu gets the BKB and the time walk away. He'll be fine, but that's a big BKB charge that you're wasting. Whilst the MoneyMakers, they only lost one hero. Na'Vi, a little bit too eager to go for a fight. It was Zayat that led his team into a very unfortunate position. He has been finding a lot of openings in this game, in the previous game as well, but sometimes he overdoes it, and this was definitely it. Nefrit also not wanting to pop the BKB earlier. It really did cost him a lot of his HP. Quick. He is coming forward to steal something. Has the blink away, so Slayer will be able to get himself out. Puck also now has the enchanted quiver, so that's going to be even more damage coming out from him. Rubik actually has a pipe. Nice. You need it versus the Zeus, and really when we look at their heroes, Brewmaster doesn't want to build it, so it comes down to you, especially because the difference between the two supports is insane. Smoke for MoneyMakers. Trying to find somebody, but Bane goes through the portal. So the Twin Gates will protect them for now. Nefrit has the blink.
Radiant are scanning.
So 5 of the heroes in a smoke. They go through the twin gates themselves. The Puck is the one leading the charge, but they're running into enemy vision. Once that smoke breaks, if it breaks over vision, that could be very dangerous for them. The Twin Protector, he's gonna be going through the twin gate right now. Avi, smoke Shigetsu has the chrono level 20 as well. Added attack speed. It's gonna be the Fiend's Grip, and Shigetsu is ready for the chrono. He sees where the Grimstroke is. I think you just use it instantly now. Use the chrono. No reason to wait even a second for it. That was a very unfortunate pause, but either way, they just see everything that is happening. Maybe this pause does give some time to Grimstroke to use his ulti now. No, to use his Inkswell. No, it's not gonna be happening. Oh no, onto the 2 of them. He's gonna pop the BKB. The Solar Guardian will be used. Coming forward. Nefrit finds Rubik's Lair. Will get smashed into the ground, literally. Ooh, that looked so cool. And now, also the split will get used again. The Storm Panda will die. They're looking towards the Earth Panda as well as he's running away. He's trying to get himself out. Valentimo's begging for his life. He's gonna be stopping his ulti. There's gonna be another root on him. And again, the Starbreaker keeps him in place long enough for the Zeus to finish the job. 4 heroes dead just like that, and this is what I was afraid of the second I saw that ward and them coming towards it. Just so easy. And even the Morphling was caught. The Enfeeble is there. He does have the Manta. Where are the heroes? The Zeus will be in the vicinity. They need a little bit more. These 2 are not going to be able to get the kill. The other ones are coming back to life. So you're going to have to be careful if you're Navi. You don't have any of your ultis. And you could very easily give back the advantage you just got from that team fight. Bignum running in with a Glimmer Cape. Everybody else from Navi, they get themselves out. You forced out TPs to a place of the map from which Moneymakers can't do anything. And you could say that that was very much worth it, as the commitment of Navi wasn't great at all. Next big objective that the teams are going to be looking at is the Roche. Can be up in 30 seconds. We can expect, if it's a normal Roche time, if it's not too early, that Navi are going to have all of their spells back. They already have 2. The Overgrowth and the Fiend's Grip will be coming out soon, and of course there's going to be a chrono, but the Zeus, yeah, almost dying to the Tormentor. Has to be very careful what he does. And Zeus, run away. Okay, he got the shard. At least he got the shard, so now he's going to be using those hands. Get even more Arc Lightnings through. I actually like the name Lightning Hands. Pretty cool. Who gets the shard on the other side? Everybody has a shard already, so makes sense. Puck wants to buy one, Morphling wants to buy one, Grimstroke buys one at 15 minutes. Rubik got it, and the Brewmaster has been stopping the split after 3 seconds, because that's how long it takes for them to kill him. Smoke into smoke action. Navi have all of their spells. There was a scan used. They know exactly where their opponents are. Every single time they know where their enemies are. Now they're aware they might be wrapping around. They're trying to find somebody. Won't be able to do it just yet. Now, Morphling inside of a Silver Edge. If you find the Faceless Void and you burst him, that's a big deal. Buybacks are going to be very important. Can we look at the buybacks now? It is daytime, so it's a Radiant side Roche. Buybacks from Navi, a little bit more valuable, but there is a tier 2 from Moneymakers in the bottom lane, which they can connect to Roche. Will be placed. During the scan was used. Moneymakers know where Navi are. Zayat's coming forward. He's gonna be jumping in. Okay, that's way too big. Way too deep. He immediately buys back. He's found his enemies. Pipe was used. Zayat is coming from the side. I think Zayat is lacking patience a little bit here. Dawnbreaker on the top lane. We're pushing it out. So that's something you're gonna have to deal with, as well as you don't even have a tier 2. The brew used on the high ground. Nobody's there. Zayat wants to be a part of this one. He probably would have come back to life already. He didn't buy back though. That would have been a dangerous thing to do. Now he's definitely not going to be running forward first. The Dawnbreaker will probably go into the enemy base, and the Roche will get started. Gonna be a Nature's Grasp inside. Will Navi be jumping in? Their supports on the side of MoneyMakers in a good position. The Roche is dropping low. Dawnbreaker is not doing that much damage to the tower. Jump in from the puck. She has to be careful. The Lotus Orb is protecting him, and the Chrono will get used. He now knows that the Roche is low. He's gonna be taking both of them with the Sword Guardian being used, and you kill the hero. The main teamfight hero is dead. Doesn't have the buyback. The Overgrowth being used. Morphling turned into the Faceless Void. There will be a double silence. The Faceless Void doesn't have the BKB, but he has the Aegis. The double buyback is gonna be used. Actually, no. Lucas, he's the one that took the Aegis. It's only the cheese on the Faceless Void, and he didn't even use it. What? How? Did he pick up the cheese and didn't have the slot? Now the Bane, that's gonna be a dieback. This is the way that you lose games. As this Morphling, he did lose the Aegis, but he still has one more life to live with. There will be a lift onto Melojul. Doesn't matter, the Lotus Orb returns it, but in the end, Palantimos, who bought back, gets a double kill. Na'Vi, they still don't lose the lead. They're still heavily ahead, but that could have gone much, much better for them. I really want to see this. How did the Morphling get the Roche? He's not taking it, Shigetsu. He's still not taking it. Nobody's taking it. And he doesn't even use the cheese. Okay. That's not looking good. Now they're going for a push. There's still 2 more glyphs for Navi to use, but you might need to use your buyback on the Zeus. But that's very, very dangerous, especially now when the puck does get this coil. Okay, puck TPing to the mid lane. That might give a little bit of a chance for Navi to defend this. They're the ones that are going to be losing a lane of Rags. They were 15k goal ahead. They were 20k goal ahead just a second ago. The buybacks from MoneyMakers and the Aegis being left in the pit changed everything. Okay, this is now a little bit too deep. The creeps are coming, and it's not going to be a lane of Rags. It's only going to be the range Rags. So Navi, they're not going to be too mad about what just happened. They're doubling their enemies in kills, but they're the ones that lost the range Raxes. Navi did manage to secure the enemy tier 3 on the top lane. That Deso from the Dawnbreaker, it did come in handy. Oh, the puck got caught. That's a very, very dead puck. That's the global presence coming into play. Zayat's finding him with the Fiend's Drip, and his team not being in the vicinity. Nadi has been caught. Overseal Totem doesn't get to the low ground. He's not getting out of this one. Actually, uses the Lotus Sword, and now the Overgrowth as well, which he gets to coming forward. There's gonna be a Chrono. That's a very dead Morphling, and that's gonna be a very dead Brewmaster as well. Shigetsu gets a double kill. 3 cores dead without buyback. This should be at least a lane of Rags. There is a glyph on the side of MoneyMakers, but they've already lost a tier 2 and a tier 3, so there's not gonna be any kind of a refresh. You have 7 seconds to spare, and that is it. So goodbye 1 lane, maybe even 2, with there being a Deso and Nefrit. How the tables have turned. Twice in a row, super fast, once in favor of MoneyMakers, but Navi, they take it back pretty quickly. You don't want to make these guys mad. It seems like they were taking it easy. Faceless Void and the Dawnbreaker are actually a really nice couple. They both use the same weapon. One is a one-handed mace, one is a two-handed mace, but maybe Faceless Void, you know, him being the man of the house, he's stronger. Double silence, triple coil as well. And stolen Chrono. That's cool. Inkswell does stop that nightmare. Jump in from the Faceless Void. Goes actually below the Rubik, so gets stunned up by the telekinesis. Now turns around onto the tower to get the tower. Jump in from the Rubik, jump out. He has that charge, so he's playing with the time walk. He can do whatever he likes. He's slowing down the push, but he cannot stop it. That's gonna be a lane of racks. It seems like they can't get to Shigetsu. To wait for the creeps if he wants the range racks as well, but for now he's going to be taking it easy. He's the only one on his team that does have a buyback and doesn't want to risk anything, especially coming closer to level 25. He's going to be a very, very hard hero to kill, if not impossible. Oh, puck caught again. Not again. They have the Zeus ulti, and Nefrit, he's the one that gets the kill. The Zeus ulti just helping there a little bit. There's gonna be 65 seconds on the sidelines. Yegor, he is super annoyed. There is a Hex on the Zeus right now. They probably bought it for the puck, but Zayat already has his number. They're looking towards the last outer tower. I really like this. I think it's a smart move. You get the last outer tower, and then you're just 1 fight away from winning the game. And look at Shigetsu. He's putting more emphasis on getting level 25. There it is. Has a Scotty, has a Satanic. Good luck killing this guy. There's level 25 on the Dawnbreaker as well. What did the Dawnbreaker get? Which talent is that? Can we check? Oh, it's the Starbreaker cooldown. Yep, makes sense. I almost always go for that one. Plus he has -1 on Luminosity. So the crits are just going to be flying through. The Morphling has a Hex. Okay. Hex the Void, kill the Void. That's what you need to do. Okay, Slayer, that's a very mobile Rubik. He's just tossing himself around, jumping in and out. He has the Inkswell on him, so he'll be fine. Okay, he's had enough. He uses the Chrono. That Inkswell almost allowed the Rubik to get himself away, as he would have another Time Walk, but he does get taken down. Mindbreaker on the Morphling as well. So he goes in, he gets the Silence off, he gets the Hex. There's a chance that they kill Shigetsu actually. If he doesn't pop the BKB immediately, he has to be wary of it. Aghanim Scepter and the puck finally done. Getsu coming to the high ground, and he might have to BKB now. He didn't, he got hexed up, he'll be fine. Shigetsu turns back time, he has all of his HP back, also has HGs to work with. Soulbind was connected on them, so those BKBs really aren't going to be doing that much. Melojul in a good position to do the damage. Jump in from Lucas, and does use the time dilation on all of them, so it's going to be hard to use those spells. Shigetsu standing his ground, killing the Brewlings. Palantimos is still alive, backlines, they found the Hex. The Bane will be going down. Shigetsu goes in with the bashes, and he has the Scott. You have to run away, Lucas, and you can't. You're way too weak. You're way too slow. Melojul jumps to the low ground, and Palantimos can get on top of him. The Cinder Brew won't be enough to finish off Melojul. Living Armor is keeping him alive. As Moneymakers do lose 2 of their cores, nothing they could do in that fight for a better scenario. The second that the Faceless Void jumps on top of the Morphling, he just absolutely demolishes him. 6 slotted Shigetsu. Too strong at the moment, and he does jump onto the puck. The bash immediately comes through. One more, and Yegor, his life will be done. And we're looking at that fight once again. They just don't have enough for the Faceless Void. Satanic, Butterfly, and Backtrack. So you cannot kill him during the duration of the Hex. It's a bummer, but it is what it is. I think when they didn't manage to kill him there, that the game just ended, right? Because you don't have any more ways of doing anything that game. Maybe Yegor should have just went with the coil. Meanwhile, there's gonna be a Soulbind on the Faceless Void and the Dawnbreaker there in the enemy base, so they got both lifted up. The Fade Bolt connected. Shigetsu just jumps in there and uses the time dilation, so no more spams. That's gonna be mega creeps for Na'Vi. So it does look pretty apparent that this game is over. They're just gonna call GG. Moneymakers aren't even gonna go for one last fight. They're aware it's not gonna be happening. Puck jumps in and he's gonna be destroyed, just like every single time that happened. Yegor just didn't have a good game. It is insane what Zayats did to him. He broke his confidence completely, right? When you're a puck, you think you can get away with whatever you want, and actually, maybe he didn't, as Yegor was trying to go for split pushes all the time, but every single time he even thinks about showing on the lane, Zayats was there with the sleep. Solar Guardian connects, you have the Thunder God's Wrath, and he just dies. That puts us at the end of the day. Again, a 2-0. So let's remind ourselves of all 4 2-0s that we had today. Sibe beat Marsbet, Virtus.pro beat Boom, Keed Stars beat Alliance, and Na'Vi beat Moneymakers. And all of these 2-0s definitely had an impact on the standings in the groups. So we're gonna be going through them one last time today before we call it a day. And that's Group A. Team Tickles at the top, Level Up at the bottom. Teams looking OTK, everybody in this group 2 more games to play. So it is going to be interesting. Let's go next. Falcons looking amazing. Na'Vi now looking pretty solid with 3 games played. They have 1 more, but it's going to be versus Yellow Submarine, so they should be coming out on top. Yellow Submarine still haven't played a single game, so it's going to be fun to see what they can actually bring. But in Group C, we have Virtus.pro at the top, and Sibe, Klee, they're looking pretty solid. Boom and Marsbet, they're definitely not too happy. And Group D is the last one that we are gonna be looking at. I'm gonna be waiting a little bit for a second there. There we have Alliance and the Dudley boys at the top, but Namiga and Keystars now are actually in the run. Klim Sanic, it would have to win both of the series with a score of 2-0, I think, to have any kind of chance of going to the lower bracket. And even then, it is a question if that could happen. Tomorrow, we will be here at the same time, same place, another 4 best of 3s. It's gonna be Team Tickles versus KZ Team, Falcons versus Atlas Burden, Moneymakers versus Yellow Submarine, and Klee versus Mars Bet Team. So again, 4 best of 3s. We're hoping tomorrow we have a little bit more. We're yet to have a 12 game day every single time. We get 8 game day, but we cannot get every single series to go to full 3 games. It doesn't matter. It's still great Dota. It's still great fun. And I'm hoping all of you guys at home are enjoying it. Hopefully you're going to be enjoying it tomorrow as well. But for now, have a good night and bye-bye.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way. Sorry. Go on, go back. That's it. That's better. Keep going. Let's bring that down here. No. Keep going. Go. Roll. And cut. Cut the thing. I'm going. Where are you going? Where are you going? Hey, come back. Guys, ladies. I don't know if that's correct. No.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
You're only the best.